by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
from breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Growth eases in Europe, China, some of the bigger economies. We will see some effect on India, but our forecasts, our projections have taken those into account, which is why we settled on 6.3. And I'll just note that our forecasts are unchanged from where they were 6 months ago as well.
Yeah, so coming to your forecast, the growth forecast has been unchanged for the last 6 months at 6.3%. But if you talk about the inflation forecast, it was 5.2% if my memory serves me right 6 months ago, and now it's at 5.9% according to the report you've released today. So the reasons behind that rise, are those the predictable vegetable price rise which we saw over the last couple of months? Is it just that? And do you think that this higher inflation, I mean, it's we've always learned in economics that when there's high inflation, it does impact growth also because it affects your demand, it affects your consumption. But when we're expecting a 0.7 percentage point higher inflation, your growth forecast is the same. So are you saying that that rise in inflation is not impacting growth much?
That's a very good question. Look, when we think about India's growth, a large part of that is underpinned by, India's GDP is composed a large part by consumption. So consumption is the largest chunk, and then you have investment, and then a small part which is the external sector. So where our inflation forecasts play into growth, we're expecting some moderation in consumption. We're expecting consumption to moderate over the next fiscal year and then maybe stabilize around 6.5% growth. Overall conditions, and of course inflation is part of those overall conditions, are still quite attractive in India, and they're still conducive for growth. So that what is driving growth is really strength in investment. We've seen that strength underpinned by the government's commitment to capital expenditure, infrastructure investment. So while yes, overall our forecasts have not changed as a result of our change in inflation forecasts, the composition of what is driving growth has changed slightly. So that's where you see them.
That's interesting. And when we talk about the composition of what's driving growth, one sector that's mentioned is the service sector, which is performing fairly well. But the other sector which is very important for any economy, especially a developing economy like India, is the manufacturing sector, because that's the labor-intensive sector where you want to create jobs. But we've seen just today the S&P Global report came out which said that the manufacturing PMI is at a 5-month low. And even in the GDP figures, we are seeing that the manufacturing growth is, if I can put it that way, it is struggling a bit. So would you say that, would you agree with that, and do you think the manufacturing sector is a pain point for the economy?
So I agree that the manufacturing sector is critical. Now, the weaknesses that are being seen perhaps in India, maybe perhaps in some of the recent numbers, are also a reflection of what is going on globally. There is a slowdown in major trading partner growth. Having said that, as you rightly pointed out, some of that has been offset by strength in the services sector. So we're seeing that again play out in the numbers. So to the extent that India's, what is going on in manufacturing is being reflected in the global cycle, that's what we're seeing play out here. It's something to watch out for, as you said, for job creation. It's an important sector, but I don't think at this stage there's anything to be very, very alarmed about.
That's good news then, but there is a lot to improve on for sure. But now I want to read out something that the World Bank came out with just a few days ago, that it cut its forecast for China's growth next year and warned that East Asia's developing economies are set to expand at one of the lowest rates in 5 decades. So that's about South Asia. Where do you think India is placed here? Where do you think India compares with its peers in terms of both growth and inflation?
So I can comment on the India part. As I said, India is still expected to be one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So to grow at 6.3 when you have significant global challenges, significant regional challenges, is something worth noting. Inflation, in many parts of the world last year, we saw very high inflation. India also had inflation numbers that were above the central bank's comfort range. We're expecting, our forecasts are for a moderation. So yes, we've got inflation coming down into the comfort range this year and then go closer to the center of that range. So where it places India regionally and globally, strength in growth and inflation that is expected to be well within the comfort range that the central bank has.
So India is better placed than some of its peers, would you say that?
Yes.
Right. And one of my last questions about debt, the debt crisis was mentioned in your presentation and also the South Asia development update. One question that's been pressing for a while now is that whether India can go the Pakistan or the Sri Lanka way. And there's been a lot to say that our macroeconomic indicators and our financials are a lot different from these countries. What would you say about that question?
So I won't comment on Sri Lanka and Pakistan, but I can tell you that, sure, India's debt to GDP ratio is higher than it was a few years ago. You know, it reached just below 90%. It was about 87% a couple of years ago. It's now down closer to the mid-80s. We're expecting it to come down to around 82.5%. So from a sustainability perspective, we're not concerned. And while it is high, like I said, what matters here is sustainability. And more broadly speaking, we're expecting the commitment to fiscal consolidation to remain over the course of the next couple of years. We saw that commitment last year and the year before as well, and we're expecting that to remain unchanged.
So you think that the reasons that led to the economic crisis in these two countries, those reasons are not the same for India?
I think they're very different. India's very different, differently positioned in those two countries.
Right. And now I want to ask you about, I mean, when we speak about comparing India with other countries, we also have to highlight the point about income inequality, which we have highlighted. But on the other side, we also speak about how investments can drive growth and how that can have a trickle-down effect. And the report that you've presented, that talks about FDIs, and that says that while FDIs are resilient, but they're still below the pre-pandemic level. So tell us something about why you call FDIs resilient, and what do you think needs to be done from a policy point of view or from the government to get the FDIs back to a pre-pandemic level?
So it's an important point you make about how investment drives growth, and foreign direct investment (FDI) is also an important part of India's growth story. Now, the important part to note here is that they're adequately financing the current account. India's FDI as a share of GDP is relatively low, but the overall trajectory over the last several years has been upwards. So while it's still below where it was a few years ago, that's largely a reflection of challenges everywhere in the global economy. Various points through last year, we saw foreign portfolio outflows, we saw capital flight, but then now coming back to the resilient part, we saw a return of capital into India relatively soon. So if you compare the volatility we saw last year to volatility in previous periods, for example, in 2013 with the taper tantrum, 2018 and other periods, in those periods, capital left India and it took a while to come back. Last year we saw capital leave and come back relatively quickly. Again, this points to two things. It points to the buffers that India has built. It points to the macro stability macro stability being a core part of the government's economic policy focus, and it points to investor confidence in the Indian economy as well.
Right. So a lot of positives to look at, but definitely some challenges.
There are challenges there, but positives too.
Do you want to talk about some of those challenges?
I mean, the government has a policy where they've tried for many years, and they're focusing on these things. I'm going to point to just two things: infrastructure investment. This is a story that we're all very familiar with, and the government's committed to that. There is some evidence that increasing investment in infrastructure actually crowds in private sector investment, so we're hoping to see some of that over the course of the next few years. And when it comes to attracting more foreign direct investment, look, the government has done several things, including improving the business environment. There's a focus on bringing down logistics costs in India, which will of course make the business environment even better. So all of these things are policies that we would encourage the government to continue to do so, and not lose sight of the importance of FDI, the importance of continuing infrastructure not only just for a couple of years but over a large number of a longer period of time. Sorry.
Right. Thanks very much, Mrs. Dhruv Sharma, for speaking to NDTV. And as has been said, but it is important to highlight here that while India is a bright spot, as the IMF has put it, there are several challenges and there are several aspects to work on for India to be able to grow better and for the Indian economic growth to be more equitable for the entire country.
He's our maths expert. This one, drama expert. Want to meet?
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satyanadilla?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates
Top interviews.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good morning. Thanks for tuning in to NDTV 24/7. I'm Priyanshi Sharma, and our lead story on NDTV this morning. ED officials have reached the AAP MP Sanjay Singh's residence this morning. Their search is underway in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. On the other side, great news from the Asian Games. Another gold medal for India. All those top stories coming up first. Take a look at the headlines. ED searches underway at AAP MP Sanjay Singh's residence. The Enforcement Directorate conducting searches linked to the Delhi liquor policy alleged scam. The Delhi police to produce Newsclick founder Prabir Purkayast in court today after arresting him under the stringent UAPA anti-terror law. Cops allege that content hosted by the website spread Chinese propaganda. Funds trail allegedly linked to Chinese entities under scanner. Meanwhile, the US State Department comments on the case, says they are aware of the concerns but can't comment on the veracity of claims. Horror stories emerged from the government hospital in Maharashtra's Nanded. 31 patients died within a span of 48 hours. The patients allege a lack of medicines and staff crunch. The administration denies the charge. Flash floods in Sikkim. Many people evacuated. Homes, shops, bridges go under water in Sikkim as the Tista River's water level abnormally rises overnight. A key electoral battle in Ladakh. Kargil Hill Council polls today as the BJP face off against the Congress National Conference Alliance, the first local body elections in the region since the abrogation of Article 370. And the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says they are not looking to escalate matters with India. This amid buzz over India asking Canada to scale down diplomatic presence in the country.
There to support Canadians and Canadian families. We're taking this extremely seriously, but we're going to continue to engage responsibly.
A gold rush continues for India at the Asian Games. India wins gold in compound archery mixed event, India's highest ever medal haul at the Asian Games. Our lead story. Searches are underway at the residence of the Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament, Mr. Sanjay Singh, by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, these searches are in connection with the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. And early this morning, the Enforcement Directorate reached Sanjay Singh's residence and they are conducting searches. Now, let's tell you how Sanjay Singh is involved in this case. Remember, in this very case earlier, last year, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Manish Sisodia, was arrested by the CBI in this very case. The Delhi Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, has also been questioned in this case. And Sanjay Singh's name has been mentioned by an accused who actually turned approver. So Sanjay Singh has been mentioned by the accused businessman Dinesh Arora. And it's the first raid that's happening on in Sanjay Singh's residence in connection to this alleged liquor policy scam. Till now, Sanjay Singh was not questioned. His residence was not raided. Manish Sisodia, of course, was raided. His residence, his office was raided several times. He was even arrested in this case. The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was also questioned in this case, but Sanjay Singh was not questioned and his residence was not raided till now. But it's the first time that the Enforcement Directorate is raiding the residence of Sanjay Singh. Now, remember, Manish Sisodia, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, was arrested in this case by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the month of February in connection with this alleged corruption case. Now, what are the allegations? Let's tell you something about what this Delhi liquor policy case is. Now, this is essentially a money laundering case that the Enforcement Directorate is probing. Both the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate are probing this case, and they say that the Delhi government, the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, profited from the Delhi liquor policy, which was introduced in the year 2021. Now, they say that the Kejriwal government was involved with some South lobbies who paid them money to be involved in the making of this Delhi liquor policy. And they also say that the profit margin for liquor vendors was increased, and the Delhi government made money from giving liquor licenses and liquor vends to certain people. Now, this policy was introduced in the year 2021. After that, it was withdrawn. And in this policy, essentially, the Kejriwal government had withdrawn from liquor sales and they had brought in private vendors. So essentially, the government exited the liquor sales and they made it completely private by giving the liquor vends to private entities. And the government had said that the objective was to improve revenue. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor had cited a report from a top bureaucrat alleging corruption, and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor had asked for a CBI probe. And the ED probe also started, and that alleges money laundering. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has dismissed all these charges, and they say that this is just the BJP using central agencies such as the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation to target opposition leaders. That's the response that the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained in this case till now. Now, to get us one perspective on this entire case, Mr. Deshratan Nigam, who's a political analyst, is now joining us. And Mr. Nigam, we have heard early this morning also from the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Thanks very much for joining us early this morning. But, you know, the Enforcement Directorate leaders reached Sanjay Singh's house early this morning, and he has not been questioned in this case till now. None of his premises were raided till now. This is the first time. The Aam Aadmi Party is yet again calling it political targeting.
Well, Priyanshi, let us make it very clear. The agencies are moving very carefully, and Sanjay Singh's name had cropped up once the approver said that Mr. Sanjay Singh introduced that particular accused, who has now become an approver, to Mr. Manish Sisodia. And Sanjay Singh's name had reference in the charge sheet, and still he was not questioned, because probably once the name comes, agencies start investigating, and then they collect evidence. Once they have certain prima facie evidence, then they go forward. In this particular case, they took time. Even Arvind Kejriwal was also questioned. There have been two approvers. Even yesterday, the court allowed two accused to become approvers. One is the MP of the YSR Congress, which is, his name is Raghav Manguta. Another is Dinesh Arora, a businessman of Delhi. So these approvers probably are giving information, because they were accused, they were part of the entire, liquor excise policy scam that has taken place. And the evidence is coming out. And the evidence the agencies will not share at this stage, because sharing it means would compromise investigation, and further investigations, the evidence and witnesses may be influenced and evidence may be destroyed. So at this stage, it's a preliminary stage. He has not yet been arrested, and they will collect evidence. And once an evidence is there, concrete evidence, then there is a possibility of arrest, and then a charge sheet can be filed. And let us talk about this policy for a while.
Yeah, we'll come to that, Mr. Nigam. Do stay on with us. I request you to stay on. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar is also with us on the phone line. And Arvind, till now, Sanjay Singh, as I mentioned, was not questioned in the case. His premises were not raided. Tell us what the allegations against him are by the Enforcement Directorate.
Priyanshi, the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at the premises of Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh in connection with the Delhi liquor policy money laundering investigation. So, according to our sources, the Enforcement Directorate, during the course of the investigation, did record the statements of several people. In one such statement that was recorded by the Enforcement Directorate, Dinesh Arora, who is a businessman who was also named as an accused in this particular case, but later turned out to be an approver, who changed his status to an approver in this particular case, has given a statement to the Enforcement Directorate stating that it is Sanjay Singh who actually introduced him to Manish Sisodia, and in the last assembly elections in the Delhi. In fact, according to Dinesh Arora, that Sanjay Singh, along with Manish Sisodia, sought for funds for Aam Aadmi Party, and Dinesh Arora, with the help of other people, his business friends, they have managed to collect almost 82 lakhs, and that was handed over to Manish Sisodia as funds for Aam Aadmi Party. And that's why, with this statement, the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at the premises of Sanjay Singh. Though Sanjay Singh has not been named as an accused in this particular case as of now, nor he has been questioned by the agency, but this is the first time the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at the premises of Sanjay Singh in connection with this Delhi liquor policy money laundering investigation.
Arvind, thanks very much for joining us with those details. In fact, that's also, we are just getting a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has tweeted that Sanjay Singh is another name of honesty. That's what they have tweeted right now. They've put a post on the platform X. And, Mr. Deshratan Nigam is here with us on the broadcast. And Mr. Nigam, this has been one constant statement by the Aam Aadmi Party. This is nothing, they say that this is nothing but political targeting. They had said that Sisodia's residence was raided, his offices were searched, but the Aam Aadmi Party says that the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate have found no evidence in this case, and that's why they say that this is political targeting. What do you have to say on that? They also say that leaders who move to the BJP, then ED, CBI cases against them are forgotten.
See, Priyanshi ji, let us be very clear that still the investigations are going on. We do not know of the specific allegations. His name has cropped up, and it is the duty of the agencies to carry out the investigation further. Nobody can even say what are the charges against him. Yes, his name has cropped up. It has to be taken to the logical conclusion as per the procedure, mandated procedure. Even the ED or the other agencies cannot ignore if the name of the accused comes up by an approver or through investigation. So they have to take it to the logical conclusion. Nobody can prejudge an issue, whether it's Aam Aadmi Party or anybody else. We have seen in the earlier cases the destruction of evidence that took place. 100 mobile phones were destroyed, and so many, and then the data from the laptops and the computers were removed also. And for that reason, the Manish Sisodia was arrested. Secondly, also, if you look at Arvind Kejriwal admitted in a press conference of the loss, about 900 crores loss in this excise policy. And there he gave that reason to scrap that policy and going back to the old policy, a strange policy where the revenue were going up, and sales were going up and the revenue was going down. It's a very strange policy. So there should be a zero tolerance for corruption, and there should be no normalization of the corruption in this society by any political party.
Of course, the investigation should take its due course. But what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying is that it's political targeting. We'll wait to see what really happens in this case from here on. Mr. Nigam, thanks very much for joining us this morning. We also have now great news to share with you. India has crossed its own record. India has created a new record at the Asian Games by the total medal tally for India has gone up to 71 now, which is more than the previous record that was set in 2018. My colleague Rika Roy is here with us to tell us more about this great news. Rika, a proud moment for all of us. Tell us about the medals till now, 71 in total.
Absolutely, Priyanshi. It's a great moment of joy, I would say, for the Indian contingent and for all of India that the Indian men and women out there in Hangzhou has registered their best ever run at the Asian Games, clinching as many as 71 medals until this morning. The two that came this morning, a big gold medal in archery, won by Jyoti Surekha Venam and Ojas Praveen Deotale. In the compound mixed archery event, they beat the challenge of Korea. In fact, they just won by a margin of 1 point. That was a very narrow margin of win, I would say. But more medals are expected from archery. Also, Ram Babu and Manju Rani won bronze medal in the 35-kilometer race walk in mixed team event. That was the 70th medal for India coming this morning, and from the archery ranges, it was the 71st medal. Lot more is expected during the day today. You will see Neeraj Chopra in action at about 4:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. The athletic field is completely full for India today. And more medals from athletics, and there will be from boxing. We know Lavlila Borgohain has reached the gold medal match. Of course, we can expect more medals from archery as well, as there is a gold medal match that is to happen on the 7th of October. Overall, a great run for the Indian team at the Asian Games. They have crossed 71. They have reached 71 medals. That's the best ever they had in Asian Games. And most importantly, Priyanshi, they are in the 4th position, a position that they haven't really reached previously. And if you look at the field, I would say it's 50-50 men and women walking toe-to-toe in this edition of the Games.
Rika Roy, thanks very much for joining us with that great news. In fact, the Sports Association of India has also now put out a post on social media that it's a historic moment at the Asian Games. With this gold in archery, India's medal tally at the Asian Games now stands tall at an incredible 71 medals. Our athletes' dedication and hard work have made this moment possible. And let's keep the cheers and support going as we aim for even more success. So why this moment is really historic? historic because the previous record for India at the Asian Games was 70 medals, which India had achieved in the year 2018. So now India has set a new record at the Asian Games with 71 medals. And mind you, this is not where it's stopping. The Asian Games will go on till the 8th of October. So you have 4 more days, which means that the medals will keep coming. Hopefully they'll keep coming, and the medal tally is likely to go even higher up. And Rika, you've told us about this medal that really made this moment historic. It's the 71st medal and the 70th medal. The 70th medal was in athletics, in the mixed team race walk, but the medal that really made this moment historic is the 71st medal in archery, which was also in the mixed team compound, and it was a gold medal in fact. So the medal that made history for India at the Asian Games was a shining gold medal. And if I tell you something about the tally till now, as I've mentioned, it's a total of 71 medals. Out of them, 16 medals are gold, 26 silver and 29 bronze medal. These are the Asian Games happening in China. And India has created history. This is the tweet by the Sports Association, and they have, I beg your pardon, the Sports Authority of India, and they have tweeted that India has achieved its best ever medal by winning 71 medals and counting at the Asian Games 2022, surpassing the previous best of 70 medals in 2018. Truly a historic moment for India, and it's only going to get better from now, hopefully, because the Games, as I said, will go on for 4 more days, and there are several more events, several more games that India will participate in, which means that the medal tally could go up even higher. So it's 71 medals, that's historic, but it's 71 and counting, and that is great news for India. My colleague Rika is back with us on the phone line. And Rika, so we've been discussing and we've been closely watching the Asian Games since day one. And, you know, while this moment is historic for when India has achieved 71 medals there, it could go up even higher because there's still 4 more days left.
Absolutely, Priyanshi. More medals are coming in for sure. The latest gold medal count is 16. For India at the Asian Games, the same number that they had won the last time around. But the total count of medals have gone up. We are now at 71. That is 1 more ahead of the last Asian Games in Jakarta in 2018. I would say the last gold medal for India. So every gold medal that India has won, or rather I would say every medal has won, that India has won, had a unique story to it. And while we are narrating all the stories, I'll have to tell you that the last one was all about precision. Because South Korea was beaten by India only by 1 point. They had shot 159 arrows, and that is one of the toughest precision marks to reach. South Korea only managed 158, so the final score was 159 to 158. When we talk about these games being a testimony to stronger, faster and higher, India has been ticking every box, including, I would say, the precision mark, with the shooters getting 22 medals, the archers finding the perfect aim, I would say. And this is not all in archery. We are expecting more medals. Come 7th of October, we can expect 1 gold, 1 silver, because the gold medal match will be between 2 Indians. I have been asked whether, you know, Asian Games is an easier platform for these athletes. But, you know, just to put in perspective, that Asian Games is the second most toughest stage after the Olympic Games, because you have some of the best athletes in the world, particularly the Asian athletes who vault to the gold medal podium more often than not in Olympics. And so beating them, you know, in their backyard, beating China in China, the medal that we've got in table tennis, I would say that's a shining example of New India and the girls who are not really scared of even breaching the Chinese wall.
Rika, thanks very much for joining us. And Rika, as you've mentioned that in all likelihood, we'll have more medals coming. Just in a short while from now, we'll also have India's golden boy, Neeraj Chopra. His event is yet to come. So at 71, India has created history, but there will be more to come, and we are only going higher up from here. Now, from that breaking news, good news coming in from Asian Games. Let's go on to the other breaking news we are getting in the Newsclick case. The Delhi police has gotten 7 days of custody of the Newsclick founder. Remember, the Newsclick founder, Mr. Purkayas, was arrested yesterday by the Delhi police under the anti-terror charges under the UAPA, stringent UAPA law. So what we know till now is that Mr. Purkayas, the co-founder the founder of Newsclick, he was arrested yesterday, and now the Delhi police has 7 days of custody, not just of Prabir Purkayas, the founder of Newsclick, but also of Amit Chakravarti, who is the HR head of Newsclick. So both of them will be in the custody of the Delhi police for the next 7 days. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar joining us for more details. And Arvind, yesterday these two heads of the news portal Newsclick were arrested under the stringent UAPA law. Now 7 days of custody for them. Tell us the charges against them as the Delhi police gets 7 days of custody.
Priyanshi, the Delhi police produced both Prabir Purkayas, the founder of Newsclick, along with Amit Chakrabarti, who is the HR head of Newsclick, before the special court in the early hours today. Both of them were arrested by the Delhi police last night in connection with the UAP case that the police has registered based on the information that was shared by the Enforcement Directorate. After day-long searches, both of them were also questioned, and after the end of questioning, both of them were arrested by the Delhi police, and today morning both of them were produced before the competent court, and Delhi police sought 15 days of custody of both the accused, but the court has granted 7 days custody. So both of them have been secured by the police, and both of them have been taken in 7 days custody remand, and they will be questioned by the Delhi police in the special cell office in the national capital. So Purkayas, who is the editor-in-chief and also the founder of Newsclick, has been accused of receiving almost 38 crores from entities abroad with alleged links to China. That seems to be the case that the agency is trying to build against Purkayas, and also the end use of that 38 crore is also currently being investigated by the Delhi police, along with whether that particular funds did influence the content on news portal Newsclick is also something that the Delhi police is currently investigating. So in connection with this particular case, the Delhi police produced both the accused, and both of them have been granted 7 days custody, and Delhi police will question them, and we have to wait and watch whether the Enforcement Directorate will also take custody of Prabir Purkayas, because this information was shared by ED, and based on that information only, Delhi police has registered the case against them.
Arvind, thanks very much for joining us with that breaking news. So 7 days of custody for the Newsclick founder, Prabir Purkayas, and the HR head of the news portal Newsclick, Mr. Amit Chakravarti. We'll keep a close watch on this big story, but for now, moving on to other news. And moving on to the other breaking news now from Sikkim. There's a flash flood-like situation in the northeastern state of Sikkim. As you can see that the river Tisa has been overflowing, and it suddenly started overflowing overnight, and several houses, several shops and bridges have in fact went underwater. Extremely concerning situation there. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is joining us live on the broadcast. And Saurabh, the visuals that we're seeing are extremely shocking, and you're telling us that houses, shops and bridges have gone underwater. But tell us what really happened. Suddenly the level of the river Tista went up abnormally overnight, but why did it happen? What's really the cause behind this?
Well, the preliminary cause for the heavy rainfall seems to be a cloudburst over the Lonak Lake in North Sikkim, and as a result of that, a flash flood kind of situation seems to have occurred. Sikkim Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang visited Singtam, one of the areas where again water and sludge have reportedly entered homes and also washed away roads, parts of roads at least. Now, obviously, when there is such a situation, especially the Tista River, alongside which the national highway connecting Sikkim flows, there is always the challenge of connectivity, and connectivity has been disrupted as a result of this flash flood-like situation. But the worrying aspect of this is the latest statement that we've heard from the Indian Army, and that, of course, the Indian Army mentions that 23 Army personnel are missing as a result of this sudden flash flood. So it's a very, very serious situation there. Along the banks of the Teesta, a high alert has been issued and people have been evacuated. People have been asked to stay away from the low-lying areas along the banks of the Teesta. The Teesta, as you know, flows from Sikkim into West Bengal, then onwards into Bangladesh. And what we've been given to understand by the Indian Army is that some army establishments along the valley have been affected, and efforts are on to confirm details. Release of water from the Chungthang Dam. Chungthang is way up north in Sikkim, beyond Mangan. And of course, the release of water from the Chungthang Dam led to sudden increase of water in level up to 15 to 20 feet high downstream. This has led to army vehicles parked at Bardang near Singtam getting affected. 23 personnel have been reported missing. Some vehicles are reportedly submerged under the slush, and search and rescue operations are underway. The Sikkim Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang is also on the ground, but the visuals tell the story. The sudden surge in the Teesta waters as a result of a cloudburst over the Ladakh Lake has led to this situation. In fact, the Army and NDRF are likely to be called in. Sikkim's connectivity has been affected with bridges going underwater. And what we've been given to understand is, as per information from the Mangan district, in Chungthang town, some 90 kilometers north of Gangtok, also has been evacuated. Upon high alert, local residents have been evacuated. Teesta 5 Dam at Dikchu in Mangan district has also been opened up for water disbursement after the high alert. The control room of the dam has been damaged, is what we're hearing from reports. And also Singtam, a major town, and many homes adjacent to the river Teesta have been evacuated, with announcements being made by local authorities, and temporary relief centers has been opened at Singtam Senior Secondary School. So that is the information we are getting from the hill state of Sikkim. The Teesta, water surging, leading to a flash flood-like situation, reportedly due to a cloud burst over Ladakh Lake, Chungthang cutoff, and also connectivity issues along the national highway on the Teesta River.
Sort of a very concerning story that you're sharing with us. The visuals are really concerning, and it's bad news to know that 23 army personnel are missing. Several houses, several shops, bridges have gone completely underwater. Many more could be missing. Many people have been evacuated. Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us this morning. We'll keep a close watch on that very concerning story from the northeastern state of Sikkim. Time for a short break now. More news coming up.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how
Welcome back. Let's go across to the concerning and the alarming story from Nanded of 31 deaths over just a span of 48 hours at a district hospital in Nanded. Now, 16 of those who lost their lives were infants and 71 patients are believed to be critical there. There is no official word yet on the exact causes of these deaths. While it was suspected that a severe shortage of facilities and medicine has led to the deaths, the Chief Minister of the state, Eknath Shinde, claims that there's no lack of medicines. However, relatives of the deceased claim otherwise. They say that there was a lack of medicines and there was a shortage of staff, and that led to the deaths. NDTV's Pooja Bharadwaj is in Nanded, and she spoke to the people who said there are no senior doctors to attend to the patients and they have to hunt for medicines outside the hospital.
क्या नाम है सर आपका और आपके साथ क्या हुआ यहाँ पर, क्या बताना चाहेंगे?
मारुति पाटिल धुमाल मेरा नाम, यहाँ से छुए. हमारा पेशेंट बसमत से आया, उप जिला रुग्णालय से यहाँ पे. तो वहाँ पे वो डॉक्टर ने क्या बोले हमारे को, तुम्हारे पेशेंट अभी वो हमारा डिलीवरी पेशेंट है. तो उनको बोले कि तुम्हारे पेशेंट के 88,000 सफ़ेद पेशा है, तुम रेफरेंस करो नांदेड़ को जिला रुग्णालय पे. यहाँ भी आए तो अभी 166,000 बता रहे. तो हमारे को समझ रहा नहीं, फिर डॉक्टर लोग का चल रहा है ये. इधर अभी इन्हों चेक करे तो इन्हों 166,000 बात कर रहे, इन्हों बोल रहे 63,000, उधर 88,000 बोल रहे. क्या मतलब क्या है, डॉक्टर है कि क्या है, फिर इनका क्या चल रहा है ये हमारे को समझ रहे. कल हमारे यहाँ पे अब यहाँ पूरी दुर्गंधी है और यहाँ अंदर लोगों को आने देते, लोगों को इतना त्रास यहाँ पे बात कर सकते हो, इतने लोग परेशान है यहाँ पे. तो कल हमारे यहाँ पे 24 पेशेंट मर गए, 24 पेशेंट मर गए कल.
आपके साथ क्या हुआ, अपनी आप बीती बताइएगा. यहाँ पर एक ये भी शिकायत हो रही है कि जो बड़े डॉक्टर्स हैं वो नहीं अटेंड कर पा रहे हैं, ट्रेनी डॉक्टर्स देख रहे हैं. आपके साथ क्या? यहाँ
ये सिविल में कैसा है, वो मेडिकल कॉलेज है, यहाँ पे ज़्यादा लोग एज करते, प्रैक्टिस लेते, ट्रेनी डॉक्टर्स यहाँ पे. हाँ, तो यहाँ पे हमारा का कहना इतना है कि यहाँ पे स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टर.
आपके पेशेंट को कौन अटेंड कर रहा है? ट्रेनी डॉक्टर अटेंड कर रहे हैं?
ट्रेनी डॉक्टर अटेंड करे. हमारा का कहना इतना है कि यहाँ पे स्पेशल डॉक्टर होना प्रस्तुतिकरण है ना, उसमें स्पेशल डॉक्टर, यहाँ डॉक्टर की बहुत कम है।
तो ट्रेनी डॉक्टर होने की वजह से क्या तकलीफ आ रही है आपके पेशेंट को? क्या आप क्या कंडीशन देख रहे हैं उनकी?
नहीं ना, वो पढ़ाई में परेशान होना, या ट्रीटमेंट ज़्यादा अच्छी मिल रही है ना उसमें। यहाँ पे डॉक्टर स्पेशलिस्ट होना, यहाँ पे डॉक्टर की बहुत कमी है स्पेशल सभी वार्ड में। एक ही वार्ड बोल के नहीं है, सब वार्ड में पेशेंट को अच्छी तरह से ट्रीटमेंट मिल रही नहीं। यहाँ पे सीनियर डॉक्टर होना,
सीनियर डॉक्टर की कमी आप बता रहे हैं।
ये हमारा कहना है।
Now to the other big story of the day. The world's second coldest inhabited place is gripped by the election fever and preparations have been made today for polling. This is the first Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council elections in Kargil after Article 370 was scrapped and Ladakh was made a separate union territory in August 2019. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is joining us on the broadcast now. And Nazir, this is a very important election that Ladakh is witnessing because it's the first one after Article 370 was abrogated in 2019 and ever since there's been a demand for elections.
Well, it is a local elections, but people want to send a larger message, which they want their political destiny should be, which way their political destiny should be shaped. And that is what the opposition has tried to set this narrative. It is a combined opposition, National Conference and the Congress fighting against the BJP. BJP's main plank is after Union Territory. The region was made as Union Territory in 2019. The area has witnessed development, etc. But the opposition is saying nothing like that has happened. And today people would speak. It is the first, election after abrogation of 370 and dividing Jammu and Kashmir state into two union territories. I'm joined by some of the people. Look at first the lines. Local women and women coming and vote here at Kaksar village in Kargil in large numbers. I'm joined by Sajjad Kargili. Sajjad ji, आप बताएंगे कि ये कितना महत्वपूर्ण है इलेक्शन और क्या मैसेज इस इलेक्शन की है?
पहले तो ये है कि आफ्टर एब्रोगेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 370 के बाद ये पहला इलेक्शन है
जी
जो लद्दाख कारगिल में हो रहा है।
जी जी।
और हम ये समझते हैं और ये जानते हैं कि यहाँ से असेंबली तो खत्म हो गई और जो हिल काउंसिल था उसकी भी पावर्स जो है काफी हद तक रिड्यूस हो चुके हैं।
जी जी।
लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी इस वोटिंग के जरिए हम ये बता देना चाहते हैं कि हम 2019 के उस फैसले से कुछ नहीं है। आज ये एक सिंबॉलिक इलेक्शन है पूरे लद्दाख में, पूरे करगिल में। ये वेव है कि जिस तरीके से स्टेट को डाउनग्रेड किया गया, असेंबली छीनी गई।
तो आप कहते हैं ये लोगों का वर्डिक्ट है कि इस तरह क्या वो एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, जैसा उमर अब्दुल्ला भी बता रहे, दूसरे अपोजिशन लीडर भी बता रहे हैं।
पूरे करगिल में आप जहाँ जहाँ जाएंगे वहाँ ये फीलिंग है लोगों के अंदर कि ये 2019 के बाद पहला इलेक्शन है और एक सिंबॉलिक इलेक्शन है जहाँ हम अपने एस्पिरेशन का, गुस्से का, सेंटिमेंट का मुजाहिरा करें।
So one important thing in this region has been, witnessed for the last 3 years. For example, in Leh, where a number of people actually supported the Union Territory status. But over the last 3 years, we have seen the Buddhist groups, Muslim groups, all political, religious and social parties coming together and saying, no, they don't want UT. There should be a statehood, there should be the constitutional protections. And this election, though further, this is the Autonomous Hill Council Development election, but people want to send a larger political message. BJP is trying to, they are fighting the National Conference, the Congress combined. This has been a stronghold of National Conference earlier, fighting against the Congress. But now the staunch enemies, political opponents have come together to fight BJP. We'll have to see which way this election goes, because they are saying now there's no assembly, now there are no elected representatives like MLAs or the ministers. This is the only elected body they are going to elect today, and the voting will take place on 8th of this month. Then we'll know what way actually people want through their vote. Will they support the opposition who are demanding restoration of statehood and the constitutional protection, opposing August 5, 2019 decision, or they will support the BJP, who are saying that UT has been really beneficial for the people of Ladakh. But for here, you can see the men, women, everybody here, they are actually waiting for their turn to cast their vote. This is the beauty of democracy in a remote village near the line of control, be it Gilgit-Baltistan side, here at the line of control. People, women particularly, in large numbers coming and expressing their faith in democracy, casting their vote. At the same time, they are trying to send a larger political message as well.
A lovely sight to look at, Nazir. Several people early this morning have turned up to vote in these crucial local polls in Ladakh. Thanks very much for joining us and getting us a sense of what the election atmosphere there in Ladakh looks like. The first elections there since the abrogation of the Article 370 in 2019. We'll take a short break now. More news coming up.
To strengthen the structure of
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news
to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news
to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable.
Tensions between India and Canada. Canada seems to be extending an olive branch. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says that they are not looking to escalate matters with India. This comes amid buzz over India asking Canada to scale down diplomatic presence in the country. My colleague Kadambani is joining us for more details on this. And Kadambani, after the Canadian Prime Minister made those serious allegations of India being involved in the killing of the Khalistani terrorist Nijjar, now the Canadian Prime Minister is saying we don't want to escalate any matters, but we simply want to investigate. That's in fact what they've maintained since the beginning, haven't they?
Well, yes, and also if you look at the statement of their Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, she has also said that when the situation is tense, the situation is not okay between the two countries, which it is, and at that time diplomats are needed on the ground. Now, what India has been saying is that there has to be a parity after this spat broke out about the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the Khalistani. India has maintained that there ought to be parity between the numbers of diplomats. Now, India has around 20 diplomats in Canada, in 12 in Ottawa, and the rest in the consulates in Toronto and Vancouver, while for Canada the numbers are much more. But it is also because of the fact that there are much higher number of Indian students and others who go to Canada for studies and different family reasons. But now the situation seems to be getting more difficult for these people, and we have to remember that the migrants who have gone there, the people who are settled there, are of Indian origin, and they're also the voters and constituents of Justin Trudeau's party, and the parties he is taking support from. So this is a difficult situation for them as well, because if the situation remains tense, will there be a vote bank at all after this? Will it turn on him? Even that is a question. But India is sticking to its guns, and India and the sources are saying that the parity is needed, because the diplomats who are here, the Canadian diplomats, India is accusing them of interfering in India's internal matters.
Right. Kadambini Sharma, thanks very much for joining us this morning. So an important statement made by the Canadian Prime Minister amid tensions. We'll take a short break now. But on the other side, we will get you an important interview, an exclusive interview with Parul Chaudhary, a gold medalist at the Asian Games, as India breaks a record at the Games Stadium.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
He's our maths expert and this one drama expert. Want to meet our solar roof expert? Electricity bill ki Google.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news
to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact?
पारुल ने धमाका किया है चाइना के हांगझोउ शहर में, पहले सिल्वर और उसके बाद गोल्ड। पारुल, सबसे पहले तो जो आखिरी 50 मीटर है जहां पे आपने जापानीज खिलाड़ी जो है रिरिका उनको परास्त किया, लगा ही नहीं कि आपको लगा कि फिर से नई स्टार्ट ले रही है, कमाल की रेस थी। वो जरा एक्सप्लेन करें अगर दर्शक जानना चाहें कि कैसे वो लास्ट में आपने जो 50 मीटर कवर किया।
मतलब कि मुझे था कि मैं लास्ट मतलब कर जाऊंगी, लेकिन वो लड़की भी टाइट हो गई थी। फिर मुझे लगा कि नहीं, आज तो मैं है ना देश के लिए गोल्ड मेडल जीत सकती हूँ। तो मतलब मुझे अंदर से ही था कि मैं लास्ट में तो कवर करूंगी ही करूंगी। लास्ट में 10 मीटर पे भी मतलब मुझे पूरा ये करना था कि हाँ, मुझे बस देश के लिए जीतना है मेडल, मेरे माइंड में यही था।
बिल्कुल। और आप पहले सिल्वर जीत चुकी थी, ये तो कमाल, मतलब गोल्ड जीतना इसमें आप अपनी जर्नी याद कीजिए। आपने गन्ने के जो खेत थे वहां नंगे पांव भागना, फिर 800 मीटर का रेस जीतना और वहां से यहां तक आना, बीच में बहुत सारा सफर हुआ। एक वक्त था जब आप सिर्फ नौकरी के लिए कर रहे थे, जो ज्यादातर एथलीट इंडिया में करते हैं। आज आप का एक एम्बिशन भी पूरा हो रहा है। अब आपको गोल्ड मेडल मिला है तो आपको डीएसपी की नौकरी मिल जाएगी, डीएसपी का आपका प्रमोशन हो जाएगा। ये सब कितना सपने जैसा है, कितना सच है?
मतलब मुझे सच में आज बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि मैं मतलब इतना मतलब स्ट्रगल तो हर एक खिलाड़ी की लाइफ में होता है, लेकिन सच में मुझे बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है कि मतलब मेरे मम्मी पापा ने, मेरी मतलब फैमिली ने मुझे एक छोटे से गांव से निकाला है। फिर उसके बाद मुझे मतलब वेस्टर्न रेलवे में जॉब मिली है। तो मैं यही सोचती थी, मुझे ये था कि हाँ, सब ऐसे बोलते थे कि स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन की जल्दी जॉब लग जाती है। तो मैंने सोचा था कि बस मैं मतलब जॉब के लिए स्पोर्ट्स कर रही थी, लेकिन फिर उधर मेरी मतलब जो स्पोर्ट्स ऑफिसर थी उस टाइम पे डायना मैडम, तो मेरा इंटर रेलवे मेडल आया था। मेरे मतलब हमारा एक कंपटीशन होता है इंटर रेलवे, तो उससे 2 दिन पहले मुझे ज्वाइन कराया था। तो वहाँ पे मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया था। तो वहाँ पे मुझे मैडम ने बोला कि अब हमारे पहले मैं मतलब पटियाला एक्सीलेंसी में थी, तो अगर हम मेडल देते हैं ना तो 1 साल वो हमें फ्री छोड़ देते हैं। तो फिर मैं मतलब कि मैडम ने मुझे 1 साल फ्री छोड़ा, लेकिन मुझे मतलब इंजरी हो गई काफ के बराबर वाली बोन में। तो मेरा वो साल अच्छा नहीं गया, लेकिन फिर 2016 में मेरा इंटर स्टेट में गोल्ड मेडल आया, क्योंकि पहले तो सुधा दीदी और ललिता दीदी बहुत अच्छी थी। अगर ये नहीं खेलती थी तो हमारा मेडल आता था। तो फिर उसके बाद मैं 2016 से कंटिन्यू नेशनल कैंप में हूँ, और वहां से जो मतलब कि मुझे सपोर्ट मिला है, जैसे कि हमारी एथलेटिक्स फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया है, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया है, और जो मेरे स्पॉन्सर हैं उनको मैं थैंक यू बोलूंगी कि उनकी वजह से आज मैं यहाँ पे पहुंची हूँ।
फेडरेशन भी, आपका एथलेटिक फेडरेशन की प्लानिंग बहुत अच्छी है।
हाँ जी, हमारे एथलेटिक्स फेडरेशन का मतलब बहुत अच्छे से वो प्लान करते हैं एथलीट के ऊपर, तो उनको मैं स्पेशल थैंक यू बोलूंगी। साई को भी मैं थैंक यू बोलूंगी, और जो मेरा स्पॉन्सर है JSW उसको भी मैं थैंक यू बोलूंगी कि उन सब की वजह से आज मैं यहाँ पे आई हूँ।
और कैसे सेलिब्रेट करना है आपको पारुल?
बस, और जो मतलब मेरी फैमिली है वही फंक्शन वगैरह करेंगे, अब देखो वो कैसे करते हैं। तो अभी मैं 6 को यहाँ से मतलब कि जाऊंगी, 6 को हमारी टिकट है, फिर उसके बाद देखते हैं जी।
आपके मन में और कोई ख्वाहिश है, यहाँ से कुछ लेके जा रही हैं फैमिली के लिए?
हाँ जी, मैं अपनी फैमिली के लिए 2 मेडल लेके जा रही हूँ, अपने इंडिया के लिए 2 मेडल लेके जा रही हूँ। बहुत खुशी हो रही है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। अच्छा, एक आपके जो आपने जैसे हमने शुरू में बात की कि एक डीएसपी बनने की ख्वाहिश थी, और अब आप जो क्राइटेरिया है गोल्ड मेडल यहाँ मिलता है, ये आपके लाइफ का अब तक का बेस्ट मेडल कहेंगे और बेस्ट मुकाम हासिल होगा यहाँ से?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल सर, बेस्ट ही होगा, क्योंकि ये मेडल हमारे मतलब एशियन गेम्स में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होता है, और हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा है, क्योंकि इससे मतलब बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हमारे लिए है। तो ये तो फिर अलग ही है, और सबसे मेन बात है कि हाँ, हमने भारत के लिए इतना मेडल जीता, उन्होंने हमारे मतलब इतना आशीर्वाद दुआएं दी, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हमें।
एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आप इंडिया की पहली वुमेन एथलीट है जो सब 9 आपने 3000 कंप्लीट किया है, और लेकिन ओलंपिक्स के लिए भी क्वालिफाई किया, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स के लिए बुडापेस्ट में आप 11th रही। यहाँ से अगर पेरिस में देखें रियलिस्टिकली, अविनाश सावले भी आपको कहते हैं कि आपका 10 सेकंड बढ़ जाएगा अगर आप फाइनल में दौड़ती है तो, रियलिस्टिकली हम कितना दूर हैं? मतलब अगर ये तो अपने आप में एक आपने हिस्ट्री क्रिएट की, लेकिन कितना दूर हैं हम अगर ओलंपिक के लेवल की बात करें तो?
हाँ जी, अगर हम 900 या 902 या 91 भी हम अगर दौड़ते हैं तो हम हाँ ओलंपिक में ब्रॉन्ज मेडल के लिए लड़ सकते हैं। और मुझे अभी मेरा टाइम 9:15 है, तो मुझे और बेस्ट करना है और अभी मैं उसके लिए प्रिपेयर होंगी, थोड़ा रेस्ट लेके 10-15 दिन रेस्ट लेके फिर मैं ओलंपिक की तैयारी में लगूंगी। तो मैं करूंगी, मैं सोच रही हूँ कि मैं अपना मतलब कि पर्सनल बेस्ट दूं, अपने मतलब जो हमारा मुझे अपनी कमी लगती है थोड़ा वो कमी सुधारूं, फिर दोबारा अपना मतलब अच्छे से रेस्ट लेने के बाद ओलंपिक के प्रिपेयर करना या स्टार्ट कर दूंगी।
अच्छा पारुल, आपका जो गांव है जहाँ पे, वहां पे पहले लोग ताने मारते थे, अब क्या बदलाव आया आपके खेलने से यहाँ तक पहुंचने से? आपके गांव में और लड़कियां आगे बढ़ रही हैं, क्या जो सबसे बड़ा बदलाव क्या देखती है?
अभी मुझे सबसे ज्यादा खुशी होती है कि हमारे गांव से भी एथलीट निकल रहे हैं, जैसे कि लड़कियां भी निकल रही हैं, लड़के भी निकल रहे हैं। तो मुझे सबसे ज्यादा खुशी वही होती है कि हाँ वो बोलते हैं पाउल दीदी कर रही हैं तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते। पाउल दीदी मतलब वो देखते हैं न्यूज वगैरह में देखते हैं तो उनको बहुत अच्छा लगता है। तो वो है ना बहुत मतलब वो भी स्पोर्ट्स में आ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। गांव भी मतलब बोले हैं कि बहुत अच्छा किया, मतलब अभी सबकी वो क्या है कि हाँ ठीक है हम भी अपनी लड़की को स्पोर्ट्स कराएंगे।
ये सबसे बड़ी बात है, सबसे बड़ा बदलाव है। जब आप एक एथलीट बाहर आता है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय लेवल पे, तो आसपास के गांव के जो लोग हैं उनका रवैया बदल जाता है और स्पोर्ट्स को एक मोटिवेशन की तरह से देखते हैं। आप गांव के लिए, अपने मेरठ के लिए, इंडिया के लिए आप रोल मॉडल हैं, इंस्पिरेशन है। पारुल, आपने बहुत शानदार रनिंग की है। अभी जो भी देख रहा है उस रेस को, बार बार हम लोग देख रहे हैं उसको, जापानीज लड़की को जो आप पीछे से 25 मीटर पीछे से आके उसको परास्त किया, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। आप ऐसे ही शाइन करते रहिए और एनडीटीवी से बात करने का बेहद शुक्रिया पारुल।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
Brought to you by Airtel Family Plan, starting ₹599.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास। Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the
Good morning, you're watching NDTV 24x7. The big story we're tracking this morning, ED officials conducting searches at the residence of the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. We'll be joined by our team of reporters. Saurabh Shukla will be joining us from outside Sanjay Singh's residence where the searches are currently underway. Tanima will join us from the newsroom to get you a deep dive into what this entire case is and who all have been arrested in this case till now. All those details coming up. First, take a look at the headlines. India creates a new record at the Asian Games. India achieves the highest ever medal tally at 71. India wins gold in compound archery mixed event, and that led India to the historic medal tally.
Unable to...
Flash floods in Sikkim, 23 army personnel missing, many evacuated, homes, shops, bridges go underwater in Sikkim as the Teesta River's water level abnormally rises overnight. A cloud burst is what's behind this, a cloud burst over the Ladakh Lake in North Sikkim. ED searches underway at the Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh's residence in Delhi. ED searches linked to the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. The Delhi police get 7 days custody of Newsclick founder Prabir Purkayas and Amit Chakravarti, the HR head, after they were arrested last night. Horror stories emerging from the government hospital in Maharashtra's Nanded, where 31 patients died with a span of 48 hours. Patients allege lack of medicine and staff crunch. Administration denies the charge. NDTV ground report shows you the reality. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says they are not looking to escalate matters with India. This amid buzz over India asking Canada to scale down diplomatic presence in the country.
They are to support...
Our lead story, the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at the residence of the Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament, Sanjay Singh. My colleague Saurabh Shukla is joining us from right outside the residence of Sanjay Singh, where these searches are currently happening. And Saurabh, till now, Sanjay Singh was not questioned in this case. His residence was not searched in this case, even though several other Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been questioned. In fact, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister has been arrested. Tell us what's happening there right now. The searches started early this morning.
Absolutely, we'll just show you these visuals. The paramilitary force has been deployed here right outside Sanjay Singh's residence. In fact, his father was out, and when he started giving statement to the media, then a team of officials came out and got him inside the premises. So as of now, I've been told that they are searching the office of Sanjay Singh's residence right now. Very interesting story if you talk about Sanjay Singh. Sanjay Singh, initially he was not named as the accused in ED's charge sheet, but his name was mentioned on a statement given by Dinesh Arora, who is one of the accused, now an approver of ED in this whole case. In fact, he was approver of CBI in this case, and yesterday ED made him the approver, and court gave that permission. So Dinesh Arora gave a statement saying that just before assembly elections of Delhi, Sanjay Singh, Dinesh Arora is a liquor businessman, he's a liquor player. Dinesh Arora, who was in touch with Sanjay Singh, Aam Aadmi Party's MP, Sanjay Singh introduced him and other liquor businessmen of Delhi to Manish Sisodia in a fundraising event just before elections, and then Manish Sisodia kept meeting Dinesh Arora and others, and Manish Sisodia promised that once they come back to the power, then they will make a liquor policy which will benefit these liquor players. So there was just one mention of Sanjay Singh, and in May there was ED surveys on the residences of 3 close associates of Sanjay Singh, Ajit Tyagi, Sarvesh Mishra and Vivek. their phones were confiscated, their houses were searched, and after that, right here at the spot where I am standing, Sanjay Singh placed a poster saying that I welcome ED at my residence. And after May, today it happened. One more important thing in this whole case, when his name appeared in ED's charge sheet, not as accused, then Sanjay Singh wrote a letter to Director ED and to Finance Secretary as well, saying that he has no role in liquor case, but intentionally, with malified intentions, ED officers have placed his name in the charge sheet, and Dinesh Arora, who is approver, he has taken his name, but not as an accused. He just, in his statement, he just said that he was introduced to Manish Sisodia by Sanjay Singh, but his name was not clarified, and by this, ED is giving him a bad name. He is a member of parliament, and after that, you remember that ED had written a letter to Sanjay Singh, and they have said that by mistake his name was there in the charge sheet, and now today ED is conducting this searches. This search started at 6 in the morning. Currently Sanjay Singh is inside, his wife Anita Singh is inside, his father and his mother. There are 4 people who are inside. All his associates are out. They were already raided, they were out, their phones were confiscated. As of now, there's no statement from Aam Aadmi Party or Delhi government. They might come with a statement in this case. That Manish Sisodia is already behind the bar. Satinder Jain is also already behind the bar. In this case, few players from South India lobby, Abhishek Banerjee II, Samir Pillai, in fact, one son of MP, VIII Congress's MP, Mugunta Reddy was also behind the bar. He was given bail few days back. So it's an important, significant development, and let's see what happens, because Sanjay Singh is an important voice of that united alliance called India. So soon we'll see statements from the opposition leaders as well, and today politics will revolve around this ED raid which is currently happening at Sanjay Singh's residence.
Right, and Saurabh, along with being a vocal voice of the India group, along with that, Sanjay Singh is also the lone member of parliament in the Rajya Sabha of the Aam Aadmi Party. So that just highlights the importance of this entire development, and we'll keep coming back to you, Saurabh, for more. As Saurabh has been telling us that the searches started at 6 a.m. in the morning. So it's been about 4 hours and the searches are still underway. But let's just now try and understand what this entire case is and what all has happened in terms of investigation in this case till now. For that, Tanima Biswas is joining us in the newsroom. And Tanima, help us understand this case till now. We are seeing those visuals that Saurabh was referring to earlier, that Sanjay Singh had put out a picture earlier this year welcoming the Enforcement Directorate to his residence, and he had said that I'm not scared of the Enforcement Directorate. He had put up this picture earlier this year, and now the Enforcement Directorate is actually there conducting searches. So Tanima, help us understand this Delhi liquor policy alleged scam. What all has happened in this case till now? Who all have been questioned? We know the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister was arrested in this case. Give us a lowdown on this entire case and its timeline.
Right, Priyanshi, as you rightly mentioned that, there have been several big names which have in fact been involved in this entire investigation. Some like Sanjay Singh, as Saurabh was also pointing out, have not been named as an accused in the charge sheet at any level so far, but his name had cropped up in the statement of one of the accused who later turned to be an approver. Now, what we do know is the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi government, has of course defended this entire policy, essentially saying that this would actually eradicate any sort of liquor cartel, any sort of presence of liquor mafia in the national capital by introducing more privatization of liquor vends across Delhi. But what the BJP has in fact protested also on this matter for several months now, essentially saying that this is actually some sort of corruption nexus that Delhi government is getting into with several restaurant owners. And as we have in fact seen that the Delhi LG actually ordered for an inquiry inquiry after certain concerns were raised by the Chief Secretary as well. So this is, of course, in terms of the backgrounder as to what led to some of these concerns, which in turn led to both the CBI case as well as the Enforcement Directorate case. Now remember, these searches which are taking place today are being conducted by the ED. The ED, of course, is looking at the money laundering angle in this entire matter. There has to be some sort of a funds trail which they are looking at, and whether or not they can connect the dots to Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. As again Saurabh was pointing out, that the witness, the accused turned approver rather, who took Sanjay Singh's name, essentially said that he worked as a mediator. He actually helped several restaurant owners to meet then Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia, and a lot of other funds, according to this statement, was routed via Sanjay Singh. Those are some of the allegations. Very important to note that prior to this, there has not been any summons, no questioning of Sanjay Singh till now. This is the first time that the Enforcement Directorate team has actually landed up at the Aam Aadmi Party MP's house. No kind of notice given either of requesting him to join the investigation. So possibly, we are hoping that they would soon come out with any details of what is the fresh evidence that they have got, which has led them to the doorstep of Sanjay Singh today early this morning. And as we know, and Saurabh is also keeping an eye on it, the searches are still continuing. Priyanshi.
And Tanua, you've helped us understand who all have been questioned in this case, what this case is all about. The CBI has alleged that there was money involved to the tune of crores of rupees that the Aam Aadmi Party made by giving these liquor vents to some private people, and also there was a South lobby that they say was included. And tell us about the timeline of this case till now. We know that in the month of February, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Manish Sisodia, was arrested by the CBI. But this case has been going on since 2022. 2021 is when this policy was launched, and then the Aam Aadmi Party ended up taking it back after there were these serious allegations made against them. So just take us through the timeline a bit.
Right, Priyanshi, if we can divide as you rightly said, that the investigation part actually started from last year. But if we can really look at it this way, we can actually divide this entire phase into these 2 years. What majorly happened in 2021-22 essentially is the fact that the investigation actually started on this entire matter. The fact that I was mentioning that several concerns were raised about Delhi government shifting from a particular regime which had worked very well, where there was less privatization of these liquor vents under the Delhi government, but the liquor policy that Delhi government, the Aam Aadmi Party ruled Delhi government introduced, in fact, encouraged more privatization of these 860 plus liquor vents, which they wanted to bring about from last year itself. But the policy, of course, is on hold because of all these investigations and concerns which had been raised by several quarters, as I mentioned, at the Chief Secretary level, who reports to Delhi LG, then, of course, by the BJP, which has protested on this matter as well, saying this is actually AAP nexus with the liquor mafia. That's what they have been alleging. So one part is, of course, the investigation. Now coming to the heavyweights and who have been questioned / arrested. Manish Sisodia's arrest actually took place in March this year. Again, we have seen the ED going to his house and questioning him several times prior to that. Searches also were conducted at then Delhi Deputy CM's residence. But his arrest took place in March. Again in March, we have seen that they have questioned BRS leader K. Kavita. The South cartel, the South group nexus, again, another aspect that the ED as well as the CBI have been looking into this matter, that there are certain people, influential politicians, as well as restaurateurs, as well as businessmen, who apparently are also part of this nexus in the Delhi liquor scam. They have some of them have been, of course, arrested. There's a Hyderabad-based businessman who was also arrested in March, allegedly part of the South group. But more prominently and importantly, BRS leader K. Kavita was also questioned back in March this year. And now what we can see, of course, is that Aam Aadmi MP Sanjay Singh's the first time ever that the ED has actually swooped down on his residence and conducted searches. They have started just a short while back, earlier, couple of hours back rather, and it might continue through the whole day today. Generally, by procedure, what usually happens in such cases, Priyanshi, that they are of course going to ask for documents, but might also do some sort of a preliminary questioning of Sanjay Singh, or whether or not he's going to be officially summoned for questioning now, that remains to be seen.
Right, and Tanima, as you've mentioned about evidence, the Aam Aadmi Party has been repeatedly alleging that though there have been multiple rounds of questioning and searches, the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate have now not found any evidence. That's what AAP is saying. And that's why they call this political targeting. But let's listen into what the BJP is saying, because the Aam Aadmi Party alleges that the BJP is using CBI and ED as agents of the central government to quash the opposition and to suppress the opposition. So let's listen in to what the BJP's response is. This is the Delhi BJP President, Mr. Virendra Sachdeva.
हम पहले दिन से कहते आ रहे थे कि दिल्ली की जनता को इन्होंने लूटा है और इस शराब घोटाले की आड़ में करोड़ों रुपए कमाए हैं। इस चार्जशीट में पहले से संजय सिंह का नाम था, लेकिन कल जब इस शराब घोटाले के मुख्य अभियुक्त दिनेश अरोड़ा और वाईएसआर के नेता राघव मंगूटा रेड्डी ने सरकारी गवाह बनने की ठानी, तो उसके बाद से ये तय है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सभी साथी, उन सबके चेहरे भी बेनकाब होंगे और ये सभी अपराधी जल्द ही अपने सही ठिकाने पर होंगे।
We'll keep a close watch on this big story of the day, but for now, moving on to the other big story. The Delhi police has gotten 7 days of custody of Newsclick founder Prabir Purkayastha and the HR head of Newsclick, Mr. Chakravarti. Now, remember, both of these heads of the news portal Newsclick were arrested yesterday under charges and anti-terror charges under the stringent UAPA law. Now, the Delhi police has now got 7 days of custody of both the accused. So the founder and the HR head of the news platform Newsclick will be in the custody of the Delhi police for the next 7 days. My colleague Arvind Kejriwal joining us for more details on this. And Arvind, Mr. Prabir Purkayastha and Amit Chakravarti both were arrested yesterday by the Delhi police. Now a 7 days custody for them. Take us through this latest development, also the charges against them.
Delhi police, after arresting Prabir Purkayastha, who is the founder and editor-in-chief of Newsclick, along with Amit Chakravarti, who is the head of HR in Newsclick, both of them were arrested by the Delhi police late last night after day-long searches at their premises in connection with this new case that was registered by the Delhi police on August 17th. Both of them were produced before the competent court today, and the Delhi police sought 15 days of custody, and the court has granted them 7 days custody. So after court order, both of them have been brought to the special cell office, and both of them will be questioned by the Delhi police special cell. So this particular case was registered on August 17, invoking charges of anti-terror law, which is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, along with Section 153A of IPC and 120B of IPC, which is promoting enmity between two groups and criminal conspiracy. So what you are being told is that the funding from foreign companies that was received by Newsclick is currently under the investigation, and an Enforcement Directorate, which has been probing the affairs of Newsclick, has returned to Delhi police, and based on that only this FIR was registered. And according to ED's probe, that the companies that actually funded Newsclick to the tune of around 38 crore within a span of 3 years has alleged Chinese links, and that's why the agency is saying that the funds were used to influence the content on Newsclick in favor of China. And that seems to be the genesis of this investigation that the agency has initiated. So almost 46 people associated with Newsclick were raided by Delhi police yesterday. That also include prominent journalists, senior journalists, and almost 9 women journalists were also searched, and the electronic devices have been seized by Delhi police. So now the agency has taken custody of both Prabir Purkayastha and Amit Chakravarti, and both of them will be questioned for 7 days by Delhi police.
Arvind, thanks very much for joining us with those details. We'll keep a close watch on what happens next for the Newsclick founder and the HR head, both in Delhi police custody for the next 7 days now. But moving on to the other big story that's rather concerning, coming in from the northeastern state of Sikkim, which is witnessing flash floods. 23 army personnel have gone missing after a cloud burst near a lake in Sikkim. Now, because of this, the Teesta water level abnormally went up overnight, and that's why several houses, shops and bridges have gone underwater. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is joining us for more details on this. And Saurabh, extremely concerning state that we're looking at, even in those visuals. 23 army personnel are missing, and the latest that we are getting is also that the state capital of Gangtok has been completely cut off by road because of this flooding.
Well, you know, obviously the Teesta is a river that flows through all of Sikkim. Starts in the northern reaches of Sikkim and then of course flows down south and then of course comes all the way into West Bengal and then flows into Bangladesh. That's the route of the river. Now, what has happened is that the Ladakh Lake, which is a glacial lake in the northern reaches of Sikkim, there was a cloudburst. As a result, heavy rainfall leading to water flowing down and then of course water subsequently being released from the Chungthang Dam. And that, of course, led to, a flash flood kind of situation further downstream in an area called Bardang, where several army vehicles were parked and 23 army personnel are missing. Rescue and relief operations are on. Further down, there's also, Singtam. And Singtam is a town, of course, again on the banks of Teesta, and therefore a lot of sludge and a lot of slurry from the overflowing river has also entered houses and shops there. Sikkim Chief Minister Prem Kumar Tamang was in Singtam this morning. He said that rescue and relief operations are on. Rescue and relief operations to locate those 23 missing army personnel are also on. But the flood situation is grim in Sikkim, and it's also very, very worrying because this is a river that flows from the north to the south, and of course it traverses through the states of Sikkim, West Bengal before eventually flowing into Bangladesh. So an alert has been issued for further places downstream in West Bengal as well. And also right now the focus is on rescue and relief operations. The cloudburst near the Ladakh Lake leading to heavy flow of water, further release of water from the Chungthang Dam. Chungthang also has suffered connectivity issues. A village called Balutar has seen some damage. Also, the Indrani Bridge in Singtam, Indrani Bridge, we've been given to believe, has also gone underwater. So, a grim situation in Sikkim, and 23 army personnel missing now.
Saurav, thanks very much for joining us with those details. An extremely concerning situation there in Sikkim. We'll keep coming back to you to get the latest updates from Sikkim. But we'll take a short break now. More news coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
इस बार तो खैर एक इलेक्शन प्लान है कि समाज कल्याण जो योजना
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे. हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
Covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology.
Bringing you stories
Welcome back. Now to a shocking story in the hospital in Maharashtra's Nanded, in which 30 people died within just 48 hours. 16 of them were infants. Now, after the family had alleged that the deaths happened due to a shortage of staff and due to a shortage of medicines and bad conditions in the hospital, the officials and the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also claimed that there's no lack of medications. But now an NDTV ground report has found the reality of this hospital in Nanded, and NDTV's Pooja Bharadwaj is in Nanded, and she found out that in this hospital the conditions are in fact bad that pigs and dogs are roaming inside this district hospital. Take a look at her ground report.
क्या नाम है सर आपका और आपके साथ क्या हुआ यहाँ पर, क्या बताना चाहेंगे?
मारुति पाटिल धुमाल मेरा नाम, यहाँ से छुए। हमारा पेशेंट बसमत से आया, उप जिला रुग्णालय से यहाँ पे। तो वहाँ पे वो डॉक्टर ने क्या बोले हमारे को, तुम्हारे पेशेंट अभी वो हमारा डिलीवरी पेशेंट है, तो उनको बोले कि तुम्हारे पेशेंट के 88,000 सफ़ेद पेशा है, तुम रेफरेंस करो नांदेड़ को जिला रुग्णालय पे। यहाँ भी आए तो अभी 166,000 बता रहे, तो हमारे को समझ रहा नहीं। फिर डॉक्टर लोग का चल रहा है ये, इधर अभी चेक करे तो 166,000 बात कर रहे, बोल रहे 63,000, उधर 28,000 बोल रहे। क्या मतलब क्या है, डॉक्टर है कि क्या है? फिर ये इनका क्या चल रहा है, ये हमारे को समझ रहे। कल हमारे यहाँ पे अब यहाँ पूरी दुर्गंधी है, और यहाँ अंदर लोगों को आने देते, लोगों को इतना त्रास है, यहाँ पे बात कर सकते हो, इतने लोग परेशान है यहाँ पे। तो कल हमारे यहाँ पे 24 पेशेंट मर गए, 24 पेशेंट मर गए कल।
आपके साथ क्या हुआ, अपनी आप बीती बताइएगा। यहाँ पर एक ये भी शिकायत हो रही है कि जो बड़े डॉक्टर्स हैं वो नहीं अटेंड कर पा रहे हैं, ट्रेनी डॉक्टर्स देख रहे हैं।
यहाँ ये सिविल में कैसा है, वो मेडिकल कॉलेज है, यहाँ पे ज़्यादा लोग एज करते, प्रैक्टिस लेते, ट्रेनी डॉक्टर्स यहाँ पे। हाँ, तो यहाँ पे हमारा का कहना इतना है कि यहाँ पे स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टर,
आपके पेशेंट को कौन अटेंड कर रहा है? ट्रेनी डॉक्टर अटेंड कर रहे हैं?
ट्रेनी डॉक्टर अटेंड करे। हमारा का कहना इतना है कि यहाँ पे स्पेशल डॉक्टर होना, पुस्तिगर है ना, उसमें स्पेशल डॉक्टर, यहाँ डॉक्टर की बहुत कम है।
तो ट्रेनी डॉक्टर होने की वजह से क्या तकलीफ आ रही है आपके पेशेंट को? क्या आप क्या कंडीशन देख रहे हैं उनकी?
नहीं ना, वो पढ़ाई में परेशान होना, या ट्रीटमेंट ज़्यादा अच्छी मिल रही है ना उसमें। यहाँ पे डॉक्टर स्पेशलिस्ट होना, यहाँ पे डॉक्टर की बहुत कमी है स्पेशल सभी वार्ड में, एक ही ये वार्ड बोल के नहीं है, सब वार्ड में पेशेंट को अच्छी तरह से ट्रीटमेंट मिल रही नहीं। यहाँ पे सीनियर डॉक्टर होना।
We'll take a quick break now, but don't go anywhere as we have lots more news coming up.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else.
Welcome back. We are getting breaking news from Chennai. There is a network outage at the airport in Chennai, and because of this network outage for the last 3 hours, several international departures have been delayed this morning. The airport network outage at the airport has been confirmed by the authorities, and the authorities say that the issue has been sorted and the operations are now resuming. My colleague Sam Daniel will join us on the phone line, but before that, let's just look at what the impact has been. So Sam Daniel has been reporting that the outage has lasted for the last 3 hours, and because of that, several flights have been delayed, several departures have been delayed early this morning. My colleague Sam Daniel is here with us on the phone line from Chennai, and Sam, you're telling us that the authorities now say that the issue has been sorted. So have the operations resumed normally? And tell us, what was the impact till now for 3 hours?
Priyanshi, we understand at least 9 departures, international departures from the Chennai International Airport were delayed because of this outage, because the individual airlines had to resort to manual check-in during this outage process, and they blame it on what they call as fluctuations in the firewall of the Terminal 1 at the Chennai airport, leading to this kind of situation. Authorities immediately intervened. After 3 hours, they say now the issue has been sorted. The operations are smooth now. They're also investigating what exactly went wrong so that they can fix it to avert this kind of a situation. Certainly, it was a kind of an inconvenience for passengers at the Chennai International Airport who were flying back out of Chennai probably at the end of that long weekend.
Sam Daniel, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So at least 9 flights, their departures were delayed because of this network outage, but now authorities say the operations are resuming. Now moving on to a very important story from Ladakh. There are local polls being held there for the first time since the abrogation of Article 370 back in the year 2019. Now Dras, which is the world's second coldest inhabited place, is gripped by this election fever and is polling today. This is the first Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council elections in Kargil after Article 370 was scrapped and Ladakh was made a separate union territory in August 2019. This election is a fight between the BJP and a combined opposition of the National Conference and the Congress Party. Moving on now, amid escalating tensions between India and Canada, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau seems to be extending an olive branch. He says that they are not looking to escalate matters with India. This comes amid buzz over India asking Canada to scale down diplomatic presence in the country. Remember, there has been a massive diplomatic row between both the countries ever since the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had alleged that the Indian government was behind the killing of the Khalistani extremist Hardeep Singh Nijjar on Canadian soil. Charges which the Indian government has vehemently denied. My colleague Kadambani will get us more details, but first listen in to Justin Trudeau.
We're not looking to escalate. As I've said, we are going to be doing the work that matters in continuing to have constructive relations with India through this extremely difficult time.
Well, yes, and also if you look at the statement of their Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, she has also said that when the situation is tense, the situation is not okay between the two countries, which it is, and at that time diplomats are needed on the ground. Now, what India has been saying is that there has to be a parity after this spat broke out about the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the Khalistani. India has maintained that there ought to be parity between the numbers of diplomats. Now, India has around 20 diplomats in Canada, in 12 in Ottawa, and the rest in the consulates in Toronto and Vancouver, while for Canada the numbers are much more. But it is also because of the fact that there are much higher number of Indian students and others who go to Canada for studies and different family reasons. But now the situation seems to be getting more difficult for these people, and we have to remember that the migrants who have gone there, the people who are settled there, are of Indian origin, and they're also the voters and constituents of Justin Trudeau's party and the parties he is taking support from. So this is a difficult situation for them as well, because if the situation remains tense, will there be a vote bank at all after this? Will it turn on him? Even that is a question. But India is sticking to its guns, and India and the sources are saying that the parity is needed, because the diplomats who are here, the Canadian diplomats, India is accusing them of interfering in India's internal matters.
Moving on to the other big international story now, a handful of Republicans in the United States House of Representatives have ousted the Republican Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, as the party infighting plunged Congress into further chaos just days after it narrowly averted a government shutdown. Now, the 216 to 210 vote marked the first time in the history that the House removed its leader, with 8 Republicans voting with 208 Democrats to remove McCarthy.
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, will each control. But I would say, think long and hard. That I reserve the balance of my time. On this vote, the yeas are 216. The nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
We'll take a short break now, but on the other side, Osama Shah will join us with some great news. And Osama, India has created history at the Asian Games.
Well, India has created history, and India is on the way to create even more history, because this time the slogan of "Is baar 100 par," well, it does look like that we are going to reach that mark.
So we'll come back with that great news. Do stay tuned.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting, so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पार.
Last time India reached its highest medals tally was in 2018 in Jakarta. And going by what we have seen right now, it looks like we are well and truly on our way of realizing that dream of Is Baar 100 Paar. The dream of crossing that 100 medals mark doesn't look far-fetched at this point of time. This is India's biggest ever medal haul at a single edition of the Asian Games, 70 plus and counting. India, remember, had 170 medals at the 2018 Asian Games in Jakarta, and when Ram Babu and Manju Rani crossed that finish line of their 35-meter race walk event and won a bronze, we equal that record. This has been a stellar campaign for India, and with compound archery, with the compound archery gold, we crossed that tally and of a single edition. Jyoti Surekha winner and Ojas Praveen clinched gold in the compound mixed team archery. Remember, India has also confirmed its medals in archery, squash, boxing, etc. And going by the number, if events India is in all the events that India is still competing, like wrestling, cricket, and how we can forget our very own Olympic and world champion Neeraj Chopra, that tally is only going to grow. India have so far won 16 gold medals, 26 silver medals, and 29 bronze medals in this Asian Games. The shooting and athletics contingents have been the biggest contributors to India's best ever Asian Games campaign. India have got 22 medals in shooting and 23 so far in athletics. India have already ensured 4 medals. They have 3 more medals confirmed in the individual events of archery, 2 of which can be gold. India has also assured medals in squash. So it does look like that even if we don't win any more medals, it will still be 78 and much more than the last time at the Asian Games. We are joined by our guest at this point of time, Poonam Beniwal. Poonam Beniwal, welcome and congratulations. What does this performance do to establish India as a growing sports power?
See, being India as a growing sports power, we need a sports culture. And slowly and steadily, we are trying to build that. This is not overnight work. We are, breaching our records. So this is like the grassroots development work we have done, the development work we have done at the elite stage as well. So if you see the participants list, there are 123 Khelo India athletes participating in Asian Games. And already 8 of them has confirmed the medal. And if you see the pyramid, after the Khelo India, we have got the tops development. We have got 58 development athletes participating in Asian Games. And top of that, top of the pinnacle, who are probable for participating and winning medal in Olympics, 57 athletes who are from top score group, they are participating in these Asian Games. And one more important thing I would like to quote here, 13 athletes are those who have been the Khelo India athlete in 1920, and they have been promoted to tops development group and core group, and they have also confirmed the medal. So this is like not overnight work, and our athletes are doing day by day, they are doing better day by day. And this is the sports culture we are building. It's like athlete-centric, coach-driven, sports sciences supported, and IT managed. We are on right track.
We are on the right track, like you rightly mentioned. And you also talked about the landscape, the grassroots efforts that have come into sports, into growing different sports. How do you think this achievement is going to change that landscape of sports in India from now on?
See, in sports, as I mentioned earlier, we need a sports culture. And sports culture is built by each and every person involved in developing that sports culture. It's not only the government, it's the parents, it's the coaches, sports scientists, the infrastructure required. Now the government is working on all the aspects required for the development of sports in India. When I used to play, I was national champion, and the sports facilities 20 years back, and right now there is a huge difference. If you see the National Center of Excellence today, we have got the sports sciences equipment. Recently, we have spent 50 crore rupees for the development sports sciences. So a huge development here.
Right. India has also won medals in sports that are very little known, that might not have a culture in this particular country, something like roller skating. There is still work to be done on that front because some of these athletes, they are traveling from one state to another just to practice. Do you feel the government needs to work on that front as well? And is there a plan to do that? Poonam Beniwal, there are certain sports that have featured in this edition where India has excelled for the first time. Something like a roller skating event, but these events, a lot of these events, because they are new, not talked about a lot. Do you feel there still needs to be work done on building an infrastructure there as well?
Yeah, sure. For the, as I mentioned earlier, for the development of sports, we need the infrastructure, sports sciences, facilities, coaches. So, India has, right now we have high priority sports, and then we have got this podium Olympic sports as well. And apart from that, the emerging sports. So whatever required is being done for the required sports to be developed.
Right. Are you kind of surprised that India has won medals where it was least expected?
No, it was like we were expecting medals from these sports. It was not key. They were not in our prediction.
Yeah.
They were in our predictions. Like you see the equestrian medal. After 41 years, we have won the medal over there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these are the sports. And kabaddi is there. We're gonna do better over there. And also the squash is there. There are many more sports where India is performing well. Which are not in Olympics, even then we are performing better over there.
Yeah. All these athletes, they have given their sweat and tears, and but when you talk about the athletics specifically, which athletes, according to you, have surprised you?
I mean, not the surprise. They were in our prediction. We were predicting and there were probability of doing better because we have seen the efforts provided to them. We have seen the coaches and athletes doing the work like Avinash Savle, Parul Chaudhary. They have been training since the last 5-6 months in Colorado Springs. Anurani is there. She was training in Europe. So she gave her season best, personal best, 62 point something. I mean, this is not overnight work. We were assured, on the NDTV only, we have said we are going to give our best ever performance. So we were confident about it. And hopefully 3 more days are there. We are going to perform better and better.
Well, like you say, 3 more days to go. Do you feel is bar 100 par, is that going to happen?
Yeah, sure. We'll do that.
All right. Poonam Beniwal, thank you very much for joining us. Parul Chaudhary, who has been one of those athletes who have excelled for India and won a gold in women's 5,000 meters. For the first time, India has won a gold in this particular event. My colleague Vimal Mohan had a word with the champion.
पारुल ने धमाका किया है चाइना के हांगझोउ शहर में, पहले सिल्वर और उसके बाद गोल्ड। पारुल, सबसे पहले तो जो आखिरी 50 मीटर है जहां पे आपने जापानीज खिलाड़ी जो है रिरिका उनको परास्त किया, लगा ही नहीं कि आपको लगा कि फिर से नई स्टार्ट ले रही है, कमाल की रेस थी। वो जरा एक्सप्लेन करें अगर दर्शक जानना चाहें कि कैसे वो लास्ट में आपने जो 50 मीटर कवर किया।
मतलब कि मुझे था कि मैं लास्ट कर जाऊंगी, लेकिन वो लड़की भी टाइट हो गई थी। फिर मुझे लगा कि नहीं, आज तो मैं देश के लिए गोल्ड मेडल जीत सकती हूँ। तो मुझे अंदर से ही था कि मैं लास्ट में तो कवर करूंगी ही करूंगी। लास्ट में 10 मीटर पे भी मुझे पूरा ये करना था कि हाँ, मुझे बस देश के लिए जीतना है मेडल, मेरे माइंड में यही था। बिल्कुल। और आप पहले सिल्वर जीत चुकी थी, ये तो कमाल, गोल्ड जीतना इसमें आप अपनी जर्नी याद कीजिए। आपने गन्ने के जो खेत थे वहां नंगे पांव भागना, फिर 800 मीटर का रेस जीतना और वहां से यहां तक आना, बीच में बहुत सारा सफर हुआ। एक वक्त था जब आप सिर्फ नौकरी के लिए कर रहे थे, जो ज्यादातर एथलीट इंडिया में करते हैं। आज आप का एक एम्बिशन भी पूरा हो रहा है। अब आपको गोल्ड मेडल मिला है तो आपको डीएसपी की नौकरी मिल जाएगी, डीएसपी का आपका प्रमोशन हो जाएगा। ये सब कितना सपने जैसा है, कितना सच है? मुझे सच में आज बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि मैं इतना स्ट्रगल तो हर एक खिलाड़ी की लाइफ में होता है, लेकिन सच में मुझे बहुत अच्छा फील हो रहा है कि मेरे मम्मी पापा ने, मेरी फैमिली ने मुझे एक छोटे से गांव से निकाला है। फिर उसके बाद मुझे वेस्टर्न रेलवे में जॉब मिली है, तो मैं यही सोचती थी, मुझे ये था कि हाँ, सब ऐसे बोलते थे कि स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन की जल्दी जॉब लग जाती है। तो मैंने सोचा था कि बस मैं जॉब के लिए स्पोर्ट्स कर रही थी, लेकिन फिर उधर मेरी मतलब जो स्पोर्ट्स ऑफिसर थी उस टाइम पे डायना मैडम, तो मेरा इंटर रेलवे मेडल आया था। मेरे मतलब हमारा एक कंपटीशन होता है इंटर रेलवे, तो उससे 2 दिन पहले मुझे ज्वाइन कराया था, तो वहाँ पे मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया था। तो वहाँ पे मुझे मैडम ने बोला कि अब हम पहले मैं मतलब पटियाला एक्सीलेंसी में थी, तो अगर हम मेडल देते हैं ना तो 1 साल वो हमें फ्री छोड़ देते हैं। तो फिर मैं मतलब कि मैडम ने मुझे 1 साल फ्री छोड़ा, लेकिन मुझे मतलब इंजरी हो गई काफ के बराबर वाली बोन में, तो मेरा वो साल अच्छा नहीं गया। लेकिन फिर 2016 में मेरा इंटर स्टेट में गोल्ड मेडल आया, क्योंकि पहले तो सुधा दीदी और ललिता दीदी बहुत अच्छी थी, अगर ये नहीं खेलती थी तो हमारा मेडल आता था। तो फिर उसके बाद मैं 2016 से कंटिन्यू नेशनल कैंप में हूँ, और वहां से जो मतलब कि मुझे सपोर्ट मिला है, जैसे कि हमारी एथलेटिक्स फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया है, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया है, और जो मेरे स्पॉन्सर हैं उनको मैं थैंक यू बोलूंगी कि उनकी वजह से आज मैं यहाँ पे पहुंची हूँ।
फेडरेशन भी, आपका एथलेटिक फेडरेशन की प्लानिंग बहुत अच्छी है।
हाँ जी, हमारे एथलेटिक्स फेडरेशन का मतलब बहुत अच्छे से वो प्लान करते हैं एथलीट के ऊपर,
ललित
तो
बनोट है।
उनको मैं स्पेशल थैंक यू बोलूंगी। साई को भी मैं थैंक यू बोलूंगी, और जो मेरा स्पॉन्सर है JSW उसको भी मैं थैंक यू बोलूंगी कि उन सब की वजह से आज मैं यहाँ पे आई हूँ।
और कैसे सेलिब्रेट करना है आपको पारुल?
बस, और जो मतलब मेरी फैमिली है वही फंक्शन वगैरह करेंगे, अब देखो वो कैसे करते हैं। तो अभी मैं 6 को यहाँ से मतलब कि जाऊंगी, 6 को हमारी टिकट है, फिर उसके बाद देखते हैं जी।
आपके मन में और कोई ख्वाहिश है, यहाँ से कुछ लेके जा रही हैं फैमिली के लिए?
हाँ जी, मैं अपनी फैमिली के लिए 2 मेडल लेके जा रही हूँ, अपने इंडिया के लिए 2 मेडल लेके जा रही हूँ, बहुत खुशी हो रही है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। अच्छा, एक आपके जो आपने जैसे हमने शुरू में बात की कि एक DSP बनने की ख्वाहिश थी, और अब आप जो क्राइटेरिया है गोल्ड मेडल यहाँ मिलता है, ये आपके लाइफ का अब तक का बेस्ट मेडल कहेंगे और बेस्ट मुकाम हासिल होगा यहाँ से?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल सर, बेस्ट ही होगा, क्योंकि ये मेडल हमारे मतलब एशियन गेम्स में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होता है, और हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा है, क्योंकि इससे मतलब बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हमारे लिए है। तो ये तो फिर अलग ही है, और सबसे मेन बात है कि हाँ, हमने भारत के लिए इतना मेडल जीता, उन्होंने हमारे मतलब इतना आशीर्वाद दुआएं दी, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हमें।
एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आप इंडिया की पहली विमेन एथलीट है जो सब 9 आपने 3000 कंप्लीट किया है, और लेकिन ओलंपिक्स के लिए भी क्वालिफाई किया, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स के लिए बुडापेस्ट में आप 11th रही। यहाँ से अगर पेरिस में देखें रियलिस्टिकली, अविनाश साबले भी आपको कहते हैं कि आपका 10 सेकंड बढ़ जाएगा अगर आप फाइनल में दौड़ती है, तो रियलिस्टिकली हम कितना दूर हैं? मतलब अगर ये तो अपने आप में एक आपने हिस्ट्री क्रिएट की, लेकिन कितना दूर है हम अगर ओलंपिक के लेवल की बात करें तो?
हाँ जी, अगर हम 900 या 902 या 91 भी हम अगर दौड़ते हैं, तो हम हाँ ओलंपिक में ब्रॉन्ज मेडल के लिए लड़ सकते हैं। और मुझे अभी मेरा टाइम 9:15 है, तो मुझे और बेस्ट करना है, और अभी मैं उसके लिए प्रिपेयर होंगी, थोड़ा रेस्ट लेके 10-15 दिन रेस्ट लेके फिर मैं ओलंपिक की तैयारी में लगूंगी। तो मैं करूंगी, मैं सोच रही हूँ कि मैं अपना मतलब कि पर्सनल बेस्ट दूं, अपने मतलब जो हमारा मुझे अपनी कमी लगती है थोड़ा वो कमी सुधारूं, फिर दोबारा अपना मतलब अच्छे से रेस्ट लेने के बाद ओलंपिक के प्रिपेयर करना या स्टार्ट कर दूंगी।
अच्छा पारुल, आपका जो गांव है जहाँ पे, वहां पे पहले लोग ताने मारते थे, अब क्या बदलाव आया आपके खेलने से यहाँ तक पहुंचने से? आपके गांव में और लड़कियां आगे बढ़ रही हैं, क्या जो सबसे बड़ा बदलाव क्या देखती है?
अभी मुझे सबसे ज्यादा खुशी होती है कि हमारे गांव से भी एथलीट निकल रहे हैं, जैसे कि लड़कियां भी निकल रही हैं, लड़के भी निकल रहे हैं, तो मुझे सबसे ज्यादा खुशी वही होती है कि हाँ वो बोलते हैं पाउल दीदी कर रही हैं तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते। पाउल दीदी मतलब वो देखते हैं न्यूज वगैरह में देखते हैं, तो उनको बहुत अच्छा लगता है, तो वो है ना बहुत मतलब वो भी स्पोर्ट्स में आ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। गांव भी मतलब बोले हैं कि बहुत अच्छा किया, मतलब अभी सबकी वो क्या है कि हाँ ठीक है हम भी अपनी लड़की को स्पोर्ट्स कराएंगे।
ये सबसे बड़ी बात है, सबसे बड़ा बदलाव है। जब आप एक एथलीट बाहर आता है अंतरराष्ट्रीय लेवल पे, तो आसपास के गांव के जो लोग हैं उनका रवैया बदल जाता है, और स्पोर्ट्स को एक मोटिवेशन की तरह से देखते हैं। आप गांव के लिए, अपने मेरठ के लिए, इंडिया के लिए आप रोल मॉडल हैं, इंस्पिरेशन है। पारुल, आपने बहुत शानदार रनिंग की है। अभी जो भी देख रहा है उस रेस को, बार बार हम लोग देख रहे हैं उसको, जापानीज लड़की को जो आप पीछे से 25 मीटर पीछे से आके उसको वो उसको परास्त किया। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। आप ऐसे ही शाइन करते रहिए और एनडीटीवी से बात करने का बेहद शुक्रिया पारुल।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
What an incredible champion Parul Chaudhary is, winning a gold in women's 5,000 meter right a day after winning the silver in women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And what a race she ran in the last 30 meters where she beat the Japanese to win a gold. Incredible, incredible performance by Parul Chaudhary. There is always a first for every athlete, and it was a first gold for Parul Chaudhary in 5,000 meters at the Asian Games. We also take a look at all the highlights of what happened yesterday at the Asian Games.
In sport, there's always a first time. It takes endurance, stamina and wizardry to beat China in table tennis.
Let's go for it.
That is exactly how the Mukherjee magic played out. Sutirtha Mukherjee and Ayika Mukherjee return as Asian Games bronze medalists, the first ever Indian women's doubles team to medal at this level.
A smile on the face, finally.
Singles match to clinch.
Aditi Ashok became the first Indian woman to win a golf medal at the Asian Games. This was India's 7th medal in the sport at the continental event, a shining silver after she lost a 7-shot lead on the final day of the event.
Wonderful achievement.
India claimed the team dressage gold in equestrian sport, breaking a 41-year-old jinx at the continental event. The team comprising Divyakriti Singh astride Adrenaline Firford, Hriday Vipul Ched riding Kempro Emerald and Anush Agarwala on Electro aggregated 209.205 percentage points on way to the top podium finish. Anush Agarwala displayed exceptional skills to win an individual dressage medal. India has dominated compound archery at Hangzhou like no other sport. Not even shooting. 3 confirmed medals are in individual events. There could be several more medals lined up in men's, women's and mixed team events. The signs look good. India has the reigning male and female world champions as well as the women's team in compound archery. Shooters have so far headlined India's performance, winning 22 medals, highest ever from any games. Isha Singh was the standout performer, winning 4 silver medals, though 7 golds were also won by the shooters. Perhaps none as electric as this meeting. India took on Pakistan in a pool game at Asian Games in hockey. The men in blue thrashed their arch rivals 10-2 in an encounter that left many fans disappointed due to the lopsided contest. This was the 10th gold medal for India. Saurav Ghoshal, Abhay Singh and Mahesh Mangaonkar triumphed over traditionally strong Pakistan to win gold in the men's squash event. This is India's 2nd squash gold at the Games. India's Roshibina Devi won a silver in women's 60 kg Sanda, a wushu event. That has little significance in India's sporting history but a great one in the moment because of Roshibina's resilience, hailing from Manipur, training in a state that was burning not too long ago. They won't be seen at the Olympic Games, but India's men's and women's roller skating teams have added 2 bronze medals to the rally. Unexpected medals that India will be very proud of.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology.
Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV.
And you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Good morning. It's a day packed with breaking news, and you're at the right place to get an update on all the top stories of the day. First, let's start with the headlines. Flash floods in Sikkim, 23 army personnel missing. Sikkim's capital, Gangtok, cut off by road from the rest of the country. Homes, shops, bridges go underwater after a cloudburst over the Loang Lake in North Sikkim. Searches by the Enforcement Directorate underway at Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh's house. The ED search is linked to the Delhi liquor policy case. First time ever that the AAP MP has been examined in this case. The Delhi Minister Gopal Rai reaches his residence and accuses the BJP government of misusing central agencies. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court grants bail to Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi, the Bihar Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav and RJD MP Misa Bharti in connection with the alleged land for job scam case.
Tejasvi ji, is मामले के बारे में कुछ
And the Maharashtra horror, 31 dead in a Nanded hospital over a span of 48 hours. In the tragedy, families allege shortage of staff and medications while the authorities deny the charge. NDTV gets you a ground report to show the reality. Pigs and dogs roaming inside this hospital. The Delhi police get 7 days custody of Newsclick founder Prabir Purkayast and Amit Chakravarti, the HR head, after they were arrested last night under anti-terror UAPA charges. And India creates a new record at the Asian Games. India achieves the highest ever medal tally at 71 by winning a gold in compound archery mixed event. Our lead story: for the last 5 hours, Enforcement Directorate searches are underway at the residence of the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh in the case of the Delhi liquor policy case. Now, the searches by the Enforcement Directorate started this morning at around 6 a.m. It's 11 a.m. now, so it's been about 5 hours that these searches have been continuing there. Now, the allegation is, if we tell you why Sanjay Singh is under the Enforcement Directorate's lens, Sanjay Singh's name was mentioned by an accused businessman, Dinesh Arora, in this case, and the accused later turned an approver. Now, as per the Enforcement Directorate, Sanjay Singh had arranged a meeting between the accused businessman and Manish Sisodia. Remember, this entire case of the Delhi liquor policy is being probed by both the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate, and they allege that the Delhi government, the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, actually made profits by giving liquor vends to private vendors as a part of the Delhi liquor policy that was launched in 2021 that was later withdrawn. Now, in the latest, the Delhi Environment Minister and senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Mr. Gopal Rai reached the residence of Sanjay Singh, where these searches are being conducted currently, and he there has accused the BJP government of misusing central agencies to silence and attack the opposition. Listen in. So Gopal Rai has accused the BJP government of misusing central agencies to attack the opposition. That's what, in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying till now. My colleague Tanima Biswas is joining us from the newsroom. And Tanima, we've seen that the Aam Aadmi Party is repeatedly saying that so many raids have happened, so many searches have happened, questioning of so many AAP leaders, but they say that there's still not any piece of evidence that the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate has found. But tell us, what do we know about the charges that the CBI and Enforcement Directorate have made against Sanjay Singh? This is the first time that his residence is being searched. So what are the allegations specifically about him in this case?
That's right. Very interestingly, Priyanshi, this is the first time that any of these agencies that you mentioned, both CBI and ED, parallel cases, investigations are going on in this matter. But this is the first time that any investigative agency has gone to Sanjay Singh's house with regard to this case. He has not been named as an accused. That's a fact in any of the cases, FIRs or charge sheets which have been filed with regard to the Delhi liquor policy case. The ED is now examining its role because of a particular statement that we know of, which has been made by an accused turned approver, Dinesh Arora. Now, Dinesh Arora is a businessman who was initially taken in as an accused, but he later on at a different stage turned into an approver. And in his statement, we're given to believe, as per an ED charge sheet, that he apparently said that Sanjay Singh was the person who had introduced him to then Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia. And it was via Sanjay Singh and in that interaction with Manish Sisodia that several restaurateurs were actually able to get access to top people in the Delhi government. In fact, in the ED charge sheet, charges are also leveled that apparently some of the money was also being routed via Sanjay Singh. Now, these are as per statement which has been given by the approver, accused turned approver, Priyanshi. It's very important to tell our viewers that this does not mean he has been named in the charge sheet. This is a statement that the ED is examining at this point in time. But basis this statement, it has of course given them some sort of ammunition to go after Aam Aadmi Party MP. But this is the first time that he has in fact been, there are searches being conducted at his residence. There's not been any summons, no questioning done in the past, no notice as far as we know which has been served to the Aam Aadmi Party MP in this particular case. So clearly the first time that they're looking at his role. Now we of course have to know from our sources whether or not any sort of fresh information has come through to them from their investigations in this matter so far, for them to have gone to Aam Aadmi Party's MP's Sanjay Singh's house. But remember, AAP has been constantly saying, and even today they have reiterated, that no proof of money trail has been found till now, which is very important as far as ED's money laundering investigation is concerned, because that's the crux of their investigation as to whether or not they're going to be able to connect the dots of a money trail in this Delhi liquor policy case with any of the Aam Aadmi Party people that they are examining in this case.
Right, and Tanima, to understand that very point that you've just mentioned about evidence, my colleague Arvind Gunasekar is also joining us on the broadcast. Tanima, thanks very much for joining us. So Arvind, as we've reiterated here that the Aam Aadmi Party has been constantly saying that there's not a hint of evidence that either the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate has found till now. But you tell us, according to your sources, what have the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation said about any evidence, if at all, they found in the rounds of searches and questioning that they've conducted over the past few months?
Priyanshi, if you are asking about specific evidence against Sanjay Singh, that is for the agencies to show it or to submit in the court of law. But as of this moment, we don't have any evidence against, at least agencies have not provided any evidence or proof against illegality or offence that has been indulged by Sanjay Singh in any court of law. Sanjay Singh for now is not an accused because he is not an accused in the FIR, nor he has been named in any of the charge sheets. So this is the first time the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at the premises of Sanjay Singh in connection with this Delhi liquor policy case. But what we are learning is that the agency's current action or the search operation that is being currently carried out at the residence of Sanjay Singh is based on a statement that has been given by Dinesh Arora, who's a businessman who was an accused in this particular case. Now he has turned an approver. Based on his statement that it is Sanjay Singh who introduced him to Manish Sisodia seems to be the statement on the basis of which the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at the premises of Sanjay Singh. So we have to wait and watch on what basis the agency is carrying out the searches apart from this particular mere statement of an accused and approver, and whether Sanjay Singh will also be named as an accused in the charge sheet, because after the searches the agency may issue summons to Sanjay Singh, and then his statement is also likely to be recorded under Section 50 of PMLA. Only based on the evidence that the agency gathers and also the statements that subsequent statement that will be recorded from Sanjay Singh and others in connection with this particular case, we'll get to know whether Sanjay Singh will be arraigned as an accused in the case or not. But when we spoke to our sources in the Central Bureau of Investigation, at least for now, CBI sources maintain that Sanjay Singh is not an accused or not a suspect in their case, though they recorded the statement of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection with this particular case. That is again based on the statement of Dinesh Arora, because Dinesh Arora had told the Central Bureau of Investigation that is through the phone of VIII and Nair that Dinesh Arora did speak to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and based on that only Arvind Kejriwal was also summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And not just that, when we reached out to our sources on the aspect of Arvind Kejriwal being investigated in this particular case, CBI sources then told us that the way the cabinet dealt with the Delhi liquor policy, because for thrice, at least for 3 times, the Delhi liquor policy file was moved before the cabinet, and cabinet did not clear it. So those were the circumstances on which Arvind Kejriwal was summoned and questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But Sanjay Singh by Enforcement Directorate is merely, at least for now, what we are learning is that purely based on the statement of Dinesh.
Right. Arvind, just a quick question that I didn't mean to say that what's the evidence against Sanjay Singh? Of course, we know he's not an accused in this case, but Aam Aadmi Party is saying that there's no evidence in the searches that were conducted at Manish Sisodia's premises. He was questioned several times. Arvind Kejriwal has been questioned. Several other leaders have also been questioned. So through this entire investigation that has happened till now, have the agencies come out with any evidence in this case overall, not just regarding Sanjay Singh?
Friends, if you want to go by the statement of Aam Aadmi Party saying that the agencies have not been able to gather any evidence against any of their leaders, then the agency, if you want to listen to the arguments of the agencies, both CBI and ED have arrested Manish Sisodia, VIII Nair, other people, so many other people have been arrested in this case, and all those people have been produced in the court of law, and courts have accepted the applications of the agencies, and all those people have been sent to police custody, and all those people are still in jail. VIII Nair and Manish Sisodia are still in jail. They have not been granted bail. So that seems to be the ground that the agencies are raising whenever Aam Aadmi Party is saying that there is no case against Aam Aadmi Party leaders, but the agencies are saying that if that's the case, then why are the courts not granting them bail? Because only with the evidence that we have submitted before the court, accepting the evidence that we have submitted before the court, only on the strength of those evidence, the courts have dismissed the bail pleas of Manish Sisodia and VIII Nair in this particular case. That proves, according to the agency, that the agency is building a watertight case, and the agency has already filed a charge sheet against Manish Sisodia and others in this particular case. Only at the end of the trial we'll get to know whether those people will be held guilty or whether those people will be acquitted. But for now, for Aam Aadmi Party to say that the agencies do not have any evidence against any of their leaders seems to be very premature, because also baseless, because the agencies have arrested them and the courts have accepted the evidence, at least the application that have been submitted by the agencies. Only after that they have been sent to police custody, and now all those people are in jail without getting any bail.
Arvind, thanks very much for joining us, but do stay on with us for the other big story that we are breaking here on NDTV 24/7 as well. Now, as we were talking of Enforcement Directorate searches at the residence of Sanjay Singh, and the Aam Aadmi Party saying that the Enforcement Directorate is being misused by the central government, the Supreme Court, meanwhile, in another case, has given some very strong observations with regard to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, while setting aside the ED arrest of N3M Group's directors and ordering the immediate immediate release of M3M Group directors. The Supreme Court has said that the Enforcement Directorate action is expected to be transparent, and the Enforcement Directorate not expected to be vindictive in its conduct, and the ED must be seen acting with utmost probity. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar is with us. And Arvind, these are important comments coming into the backdrop of opposition leaders saying several times that the Enforcement Directorate's actions are not transparent. The Supreme Court importantly has also said that people can't be arrested simply because the agencies say, the ED says that they are not cooperating, and that's important because that's been cited in the arrest and in rejecting, in calling for custody of several leaders.
Yeah, Priyanshi, in a scathing remarks on the conduct of Enforcement Directorate, Supreme Court has come down strongly on the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, like you mentioned, the Supreme Court, this particular case pertains to M3M group of companies. Both Pankaj Bansal and other director of the company, both of them were arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and challenging their arrest, both the accused had moved the Punjab and Haryana High Court. Punjab and Haryana High Court dismissed their pleas challenging the arrest, and subsequently they moved the Supreme Court. So they made an argument before the Supreme Court saying that both of them have been arrested in the second ECAR, the second money laundering case that was registered just 24 hours back. And this is a case of clear vindictiveness on the part of Enforcement Directorate, because in the first money laundering case, both of them have been given protection by the High Court. So subsequently, within a short span of time, one more ECAR was registered, one more money laundering case was registered by ED, and both of them were arrested. And that seems to be the case on the ground which they moved the Supreme Court, wherein they also argued that they have not been given the grounds on which they were arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. And that's why Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Enforcement Directorate, saying that Enforcement Directorate cannot merely arrest someone saying that that particular person is not cooperating with our investigation, so we are proceeding to arrest that particular person. That's why the Supreme Court has said that Enforcement Directorate should provide the grounds on which they are arresting the accused. That has to be given in writing to the accused so that the accused can take appropriate legal recourse. Enforcement Directorate cannot merely say that someone is not cooperating when we summon him or her, and based on that we are arresting, cannot be a ground anymore. And Supreme Court has also said that Enforcement Directorate, it is not open to the ED to expect an admission of guilt from the person summoned for interrogation. So all this while we have been seeing several cases that Enforcement Directorate default ground for arresting anyone would be a simple answer that we summon someone, he is not giving answers to us, he is not providing true facts to us, so he is not, she is not cooperating with the investigation, so we are proceeding to arrest. That has been the ground for Enforcement Directorate in several of cases that we have seen, and that's why Supreme Court has come down heavily on ED, saying that you cannot do that anymore. You have to provide reasonable grounds.
So very strong comments made by the Supreme Court on the conduct of the Enforcement Directorate, and we link to that. Let's go back to our big story of Enforcement Directorate searches at the residence of Sanjay Singh. Now, BJP leaders, BJP workers are protesting outside the Aam Aadmi Party office here in the national capital as Sanjay Singh's residence is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam, or the Delhi liquor policy case. Now, the BJP, remember, has been accusing the Aam Aadmi Party government of corruption and for making profits out of the Delhi liquor policy that was announced in the year 2021 and that was later rolled back after the Lieutenant Governor sought a probe into this policy. Now, as today, Sanjay Singh's residence is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP leaders have escalated, I beg your pardon, their attack on the Aam Aadmi Party and their corruption charge on the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, on the other side, the Aam Aadmi Party has been repeatedly reiterating that the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate have not found any evidence in their rounds of questioning, in their rounds of searches on several Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who was arrested in the month of February, and now the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament, Mr. Sanjay Singh. So there you can see that BJP workers and leaders have gathered in a large number outside the Aam Aadmi Party office here in Delhi. This is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in the national capital, where BJP leaders and workers have gathered and they are protesting. On the other side are the visuals that you are seeing of Sanjay Singh's residence, where the Enforcement Directorate searches are currently underway. Remember, the searches began at around 6 a.m. this morning, so it has been about 5 hours that the searches have been continuing from 6 a.m. To 11 a.m. The searches are still underway, and we are yet to get any details from the Enforcement Directorate as to till when these searches will go on, and what do they end up finding in these searches at Sanjay Singh's residence. But the Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has been saying that there were searches at Manish Sisodia's residence, his office, but the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate didn't find a penny of money that was illegally made in those searches that they had conducted. But the BJP has been saying that there are serious allegations against these Aam Aadmi Party leaders, and that's why they are time and again raising this corruption charge and raising this ghotala charge at the Aam Aadmi Party. My colleague Tanima Biswas joining us from the newsroom, and Tanima, we are seeing that those visuals of the protests by the BJP outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. In fact, this has happened pretty much every time when there's been any action in this case. You know, when Manish Sisodia was questioned, then when he was arrested, we had seen protests both from the Aam Aadmi Party side and from the BJP side. And the BJP is escalating now its charge of calling the Aam Aadmi Party government corrupt, while they maintain that these allegations are baseless.
That's right. In fact, as you can see that we have seen BJP in fact protesting even in the past on this entire particular case. Even when Manish Sisodia had in fact been arrested back in March, at that time also we had seen the BJP actually taking that moment in this entire case's timeline as saying that, in a way saying, we told you so, that there's some sort of a nexus directly between certain top Delhi government people and the so-called liquor mafia that they have in fact been alleging is benefiting out of this entire new policy that the Aam Aadmi Party government wanted to bring about. And now we can see, as a result of the searches which are taking place at AAP MP Sanjay Singh's house this morning, now the BJP is of course using this as yet another occasion to come out and protest on this entire matter. They are of course also demanding the resignation of CM Kejriwal. This is something that we had seen even back in March when Sisodia had in fact been arrested. He was of course back then known as the #2 person in the Delhi government. At that time also there was a demand for Kejriwal to step down. That's what the BJP had called for at that time as well. This time also, since it is an MP of the party who's now being searched and examined by the Enforcement Directorate, the BJP seems to be reiterating that demand once again. So politics of course playing out on this entire matter, Priyanshi, as we can see, expectedly so. But what we need to look out for is of course whether or not the ED is going to use this opportunity to also question Sanjay Singh, whether that's going to officially happen. Remember, there's not been any official notice which has gone out to the MP on this matter. They've landed up at his residence, at his doorstep today in the morning. They're carrying out searches, of course, basis set guidelines and warrant, but then whether or not they're looking at a specific role of Sanjay Singh, as we know that there's some sort of a money trail connection that they're looking to establish, but primarily what is the fresh evidence that they've got in this case, which has been going on for 15 months or so, in order to actually lead this investigation trail up to Sanjay Singh's house. That is what we need to look at.
So that remains a question, and that's what the Aam Aadmi Party has also been saying. As you've mentioned that this is very important politically. Sanjay Singh is the only Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha member of Parliament, and we'll wait to see whether the Enforcement Directorate next decides to question him or what the next course of action will be. We'll keep a close watch on that. Thanks, Tanima, for joining us on the broadcast. But for now, moving on to the other big story of the day. The Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has granted bail to Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi and Misa Bharti. Tejasvi Yadav, the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister, has also gotten bail by the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court. So Lalu Prasad and his entire family gets bail in the Land for Jobs case. Remember that they are accused in the Land for Jobs case. The allegation is that when Lalu Prasad was Union Railway Minister back in early 2000s, under his ministry, when he was the minister, there were jobs that were given out in railways in exchange for land. So that was the allegation, and now Lalu Prasad, Rabri Devi, Tejasvi Yadav, Misa Bharti all have gotten bail now. Moving on now to the other big story, the northeastern state of Sikkim is witnessing flash floods, and it's an extremely concerning situation playing out there. The state's capital, Gangtok, has been completely cut off by road. Now, this is happening due to a cloud burst at a lake, and because of which the river Teesta has been overflowing, and it abnormally started overflowing overnight, and Teesta has also washed away parts of the NH10 that links Sikkim to the rest of the country. Meanwhile, it's also concerning that 23 army personnel are missing in Sikkim after a cloud burst triggered flash floods in the Teesta River, and a massive search operation has been launched to locate the missing soldiers. So the situation there is concerning, as we are showing you the visuals also. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is now joining us for more details. And Saurabh, we do know that this all started with a cloud burst in the lake, but help us understand the impact at this stage. The visuals really show us that the floodwaters are entering houses, bridges have gone underwater, shops have gone underwater. Tell us how many people could be impacted, how many houses could have gone underwater. Give us a sense of the impact there.
Well, to understand the impact, one needs to understand the topography of Sikkim. And the Sikkim topography is such that, obviously there are several streams. And, of course, the main river is the Teesta, which starts, of course, in the upper reaches in the north. And then, of course, it flows down further. Now, what has happened is in the Ladakh Lake right on top, in the northern reaches of Sikkim, there have, of course, been a flash flood. And then after that, there has been the impact of that felt downstream. Now, as you come downstream from Chungthang, where, of course, there has been evacuations, then you come down further to Bardang, you come down further to Singtam. Singtam has seen massive damage. And the road that goes from West Bengal into Sikkim, which is National Highway 10, flows right along the banks of the Teesta. In fact, the Teesta and the road are parallel to each other for a very, very long distance. And in several places, the Teesta has eaten into the national highway, thereby affecting connectivity to Sikkim, Gangtok, the state capital, because Singtam, Melli and Bardang are all downstream the Teesta, if one looks at it from, the map. So obviously, there's Chungthang on top, then of course you come down, and then you have Gangtok, and then you also have all these places further downstream, which is Bardang. So the impact of what happened up in the upper reaches of Ladakh Lake is something that we've seen in downstream in places like Singtam, Bardang, and also Melli to some extent. So obviously the Chief Minister of Sikkim, Prem Kumar Tamang, visited Singtam this morning. At a relief camp has been set up at Singtam Senior Secondary School, and also relief and rescue operations are on. But at Bardang, where several army vehicles were parked, those seem to have been submerged, and also in some places, for example in Dikchu, the water entered the control room, is what we are being given to understand. So this is of course the impact. The impact is being felt further downstream because, like a flash flood, it's flowing down right now. So the waters flow down very quickly in a flash flood, giving people very little time to prepare. But the administration has evacuated a lot of people from, especially those who are living in areas around the Teesta. So that is, of course, the latest situation now, with the flash flood situation looking very, very grim in Sikkim. 23 army personnel are missing, and NH10, the main road, the national highway connecting Sikkim to the rest of the country, has been cut off due to the floodwaters of the Teesta swelling.
We hope that the impact is minimized, Saurabh, and we hope that all the missing personnel are found very soon. We'll keep a close watch on this very concerning story from Sikkim. Moving on to a very short break now, but more news is coming up. Do stay tuned.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने हमेशा से प्रदेश के किसानों
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
Covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable.
Welcome back. We have great news to share with you. India has created history at the Asian Games. India has achieved its highest ever medal tally at the Asian Games with a total tally of 71 medals, including 16 gold medals. My colleague Rika Roy will join us for all the details on this big story.
It's a big story indeed. The 19th Asian Games, India's most successful campaign ever. And they got past the last time's mark of 70 this morning. Let's start with the big win this morning. Ujaz Deotale and Jyoti Venom in compound mixed team, they picked up a gold medal. A supremely confident Deotale and Jyoti Surekha Venom dropped just 1 point to defeat their South Korean opponents and clinch their second gold medal in archery at the Asian Games.
Just another match.
With this, Indian archers are set to win at least 4 medals from the ongoing games, which will better their previous best show at Incheon in 2014 when they bagged a men's team compound gold, 1 silver and a bronze. Apart from that, Manju Rani from Army and Ram Babu in 35-kilometer race walked away with a mixed team bronze medal. A bronze medal also coming for Deepika Pallikal and Harinder in the mixed doubles final in squash. With India's big wins, one person who is smiling big is the IOA Vice President Gagan Narang. He is also an Olympic medalist, remember, from the London Olympic Games. He joins me all the way from Hangzhou. Thank you very, very much, Gagan, for being on the broadcast. And I believe that you had to run away to find Wi-Fi there, and its Wi-Fi is not that easily available. Tell us a little bit about your experience being there and, you know, at this big moment when India has already crossed last time's mark.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic. We are all delighted that India has given its best ever performance at the Games. I think with Madam PT Usha being here, me being here, the entire top brass of the IOA being here, it shows the kind of seriousness that we have. And behind the athletes, we are going to different venues, trying to encourage them and get us those medals. We were at the badminton venue yesterday. Sindhu was playing today as well, and also yesterday at the athletics. So I think a few more medals coming up.
Gagan, I'll have to talk to you a little bit about the medals that probably not many expected. The medals that have come from non-traditional sport like dressage. We've got a silver medal in golf as well. Tell us a little bit about, you know, broad basing of Indian sport that we have seen in these games.
Well, yes, I think the Mission Olympic Committee is working very hard. It's the Government of India committee that's formed to kind of get us those medals. But having said that, you know, the traditional sports like shooting and athletics not disappointing at all. I mean, they're winning their best ever haul. But there were a few surprises and pleasant ones, I must say that, you know, the equestrian team, the squash gold, a few very, very encouraging performances which boosted the morale of the Indian contingent here. And I mean, the rest of the contingent, they have a couple of matches left and they're just raring to go.
Gagan, you have been an athlete yourself and no one other than you knows the athlete's mentality better. A lot of them, including a lot of shooters who've won medals here. For example, the roller skating team as well, the squash team, they will not be a part of the Olympic Games. How big for them is it to do well at this stage and win those medals?
Well, it's a fillip in the sport. I mean, if you see even kayaking and canoeing won a medal. So I think, you know, it's fantastic. Not many people recognize the effort that is put in the entire year and winning a medal at the Asian Games. It's an Olympics for them. You know, we have the Olympic Games to go and look forward to, but for these sports which are not in the Olympic fold, I think it's the Olympics for them, and it gives a huge fillip to the entire sport. And there'll be so many young kids and wanting to take up that particular sport. So absolutely fantastic. These performances have been very, very encouraging.
Gagan, talking a little bit about your own event, that is shooting. Air rifle shooting has found its new heroes as well. But tell us how many of these shooters, 22 of them, went on to win medals in Asiad. How many of them will actually feature in the Olympic Games, and you expect them to turn this medal into an Olympics medal as well?
Well, while the shooting performances have been very encouraging and they have given their best ever performance, I feel that the actual litmus test is going to be the Asian Championships coming up in a couple of weeks, because that is where the Olympic qualification quota places will be up for grabs. And I'm sure that these performances at the Asian Games are going to give them that motivation and the confidence, because these are the shooters that they're going to face in the Asian Championships as well. And winning here will definitely make them more confident. People who missed out on a medal here will definitely want to take the second chance to win the medal in the Asian Championships.
Gagan, I have often been asked this question, and I want you to answer this question as an athlete. A Commonwealth field, a Commonwealth Games field, or an Asian Games field, which is the more difficult, and you know, how do athletes really prepare for these two games, even mentally?
Well, see, the name is different. I mean, but when an athlete prepares, he goes out to give his best. And I'm sure that they have a long-term development plan. They have their goals set. They understand which competition to give their 100% and which competition maybe 90 or 85 is enough. And, you know, the long-term goal is, of course, the Olympics. So, for example, Mirabai, she couldn't lift a very heavy weight, but you know, maybe she's planning to get that gold medal for us in Paris. So So they absolutely time their performances, even a Neeraj Chopra for that matter. I'm sure that the coaches and the officials they know what they're doing, definitely, because they're winning those medals. So I'm hoping that these medals will give them the boost to go in the future. And preparing for these big games, I mean, for a lot of athletes, it's a make or break moment for them, because, you know, the limelight that they get and the push that they get, that which is very useful for them to probably get a job, to get scholarships, to get that kind of financial support that is necessary. I think these games give them that.
Gagan, you spoke about Neeraj Chopra, and I'll have to tell our viewers that Neeraj Chopra's event, his hunt for a medal, is coming up at 4:35 this evening. But you also spoke about Mirabai Chanu, another Olympic medalist. There was another, I would say, narrow miss by Shelly Singh. Tell us about these, you know, we've spoken about the big wins, but tell us about these narrow misses that we have also seen during the Asian Games, and how have the contingent reacted, how have the system reacted to it?
Well, see, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, they are our athletes, and they are there because they are the best we have. So they're continuing to, they're going to be the best we have, whether they come fourth or whether they come first. When they come first, of course, they're going to be celebrated. But these athletes who come fourth, fifth, second, third, you know, they have the fire burning brighter in them than ever to win us those medals in the coming championships. So they need to be taken care of, especially more than the ones that win. And you know, these are the ones that are going to convert those fourth, fifth places into second, third, and second, third into first, second.
I think, you know, your words were echoed by Krishna Punya last evening. She was on our show and she said the same thing. It's not just about winning those medals, but also about the ones who are participating there and the brave hearts who are giving it their all. Gagan, personally, you know, switching over from being an active athlete to being an official at this stage, you know, watching the games with a different lens, how has it been for you?
It's been a fantastic experience, you know. I think the kind of exposure that we at IOA are getting is absolutely immense. Earlier, my focus was just shooting sport and a couple of other sports where I had friends in. But right now, going into the nuances of each sport, I think it's a fantastic learning experience for all of us.
We still have a few more days to go, but I know you have been taking pictures across venues. Tell us, for you, Gagan, the photographer, which has been the best picture or the best moment so far?
Well, I'll be sharing a couple of them on my social media very soon. So I don't want to let the cat out of the box. But I think there have been some very special moments, especially, you know, Palak winning the air pistol gold medal coming from down under. I think that was one very, very special moment for me.
What about the India-Pakistan hockey and the squash gold medals? I know at least for one, you were there on the field.
Yes, I saw both, and I saw yesterday's women's race as well, where, you know, she overtook in the last 10 seconds of the game. That was fantastic.
Parul Chaudhary, right?
Chaudhary, that's correct.
Yeah, yeah. And tell us a little bit about the India-Pakistan hockey. I know you're a big hockey fan yourself.
Well, yes, we were watching, and I mean, you know, India beat Pakistan 10-2. So we were actually, all of us in the stands were contemplating how many goals will India win. So someone said 7, someone said 6. And finally, they exceeded all our expectations to 10-2. So it was fantastic.
Well, Gagan, it's great to know from you the energies that you're experiencing in Hangzhou. All the best to the Indian contingent. May they come back with a bag full of medals, and all the best to you.
Thank you. More to come, Rika. Thank you.
With that, a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Undercover agent.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
नेहरू प्लेस, साकेत, मुंबई.
टेक्निकल गुरुजी.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे. हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting.
Colleague Pooja Bharadwaj shows how hygiene is not properly taken care of in this hospital, to the extent that dogs and pigs are roaming freely in this district hospital. Take a look.
महाराष्ट्र के 10वें बड़े शहर नांदेड़ की तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखाते हैं सुबह की. डॉक्टर शंकरराव चौहान मेडिकल कॉलेज एंड हॉस्पिटल के अंदर हम हैं और जो सफाई पर यहाँ पर सवाल उठते रहे थे कल, आज हम तस्वीरों में भी आपको दिखाते हैं. आप देखें, मरीज के परिजन यहाँ पर कोई बर्तन धो रहा है, कोई ब्रश कर रहा है, कोई नहा रहा है, लेकिन उसके बीच ही आप देखें यहाँ पर सुअर किस तरह से इकट्ठा है. तो सफाई की क्या हालत है, क्या तस्वीरें हैं आप देख सकते हैं. कुछ महिलाएं हैं यहाँ पर, उनसे बात करते हैं. मैडम, क्या यही हाल हर रोज रहता है?
रोजच आहे मॅडम, रोजच आहे. आमच्या पेशंटला बघा ना काय करणार. आम्ही पोळ्यापासून हा तर दोनदा शिजर झालं, दोनदा टाक्या इथून अजून पाणी निघालं, पट्टी कराय काळजी घेणार.
क्या सफाई को लेके क्या काम हो रहा है यहाँ पर?
सगळं बाहेर,
क्या तकलीफ आप लोगों को हो रही है?
मॅडम सगळं बाहेरच आणावं लागते, काहीच नाही याची सुविधा.
यहाँ पे आप लोग टॉयलेट इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे?
कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहे. यहाँ के सब बाहर जाना, बाहर का लाना, क्या करना? गरीब लोग का कहाँ से लाना? देखो एक 500 का इंजेक्शन है. देखो तुम, मेरे पास आए, बताओ क्या तुम्हारे को?
बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए आपको दवा? बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए खरीद के?
हाँ, बाहर से ला रहे सब. हम इधर का कुछ भी मिल रहा नहीं, कुछ भी सुविधा नहीं है. देखो तुम गार को बोल रहे, हम क्या करना बोलो, क्या करना बोलो. तुम सब गरीब आदमी करके खाने वाले क्या है? 8-8 दिन 15-15 दिन रह के जा रहे, बुखारा कम नहीं हो रहे, क्या करना?
क्या हुआ, क्या है बताएंगे? कौन है मरीज यहाँ पर भर्ती?
हाँ, हार्ट का झटका आएगा, भर्ती है दवाखाने में.
आपके रिश्ते कौन है?
बच्चा है.
आपका
बच्चा है.
हार्ट अटैक आया है?
हाँ, नहीं, वो फिट का.
अच्छा.
फिट का झटका आया तो लाए हमने.
अच्छा.
हाँ, पहले महीना भर रह के गए, फिर अभी आए. अब BP 3 दिन से 90 से ऊपर चढ़ रही नहीं. क्या करना बोलो तुम? हाँ, तुम बोलो ना, अब क्या करना?
ठीक है. तो देखिए, कल भी ऐसे कई लोगों से हमने बात की है और आज भी वही कहानी है. लोग यही अपनी पीड़ा बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से दवाइयों के लिए उन्हें खर्च करना पड़ रहा है और खर्च के साथ साथ उन्हें बाहर भटकना पड़ रहा है, ढूंढना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि अस्पताल में दवाइयाँ उपलब्ध नहीं हैं. कुछ और लोग हैं आसपास, आप देखें, उनसे बात करते हैं. सफाई को लेकर क्या दिक्कतें आ रही हैं? अंदर तो बहुत सारी महिलाएं कह रही हैं कि हम शौचालय अंदर का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पा रहे.
मॅडम, सगळं बाहेरला औषध आणावं लागले, पूर्ण बाहेरलाच आणावं लागते. सरकार हो, सरकार म्हणते औषध आहे, काहीच नाही इथं.
हिंदी में
हो,
सरकार की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि दवाइयाँ हैं, तो
कुछ नहीं यहाँ पे. पूरा बाहर का लाना पड़ा, पैसे नहीं तो बच्चा मर चला.
मैम, आप सफाई कर्मचारी हैं यहाँ पे?
हम कैंटीन में काम करते मैडम.
कैंटीन में काम करते तो आप झाड़ू क्यों लगा रही हैं?
ये यहाँ पे हम करते हैं, कभी भी साफ करते हैं.
आपको बोला गया अभी देख कर के कैमरा ऑन है?
हम हमेशा करते हैं यहाँ पे.
अभी बताइए, ये हालत है, यहाँ पर सुअर घूम रहे हैं.
नहीं मैडम, कुछ भी नहीं बोल सकते. खाली हमारा इतना एरिया, हम इतना हर रोज साफ करते हैं. इतना हम कैंटीन में काम करते हैं, हम यहाँ पे इतना रोज हम साफ सफाई करते हैं यहाँ पे. हाँ,
पर ये तो गंदगी की बहुत ज्यादा दुर्गति है
मैडम. दिन भर से लोग आते ना यहाँ पे, तो तो करते ही. क्या करेंगे, लोग सब आते हैं यहाँ पे.
मॅडम, मधात कशी ह्याची माणसाची हालत आहे, इथून धरून कायच नाही. डिलिव्हरीच्या वार्डात चला, कशी हाल आहे, कशा बाया लढाल्या आता, आणि कसं पेशंट अवघड आहे, कसे लेकरायचे हाल आहे, कसे काचा टाकलेले लेकरं आहेत. ये तुम्हें ये तुम काय करना का?
ये जो महिलाएं हैं ये कह रही हैं अगर आप अंदर डिलीवरी वार्ड में आएंगी उस वार्ड की हालत देखिए आपको समझ में आएगा कि पेशेंट किस हाल से गुजर रहे हैं। यहाँ के सफाई कर्मचारी ही हैं। आप सफाई यहाँ पे कर्मचारी हैं? क्या सफाई होती है सर? आप देखें यहाँ पे हालत।
कर्मचारी कम है ना यहाँ पे।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम विट्ठल भोसले।
कर्मचारी कम है, कितने किस संख्या में है यहाँ पे कर्मचारी?
अब उतना तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, हम टेंडर पे काम करते ना।
अच्छा
हाँ।
तो आप ये देखिए ये कैंटीन में काम करती हैं, झाड़ू लेकर ये चला रही है, लेकिन शायद ये आपका काम होना चाहिए ना।
सुअर क्या?
हाँ।
रोज रहता है।
रोज रहता है तो नहीं रहना चाहिए ना। अस्पताल के अंदर क्यों है?
वो गंदगी फैलाने, गंदगी जो रहती ना वो खाते ना वो गंदगी बिंदगी, इसलिए नहीं ला के छोड़ेंगे। हाँ
तो आपको सफाई तो करनी चाहिए। कितनी संख्या में आप लोग सफाई कर्मचारी कितनी संख्या में हैं यहाँ?
जो कर्मचारी है यहाँ पे एक वार्ड नंबर 1 को 2-3 कर्मचारी ऐसा रहना चाहिए। एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा? एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड 3-3 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा?
तो आप लोग को कोई समस्या आती है पेमेंट की कुछ की? क्या
हम तो टेंडर पे करते हैं, हम क्या परमानेंट नहीं है यहाँ के।
अच्छा
हाँ टेंडर पे करते हैं हम।
टेंडर पे।
हाँ।
तो मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट्स इस बात की भी आपत्ति जताते रहे हैं कि सफाई का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऐसे बाहर नहीं देना चाहिए। आखिर ये कर्मचारी अस्पताल के ही क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि वो ढंग से साफ सफाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। जैसा कि इन्होंने भी आपत्ति जताई कि एक वार्ड में 2 से 3 कर्मचारी होने चाहिए, लेकिन एक ही कर्मचारी पर करीब 2 वार्ड की जिम्मेदारी है, तो सफाई किस तरह से होगी? तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं, झलकियाँ देखें। हालांकि कैमरा ऑन होते ही यहाँ पर एक महिला कर्मचारी जो कैंटीन में काम करती हैं उन्होंने यहाँ पर झाड़ू लगाकर ये पूरी साफ सफाई की है। अब यहाँ से सुअर आपके ही सामने कैमरे पर अब आपको गायब दिखेंगे। अगर हर रोज ये हो तो फिर शायद यहाँ पर कैमरा पहुँचने की और मीडिया पहुँचने की दरकार ही ना हो। 48 घंटे में 31 मौतें अभी भी सुर्खियाँ बनी हुई हैं। VVIPs यहाँ भी पहुँचने वाले हैं। आज कई नेताओं का दौरा होगा, उसको लेकर सिक्योरिटी अंदर अस्पताल के पास बढ़ाई गई है।
So moving on now to the other big story of the day, Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP, his residence is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate this morning, and the searches are still underway. It's closer to noon now. The searches started at around 6 a.m, so it's been close to 6 hours that the searches have been ongoing. Now, several Aam Aadmi Party leaders amid this are extending support to Sanjay Singh. One of them has been the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Environment Minister, Mr. Gopal Rai, who reached Sanjay Singh's residence this morning, and he said that these searches are an example of the central government misusing central agencies such as the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation to target and silence the opposition. Remember, earlier this year in February, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was also arrested by the CBI in this very Delhi liquor policy case, and he is still in jail. But Sanjay Singh, he is facing the heat for the first time by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the first time that his premises are being searched. He has not been questioned in this case till now. Let's listen in to what Mr. Gopal Rai says. Along with that, listen in to the BJP's response.
आज तक 15 महीनों में 1000 जगह छापेमारी के बाद भी एक चवन्नी नहीं मिल पाया इनको। संजय सिंह जी के घर से भी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन फिर भी ये क्यों हो रहा है? ये इस बात का संकेत दे रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी अगला चुनाव बुरी तरह से हार रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं सारी रिपोर्ट्स जो आ रही हैं वो इसका संकेत दे रही हैं, और मुझे लग रहा है कि पूरे देश के अंदर जो ये हार की बौखलाहट है उसमें आज संजय सिंह जी के यहाँ भी छापेमारी शुरू की गई है। कल जिस तरह से पत्रकारों के ऊपर हुआ वो भी इसी बात का संकेत दे रहा है कि किसी तरह से जो भी सत्ता के खिलाफ जो आवाज़ है उसको डरा करके, धमका करके, छापे डाल करके, मुकदमे लगा करके, गिरफ्तारी करके किसी तरह से चुप करा दिया जाए। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो राजनीति है ये लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत ही खतरनाक है, और मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता के ऊपर भरोसा होना चाहिए। एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करके, लोगों की आवाज़ बंद करके आप चुनाव जीतेंगे, ऐसा इतिहास कभी नहीं बताता है।
हम पहले दिन से कहते आ रहे थे कि दिल्ली की जनता को इन्होंने लूटा है और इस शराब घोटाले की आड़ में करोड़ों रुपए कमाए हैं। इस चार्जशीट में पहले से संजय सिंह का नाम था, लेकिन कल जब इस शराब घोटाले के मुख्य अभियुक्त दिनेश अरोड़ा और वाईएसआर के नेता राघव मंगूटा रेड्डी ने सरकारी गवाह बनने की ठानी, तो उसके बाद से ये तय है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सभी साथी, उन सबके चेहरे भी बेनकाब होंगे और ये सभी अपराधी जल्द ही अपने सही ठिकाने पर होंगे।
Moving on to the other big story now, a day after being arrested by the Delhi Police's special cell, the Newsclick founder Prabir Purkayastha and the HR head of the news platform Newsclick, Ajay Chakrabarti, both have been sent to, Amit Chakrabarti, I beg your pardon, both have been sent to a 7-day police custody. The Delhi Police got 7 days custody of the duo. Now remember, the Delhi Police had arrested both of them yesterday after questioning them in their office following raids at their premises under the Anti-Terror UAPA or Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and other sections as well. The allegation is that the news portal Newsclick and these individuals received funding from China. It's time for a short break now. More news coming up. Stay tuned.
The nurses.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people.
The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said that Canada is not looking to escalate matters with India. This comes amid buzz over India asking Canada to scale down diplomatic presence in the country. Remember, there has been a massive diplomatic row between both the countries ever since the Canadian Prime Minister alleged that the Indian government could have been behind the killing of the Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar on Canadian soil, while India has vehemently denied the charge. Listen in to this latest comment coming in from Justin Trudeau.
We're not looking to escalate. As I've said, we are going to be doing the work that matters in continuing to have constructive relations with India through this extremely difficult time.
Well, yes, and also if you look at the statement of their Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, she has also said that when the situation is tense, the situation is not okay between the two countries, which it is, and at that time diplomats are needed on the ground. Now, what India has been saying is that there has to be a parity after this spat broke out about the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the Khalistani. India has maintained that there ought to be parity between the numbers of diplomats. Now, India has around 20 diplomats in Canada, in 12 in Ottawa, and the rest in the consulates in Toronto and Vancouver, while for Canada the numbers are much more. But it is also because of the fact that there are much higher number of Indian students and others who go to Canada for studies and different family reasons. But now the situation seems to be getting more difficult for these people, and we have to remember that the migrants who have gone there, the people who are settled there, are of Indian origin, and they're also the voters and and constituents of Justin Trudeau's party and the parties he is taking support from. So this is a difficult situation for them as well, because if the situation remains tense, will there be a vote bank at all after this? Will it turn on him? Even that is a question. But India is sticking to its guns, and India and the sources are saying that the parity is needed, because the diplomats who are here, the Canadian diplomats, India is accusing them of interfering in India's internal matters.
The big international story now, Republican Speaker Kevin McCarthy has been ousted by a handful of Republicans as party infighting plunged the Congress into further chaos. Now, this came just days after the US Congress narrowly averted a government shutdown through a last-minute deal. This is historic, as it marks the first time in the United States history that the House removed its leader, with 8 Republicans voting with 208 Democrats to remove McCarthy.
Oh, look at that. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates.
Top interviews.
And analysis.
From around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility.
Enforcement Directorate searches at Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh's house in connection with a liquor policy case. Gopal Rai accuses the centre of misusing agencies to attack the opposition. The Delhi BJP, meanwhile, is protesting against the Aam Aadmi Party at the party office, demanding Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. The Supreme Court, meanwhile, has made some scathing observations against the Enforcement Directorate in the M3M matter. The Supreme Court yesterday said that mere non-cooperation is not enough to arrest. The Supreme Court also says that the ED has failed to discharge its duties and that the Enforcement Directorate is expected to be fair, not vindictive. Grim news coming in from the northeast after flash floods in Sikkim have raised several questions about the whereabouts of 23 army personnel believed to be missing. The capital of the state, Gangtok, has completely been cut off from the rest of the country. Homes, shops, bridges all go underwater after a huge cloudburst at the Honak Lake. Bail for Lalu Yadav in the Land for Jobs case. His wife, Rabri Devi, his son, who is the current Deputy Chief Minister, Tejasvi Yadav, and RJD MP Meesa Bharti, all given bail. 31 people have died in Nanded over the last 48 hours as the Maharashtra hospital tragedy emerges. Families we spoke to allege a shortage of staff and medication. Meanwhile, NDTV ground report shows the pathetic condition of government-run hospitals with pigs roaming inside hospital premises. India creates a new record at the Asian Games. India achieves the highest ever medal tally at 71, winning gold in compound archery mixed event.
Try to keep telling yourself it's just another match. Unable to...
Welcome back. The big story, of course, that we're tracking is the Enforcement Directorate searches that continue to be underway at Aam Aadmi Party leader and Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh's house. This in connection with a money laundering case linked to the Delhi liquor policy case. The Enforcement Directorate officials reached Sanjay Singh's house early this morning. He is the latest Aam Aadmi Party leader to be under the scanner of the central agencies in the liquor policy case after the arrest of Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of the Delhi government, in February. The excise case was filed in connection with the Delhi government's liquor policy of 2021 that was later scrapped. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was also questioned for nearly 9 hours in the same case in April. While Aam Aadmi Party has defended Sanjay Singh and attacked the centre for misusing central agencies against the opposition, the BJP is upping the ante. There are protests that are being held outside the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi demanding Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. So just a brief backgrounder for the benefit of our viewers, why is Sanjay Singh really in the lens as far as the Delhi liquor policy case is concerned? Well, he has been named by a businessman, Dinesh Arora, who was initially an accused in the case but has now turned approver. So as per the Enforcement Directorate, Sanjay Singh arranged a supposed meeting between the accused and Manish Sisodia. And Sanjay Singh, of course, in his defense has written a letter to the Finance Secretary denying this charge, claiming that he was being targeted as a part of political vendetta. Meanwhile, like I said, the BJP is protesting outside the AAP office demanding Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. Gopal Rai, meanwhile, spoke to the press outside Sanjay Singh's residence. We also have reactions coming in from Saurabh Bharadwaj as well as the BJP. Let's just listen into the political reactions.
आज तक 15 महीनों में 1000 जगह छापेमारी के बाद भी एक चवन्नी नहीं मिल पाया इनको। संजय सिंह जी के घर से भी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन फिर भी ये क्यों हो रहा है? ये इस बात का संकेत दे रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी अगला चुनाव बुरी तरह से हार रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं सारी रिपोर्ट्स जो आ रही हैं वो इसका संकेत दे रही हैं और मुझे लग रहा है कि पूरे देश के अंदर जो ये हार की बौखलाहट है उसमें आज संजय सिंह जी के यहाँ भी छापेमारी शुरू की गई है। कल जिस तरह से पत्रकारों के ऊपर हुआ वो भी इसी बात का संकेत दे रहा है कि किसी तरह से जो भी सत्ता के खिलाफ जो आवाज़ है उसको डरा करके, धमका करके, छापे डाल करके, मुकदमे लगा करके, गिरफ्तारी करके किसी तरह से चुप करा दिया जाए। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो राजनीति है ये लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत ही खतरनाक है और मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता के ऊपर भरोसा होना चाहिए। एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करके लोगों की आवाज़ बंद करके आप चुनाव जीतेंगे, ऐसा इतिहास कभी नहीं बताता है।
देखिए, ये ऐसा काल्पनिक घोटाला है जिसके अंदर पिछले 15 महीने से छानबीन चल रही है। हर दूसरे तीसरे दिन मीडिया को खबर दी जाती है कि साहब यहाँ छापा मार दिया, यहाँ छापा मार दिया। मुझे लगता है कम से कम 1000 जगहों पे छापा ईडी और सीबीआई मार चुकी है। 1 रुपया कहीं पे नहीं मिला। ऐसा घोटाला है जिसमें 1 रुपये की कहीं पे रिकवरी नहीं हुई है। अब कहा जा रहा है कि संजय सिंह भी जो है इसके अंदर शामिल हैं और संजय सिंह जी के घर से भी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। मैं आपको अभी बता रहा हूँ।
हम पहले दिन से कहते आ रहे थे कि दिल्ली की जनता को इन्होंने लूटा है और इस शराब घोटाले की आड़ में करोड़ों रुपए कमाए हैं। इस चार्जशीट में पहले से संजय सिंह का नाम था, लेकिन कल जब इस शराब घोटाले के मुख्य अभियुक्त दिनेश अरोड़ा और वाईएसआर के नेता राघव मंगूटा रेड्डी ने सरकारी गवाह बनने की ठानी, तो उसके बाद से ये तय है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सभी साथी, उन सबके चेहरे भी बेनकाब होंगे और ये सभी अपराधी जल्द ही अपने सही ठिकाने पर होंगे।
NDTV Saurabh Shukla is joining us live from outside of Sanjay Singh's residence, and Tonima is with us from the newsroom to help us understand the chronology of events in this particular case. Saurabh, if I can come to you first, though, what's happening right now? You know, how many hours has it been? It's been roughly 4 hours since these searches are underway. Where is Sanjay Singh? Break down the details for us.
Absolutely, Rishika. It's been 6 hours. Now it's 12. Team of ED reached around 6 in the morning, and the raid is underway. You can see the media presence and the presence of paramilitary force right outside Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. In fact, a lot of his supporters are also here to pay their solidarity to Sanjay Singh. You can see a lot of supporters also standing here. They are coming. Several MLAs had also come, now left, as clear instructions from the party not to raise slogans outside Sanjay Singh's residence. Very importantly, in fact, in last bulletin also, Rishika, we were talking that why ED is raiding Sanjay Singh's residence. We have to understand Sanjay Singh. We know that he has been a vocal voice of Aam Aadmi Party in and out in the parliament and outside as well. When this case was registered, Sanjay Singh was not named. Manish Sisodia was named. Vijay Nair, who is in jail, he was named. Satyendra Jain, other officers of Delhi government, which were part of that making of that new liquor policy. Sanjay Singh, when ED filed the charge sheet for the first time, that time Sanjay Singh was not named, but he was referred by an accused named Dinesh Arora, who later became approver, and then he got bail in this whole case, and CBI and ED, they did not oppose his bail when court granted bail to Dinesh Arora because he turned approver. Dinesh Arora, in his statement, said that just before assembly elections, Sanjay Singh introduced Manish Sisodia to several restaurant owners and few big players of liquor in Delhi, including Dinesh Arora, to Manish Sisodia on a fundraising event. And in that event, they had raised 82 lakhs for Aam Aadmi Party's campaign. And in that meeting, Manish Sisodia said that if they come back to the power again, they will form a policy which will suit everyone. And after that, Dinesh Arora coordinated Manish Sisodia, between Manish Sisodia and the liquor lobby of South, and we know that K. Kavita was also questioned, Mugunta Reddy was arrested, Abhishek Banerjee is still behind the bar, Samir Pillai is still behind the bar, and he coordinated. And then Dinesh Arora just mentioned Sanjay Singh, that Sanjay Singh planned that fundraising event just before the election, and he introduced Dinesh Arora to Manish Sisodia. So that was the only reference of Sanjay Singh in that charge sheet. After that, we all know that Sanjay Singh had written a strong letter to Director ED and Secretary Finance saying that with malefied intentions, officers of ED has mentioned his name to malign his image, his name. He is in Rajya Sabha MP. He has a lot of credibility. And after that legal notice, ED replied saying that that there was a clerical topographical error from the side of ED. Instead of writing Rahul Singh's name, they had written Sanjay Singh's name, but their investigation is on. And definitely in this case, ED and CBI, they both will file the supplementary charge sheet. But what is the new evidence now ED has against Sanjay Singh that we all are curious about? In fact, in May, ED raided 3 of the close associates of Sanjay Singh, Sarvesh Mishra, Vivek and Ajit Tyagi in May. And after that, we remember that there was a poster and a banner placed by Sanjay Singh saying that I'm ready to welcome ED at my residence. And this happened after a few months of that poster. So currently, the survey is underway, and we have we know the reaction of the party saying that they are not worried they will not
Well,
find
the
a
Aam
single
Aadmi
penny.
the Aam Aadmi Party has, of course, maintained, in all of their reactions so far that Sanjay Singh is, the epitome of honesty, etc. They said very similar things at, at the time when the Enforcement Directorate was carrying out searches against Manish Sisodia as well. Saurabh, you'd covered several of those stories as well. Yet they've managed to keep Manish Sisodia behind bars since March. So, there are going to be many questions really asked over, what is the evidence that the Enforcement Directorate actually has on the basis of which they're conducting these searches and on the basis of which they've managed to keep Manish Sisodia behind bars for so long. I want to very briefly, sort of stay on with us, very briefly bring in Tanima into the conversation as well. Tanima, break down for the benefit of our viewers, what is the Delhi excise case? What is the timeline of this case and why are these searches at this time so interesting?
Right, Rishika, as you mentioned, that it's a 15-month-long case which has been going on. There are two central agencies which are probing this entire matter. The CBI, of course, looking at the corruption angle involving senior Delhi government officials and some ministers, and also the Enforcement Directorate, which is looking at the money laundering aspect of it. This is, of course, searches related to ED, which is looking at the money trail. But if we see, and I was explaining this earlier as well, there are two stages of this if we can look at the investigation as such, where in the first stage, of course, primarily they were looking at some of the people who directly benefited from these liquor licenses which were being privatized, some of these Delhi government liquor events which were being privatized and licenses being given out accordingly. So they were looking at businessmen who were allegedly involved, some restaurant and hotel owners who were allegedly involved, and some of these arrests that we have seen in this case, including the quote-unquote South group related businessmen who have also been in the net of the ED and the CBI. These arrests have also, and questioning in fact for that matter, has taken place with connection to some of these people who were allegedly meeting senior Delhi government officials and Delhi government top faces. Now, on this year, if we look at March onwards, there's been a certain acceleration into the investigation as far as direct roles of certain politicians are concerned. We've seen Manish Sisodia's arrest taking place in March. We've seen BRS leader K. Kavita being questioned in March. And now we are seeing, for the first time in this case, searches being conducted in AAP MP Sanjay Singh's residence. So what the ED, for that matter, largely most of these arrests are related to the ED case. They are in fact looking at the money trail, and as far as Sanjay Singh is concerned, that's what Saurabh was explaining, that he is being seen as one of the chief conduits, although he's not been named as an accused at any stage by neither the CBI nor the ED, but he's being looked at as one of the main conduits, one of the main mediators who apparently introduced some of these businessmen
But he's very clearly been
to the then
accused
Delhi
in a
Deputy
certain
CM.
sense of facilitating several of those meetings. And that is something, that we've learnt of, and we know, like Saurabh was reporting, his aides were questioned. The big question, of course, Tanima, at the moment is what is the fresh evidence on the basis of which searches are being conducted at his residence. One will, of course, wait for more clarity from, the Enforcement Directorate via sources if we can actually understand on what basis these new searches are being conducted. But very interesting information that is coming in terms of the fact that he's been looked at as a conduit, as somebody who essentially introduced Manish Sisodia to several of these business people. And remember, it is an accused by the name of Dinesh Arora, a businessman, an accused in this case himself, who turned approver, and only then did Sanjay Singh's name actually feature in the scheme of things. We will track the story very closely. Like Saurabh said, searches underway for 6 hours and counting. It's going to be one of our top focus stories. But quickly, let's address some more news that is just coming in at the moment. There have been massive protests that are taking place in Rajasthan is what we are learning. We'll in fact get you more information on that in just a bit. But let's meanwhile just also address what the Supreme Court said about the Enforcement Directorate. Now remember, today also the Aam Aadmi Party has essentially hit out at the central government, saying that the ED is being misused. Agencies are being misused for political vendetta. In what has come as yet another major embarrassment for the Enforcement Directorate, the Supreme Court has ordered the immediate release of directors of M3M group of companies in a money laundering case. So in a separate case yesterday, the Supreme Court set aside the arrests of these directors and said that mere non-cooperation to summons or not answering questions is not enough for the Enforcement Directorate to arrest anyone. Basant and Pankaj Bansal were earlier arrested by the ED in connection with money laundering probe linked to a bribery case. The case pertains to an FIR that was filed by the Haryana police and had a case against a former special judge of the ED and CBI alleging that the judge was showing a bias towards the directors. Now, in scathing observations against the Enforcement Directorate, the Supreme Court has said that ED must be seen acting with utmost probity. They have in fact said that the Enforcement Directorate action is expected to be above board and pristine. ED should not be vindictive in its conduct, and that case facts have in this particular case shown that ED failed to discharge its functions. And mere non-cooperation, like I said, is not enough ground for arrest. So this is what the Enforcement Directorate, this is what the Supreme Court, I beg your pardon, has said about the Enforcement Directorate in a separate case just yesterday. But several of those observations, in fact, are key questions that can be asked of the Enforcement Directorate even today as these searches are underway. Let's now shift our focus to the other big developing story, which is Sikkim. Now, there have been flash floods that has wreaked havoc across different parts of Sikkim. The capital has completely been cut off at the moment. But the big story really emerging from Sikkim, of course, is that 23 army personnel are missing after a cloudburst that has led to a rise in the Tisa water levels. The cloudburst has affected several army establishments. And of course, the capital, like I said, has been cut off. Rescue operations are underway. Flash floods were triggered by a cloudburst. Several roads have been washed away. The Chief Minister, of course, is seen on the ground at several affected areas. But the real impact of this is going to be huge, with many parts of Sikkim completely cut off from the rest of the country. Massive flash floods, like I said, that have left 23 army personnel missing so far. We have, in fact, coming in an eyewitness account from Sikkim at the moment. Let's just listen in to what's happening.
इधर बदाक ब्रिज था 107 आरसीसी का, ये वाली लोकेशन से लेके इधर तक वो गया, 2 ब्रिज थे, दोनों गए, लेकिन लोहे वाला मैनेजमेंट था। केटी साहब का रोड भी गया, ये लोकेशन करी है, रोड दब गया पूरा।
All right, we will of course continue to keep a close watch on that story from Sikkim. Short break here. More news on the other side.
Amity has been.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
Across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis.
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella. Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis.
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
It has been a golden run for the Indian contingent at the 19th Asian Games. Right now, at this hour, we are joined by one of the gold medalists from the Games in javelin throw, Anurani, who shot 62.92 meters in her fourth attempt, and she won a gold from javelin yesterday. We'll be joined by her.
बिल्कुल भारत ने पदकों की झड़ी लगा दी है एशियन हांगझो में और 70 से ज़्यादा मेडल जीते हैं, रिकॉर्ड मेडल जीते हैं और इसमें एक गोल्ड मेडल, 16 गोल्ड अब तक हुए हैं और 71 मेडल. इसमें जो एक बेहद खास है, हिस्टोरिक गोल्ड मेडल है, वो अनुरानी का है. अनुरानी सीधे हांगझो से हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं. अनु, NDTV से जुड़ने का बेहद शुक्रिया. और कल रात देर आपका डोपिंग टेस्ट और ये सब चलता रहा. अनु, हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करना और ओलंपिक चैंपियन को बीट करना, चाइनीज़ जो ओलंपिक चैंपियन है, कितनी बड़ी बात है आपके लिए? क्योंकि आपके पास हमेशा सिल्वर ब्रॉन्ज आ रहा था, ये बहुत बड़ा जो पहला है जो बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे गोल्ड है.
जी सर, थैंक यू सो मच. और सर काफ़ी टाइम से मतलब मैं स्ट्रगल कर रही थी. इस साल तो मेरा मतलब मैं कंटिन्यू मेहनत कर रही थी, लेकिन कभी कभी टाइम ऐसे होता है, कुछ फेस ऐसे आते हैं लाइफ में कि बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल होता है। तो हाँ, मेरे को बस मन में यही था कि मुझे मतलब हार नहीं माननी है और लास्ट तक लगे रहना है। तो जैसे कि इसमें ओलंपिक चैंपियन भी थी, तो काफी मतलब प्राउड फील होता है उनके साथ कंपटीशन करते हैं, और मैं रेस्पेक्ट भी करती हूँ कि ओलंपिक चैंपियन है। हाँ, तो सबने अपना 100% दिया, और मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है कि मेरा ये अभी तक का मतलब फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल गोल्ड मेडल है, जो मुझे अभी आगे जो ओलंपिक्स है उसमें मतलब मुझे बहुत मोटिवेट करेगा ये मेडल।
Anu, bronze in Incheon in 2014 to a gold medal at this games in 2023. आपके जर्नी के बारे में हमें थोड़ा सा बताइए कि उस दौरान आपको ब्रॉन्ज मेडल मिला था, उसको अभी गोल्ड में इतने साल बाद कन्वर्ट करना, 9 साल बाद, कितनी बड़ी बात है?
जी मैम, काफी अच्छा लगता है। और क्योंकि अगर आप एक साधारण फैमिली से आते हो और बेसिकली से आप गांव से निकल के आते हो, तो गांव से निकल के आना एक लड़की के लिए बहुत ही मतलब स्ट्रगल से भरा होता है। क्योंकि गांव में काफी मतलब जो सोच है लोगों की, वहाँ का जो माहौल है वो लड़कियों को बाहर नहीं निकलने देते। कपड़ा, कुछ लोअर टी शर्ट भी पहनते हैं तो उस पर उंगली उठाई जाती है कि ऐसे कपड़े पहन रहे हैं। तो मतलब काफी स्ट्रगल भरा रहा है। हम 5 भाई बहन है, पापा किसान है। तो जब मैं स्टार्टिंग में गेम करती थी, मेरे पास शूज भी नहीं होते थे, किट कपड़े भी नहीं होते थे, तो पड़ोस में जाके मतलब किसी फ्रेंड की टी शर्ट लेके आती थी, शूज लेके आती थी, कंपटीशन खेलने के लिए जाती थी। फिर बाद में कंपटीशन खेलने के बाद आके उसका वो वापस करती थी। तो बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल से भरा है मेरा जीवन। और जो मतलब मैंने अभी यहाँ पे गोल्ड लिया, तो मुझे मतलब काफी प्राउड फील हो रहा है। और मैं मेरे जो देश में है, जो बेसिकली जो गांव से लड़कियां है, तो मैं उनको बस वही बोलना चाहती हूँ कि मैं भी यहाँ तक मतलब बहुत स्ट्रगल करके आई हूँ। तो आप लोग भी मतलब कोशिश करते रहिए, तो आप लोग भी एक दिन अच्छा मतलब मेडल ले सकते हैं।
अनु, मैं आपको कई बार जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में भी देखा है, आप जैवलिन लेके जा रही हैं, दूसरे बच्चे अच्छा कर रहे हैं। आपके मन में ये हमेशा मलाल तो ज़रूर रहता होगा कि गोल्ड कब मिलेगा। जैसे कॉमनवेल्थ बर्मिंघम में भी मैंने आपसे बात की थी, और आपकी जो अपनी जर्नी, जैसे रिका आपको बता रही थी कि पारुल जैसी है, मतलब गन्ने के खेत में आपने जैवलिन फेंकना शुरू किया भाई के थ्रू, और वहाँ से बहादुरगढ़ से, और वहाँ से यहाँ तक का सफ़र, जो आप स्ट्रगल की बात कर रही हैं, इसमें फैमिली, खासकर आपके भाई का बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा, जो क्रिकेट भी शायद खेलते हैं।
जी, भाई का रोल रहा है सर। तो वही है कि गांव में तो मतलब फैमिली को इतना मतलब पता नहीं होता, क्योंकि साधारण सीधे साधे लोग होते हैं। तो भाई जब गेम करते थे तो हमारे घर में इतनी कुछ सुविधाएं भी नहीं थी, उसकी डाइट का भी पूरा नहीं हो पाता था। तो मेरा जो भाई का सपना था वो कहीं पे मतलब अधूरा रह गया। तो भाई ने सोचा था कि मतलब मेरा सपना तो पूरा नहीं हुआ, मैं मेरी मतलब बहन को मैं कराऊंगा। तो यही है कि मेरा भाई का सपना भी मतलब यही है कि पूरा कर रही हूँ मैं।
अनु, 31 ईयर्स में, 31 साल में मेडल मिलना, और वो भी गोल्ड मेडल मिलना, कोई छोटी बात नहीं है। इट टॉक्स अबाउट आपके एंड्योरेंस, आपके स्टैमिना, एंड मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली लॉन्जेविटी। वो जो इतने टाइम तक आप डटे रहे, उससे क्या मैसेज निकल कर आता है? बिकॉज आमतौर पे देखा जाता है जो लड़कियां हैं वो 20 से लेके 25-27 तक स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं, फिर छोड़ देते हैं, बट टू परसिवियर फॉर सच अ लॉन्ग टाइम, टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट दैट।
जी मैम, बिल्कुल। क्योंकि मतलब हमारी थोड़ी सी सोसाइटी की सोच ये होती है कि मतलब 20-25 साल तक ही लड़की अच्छा करेगी या इसका ये पीक परफॉर्मेंस होता है। बट ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है, क्योंकि वो सिर्फ एक सोच है। क्योंकि लोगों को नॉलेज नहीं है कि गेम की मतलब कितनी एज तक कर सकते हैं। अपने यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी सोच ऐसे बना रखी है कि हाँ, लड़की 25-26 साल तक ही अच्छा गेम कर सकती है, फिर उसका शादी का एज हो जाता है। लेकिन ये सब ऐसे कुछ नहीं है। बट यही है कि अपना अच्छे से मेहनत करते रहिए। तो एज कोई मैटर नहीं करती कि आपका एज क्या है, बस आप लगन से, डिसिप्लिन से अच्छा हार्ड वर्क करते रहिए, तो सब कुछ पॉसिबल होता है।
अनु, आपने कॉमनवेल्थ में भी जीता और इंटरनेशनल मेडल जीतती रही हैं, गांव जाती रही हैं, बदलाव आया है वहाँ पे, और आपको लगता है इस मेडल से तो ज़रूर बदलाव आएगा और भी ज़्यादा?
हाँ जी सर, बदलाव तो आता है पहले से, और अभी काफी मतलब बदलाव है। क्योंकि अभी हम एक इतने बड़े लेवल पे जाके देश के लिए कुछ करते हैं। तो अभी अब जो हमारा जो मीडिया है वो इतना सपोर्ट करता है हम लोगों को, मतलब दिखाता है कि हाँ हमने मेडल लिए, तो वो काफी इंस्पायर होता है। हम लोगों के लिए भी होता है, सभी बच्चों के लिए होता है कि देखते हैं कि हाँ, गांव में तो मोस्टली ऐसे होता है कि हाँ न्यूज में भी फोटो आती है, फिर हम कहीं कहीं टीवी पे आते हैं, तो बहुत मोटिवेशन होते हैं बच्चे। तो वो उनका भी मतलब एक सपना बन जाता है कि हाँ, हमें भी एक दिन मतलब ऐसे अच्छा करके दिखाना है, परिवार को, देश का, सबका नाम रोशन करना है।
अनु, नीरज चोपड़ा के इवेंट है 4:30 बजे आज, क्या आप जाएंगे वो इवेंट देखने के लिए? कितना उत्सुक है अपने जैवलिन और एथलेटिक्स टीम उस इवेंट के लिए, और नीरज से खासकर आपको कुछ टिप्स मिला है?
हाँ जी, ऐसे ट्रेनिंग में तो ट्रेनिंग पहले काफी साथ में करते रहे हैं, तो टिप्स तो हाँ, ट्रेनिंग के बारे में तो बात होती रहती है कि टेक्निक कैसे चल रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है। तो हाँ, मैं फ्री हो चुकी हूँ, मेरा गेम हो चुका है। हाँ, तो जाएंगे, सपोर्ट करेंगे, देखेंगे, एंजॉय करेंगे गेम को।
अनु, पहले जैसे हम लोग बातचीत कर रहे थे कि इंडिया में जैसे जो जैवलिन फेंकते हैं या जो बॉलिंग करते हैं, क्रिकेट में बॉलिंग करते हैं, एक नेचुरल एक्शन है, लोग बोलते हैं नेचुरल टैलेंट है, और इसीलिए जैवलिन का पावर हाउस कहते हैं। इंडिया बनेगा जैसे फिनलैंड है या जैसे यूरोपियन कुछ कंट्रीज है। आपके जैसे भाई आपको क्रिकेट ग्राउंड पे आपको देखा था ये करते हुए, आप कभी क्रिकेट को भी फॉलो करती हैं या कभी मैच देख लिया, कोई स्पेशल प्लेयर?
हाँ जी सर, जब मैं छोटी थी तो मतलब मैं थोड़ा बॉय कट रखती थी, और लड़कों के साथ मुझे खेलना बहुत पसंद होता था। तो एक बार मैं लड़कों के साथ खेलती थी और मैं बहुत छोटी थी उस टाइम पे, तो मैंने मतलब इतना अच्छा क्योंकि पहले गांव में क्या होता था कि लड़के लड़के ही खेलते थे। अगर कोई लड़की खेलने के लिए आ जाती थी, बोलते नहीं नहीं लड़की है भाई, हमारे साथ नहीं खेलेगी, तू जा घर जा, अपना काम कर। तो बट उस दिन क्या हुआ था कि मैंने जीत के आया था और मैं उनकी टीम में खेली थी लड़कों की, और मैंने उस टीम को मतलब जिताया था क्रिकेट में। तो वो एक मेरे लिए बहुत मेमोरी का मोमेंट है। और क्रिकेट तो हाँ सर, मैं इतना तो नहीं देखती, पर हाँ थोड़ा बहुत देखती हूँ। तो धोनी जी है, जो धोनी सर है, मतलब काफी इंस्पायर करते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा काम रहते हैं वो, और बहुत पॉजिटिव रहते हैं। उनका मैं एक वीडियो हमेशा देखती हूँ जिसमें वो बोलते हैं कि मतलब रिजल्ट के पीछे मत भागो, जो आपकी प्रोसेस है, जो मेहनत है, उसको फॉलो। हाँ जी, वो मैं देखती हूँ, काफी वर्ष को मैं देखती रहती हूँ।
अनु, ये जो एशियन गेम्स रहा इंडियन कंटिंजेंट के लिए सबसे बेहतरीन गेम्स है, क्योंकि जो इंचॉन में जितने मेडल्स हमने जीता था उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेडल्स यहाँ पे जीते हैं। तो क्या मूड है कैंप में? और पर्सनली अपार्ट फ्रॉम योर ओन मेडल इवेंट, कौन सा ऐसा इवेंट रहा है जो आपको बहुत एक्साइटिंग लगा है एंड यू रियली एंजॉयड बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ इट?
काफी सारे इवेंट है, बट मैं खुद का जो मेरा मेडल है, क्योंकि इस साल मैंने काफी स्ट्रगल भरा रहा है, क्योंकि मेरा पूरा ये जो सीजन था अभी हमारा खत्म ही होने वाला है। तो मैंने बहुत मेहनत किया था, मैं मतलब बहुत डिप्रेस भी हो गई थी, डिप्रेशन में चली गई थी, और मेरा मतलब मन आया था कि मैं गेम को छोड़ देती हूँ। बट जो मैंने मेरा मेडल लिया और जो मैंने करके दिखाया, मेरा ड्रीम था कि मैं चाइना में जाके खेलूं, अच्छा करूँ, गोल्ड लेके आऊँ। और जो चाइनीज थी, एक लास्ट की ओलंपिक चैंपियन थी, जो दूसरी लड़की है, वो भी एशिया रिकॉर्ड है, वो भी एशिया गेम्स की 2 टाइम्स की चैंपियन रही है। तो उनके साथ खेल के मुझे बहुत अच्छा फील हुआ, और मैंने मतलब गोल्ड मेडल जीता, तो मुझे काफी प्राउड फील हो रहा है।
अनु, नेक्स्ट टारगेट ऑफ कोर्स जो भी एशियन गेम्स जीतता है उसके लिए पेरिस होता है, लेकिन आपका जो पर्सनल बेस्ट है और पेरिस का जो ब्रॉन्ज है उसमें थोड़ा फासला है अभी। आपको लगता है 1-1.5 साल में वो फासला कवर हो जाएगा?
हाँ सर, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ग्राउंड में तो काफी अच्छा हो रहा था, क्योंकि कोई प्लेयर चाहे वो ओलंपिक चैंपियन है कितना भी स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, लेकिन जब वो मतलब हर कॉम्पिटिशन में, मतलब हमारा मतलब जैसे कि हम कॉम्पिटिशन खेलते अच्छा नहीं होता, फिर खेलते अच्छा नहीं होता, तो मेरा पूरा साल वो इसी तरह से रहा है। तो कितना भी माइंड सेट हो, कितना भी स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक डाउट आ जाता है, कहीं ना कहीं डीमोटिवेट से हो जाते हैं। तो मेरा वो स्ट्रगल भरा रहा था, और उसी के चक्कर में जाके मैं मेरा अपना जो पर्सनल बेस्ट नहीं दे पाई। बट हाँ, मैंने ग्राउंड पे किया हुआ है, तो मैं उसके मतलब बहुत क्लोज हूँ। तो हाँ, अभी होने वाले जो कंपटीशन होंगे नेक्स्ट ईयर, तो उसमें ऑफ कोर्स अच्छा एक थ्रो लगाएंगे और ओलंपिक में अच्छा करेंगे जाके।
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप पेरिस के और तेजी से बढ़े और वहां से मेडल लेके आए इंडिया के लिए। विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट अनु।
दमकते रहिए। ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
टेक गुरुजी। टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास। Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place.
Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical guruji.
Tech guruji. Technical guruji.
Technical guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. Welcome back. Breaking news. It is just coming in. The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has in fact spoken out for the very first time in 6 hours since raids have been underway at Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh's residence since early this morning. He said that this is all linked with elections, alleging it is political vendetta. He says that the liquor policy case has been going on for the last 1 year. There have been over 1,000 raids but no recoveries. Arvind Kejriwal has said that the Enforcement Directorate will return empty-handed from Sanjay Singh's house. This is a desperate bid and nothing but political vendetta ahead of the 2024 polls. We will play out for you Arvind Kejriwal's reaction in just a moment from now. But let's first listen in to what the BJP is saying. Gaurav Bhatia is holding a press conference on the raids. Let's listen in.
ये पूछा जाना चाहिए कि क्या पत्रकारिता का मुखौटा पहनकर अंदर आपकी सूरत इतनी घिनौनी होगी कि वो देश के खिलाफ काम करेगी, और जब जांच एजेंसी अपना काम करेंगी तो आप कहेंगे कि ये पत्रकारिता करने से रोका जा रहा है। और दुख की बात तो ये है कि जब न्यूज क्लिक पे कार्रवाई होती है तो जो पत्रकार हैं कुछ चीन से जो वित्त पोषित पत्रकार हैं और नेता हैं, उनको बड़ा दर्द होने लगता है। इसमें जो ईमानदार पत्रकारिता को बदनाम करते हैं ऐसे पत्रकार और घमंडिया के कुछ नेता निर्वस्त्र हुए हैं। उनका घिनौना चेहरा देश के सामने आया है। अगर सबूत हैं, अगर आरोप गंभीर हैं, तो क्यों नहीं जांच एजेंसी अपना काम करेंगे? अगर कोई विदेशी शक्ति भारत को कमजोर करने के लिए फंडिंग करती है और उस पर ठोस कार्रवाई जांच एजेंसी करती है, तो घमंडिया के नेताओं को और जो घिनौने चेहरे वाले कुछ पत्रकार हैं, उनको क्यों दर्द होने लगता है? इनकी आस्था न्यायालय में नहीं है, क्योंकि आज की खबर है कि दिल्ली के कोर्ट ने जो फाउंडिंग एडिटर है न्यूज क्लिक के, मिस्टर प्रबीर पुरकयास्था, 7 दिन की इनको पुलिस कस्टडी में भेजा है। 7 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी में। तो जो ये हो हल्ला कल से मचाया जा रहा था, पत्रकारिता की बात करी जा रही थी, चौथा स्तंभ है, बिल्कुल है, लेकिन एक सच्चा ईमानदार भारतीय पत्रकार एक विरोधी देश से फंडिंग नहीं लेगा, वो भारत को दीमक की तरह खाएगा नहीं। और इसीलिए बिल्कुल स्पष्ट ये यहां से बताना चाहते हैं कि पहला पुख्ता सबूत है जो खबर आ रही है, इसीलिए मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का और यूएपीए का मामला दर्ज किया गया है। और जो पत्रकार और नेता भारत विरोधी गतिविधियों में लिप्त पाए जाएंगे, जिनकी
All right, so that was Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP, in fact, responding to, well, a whole host of raids. He's spoken about the raids against Sanjay Singh. He's also talked about the raids against Newsclick. Now, remember, Newsclick founder and HR head have both been sentenced to 7 days of police custody. He has once again reiterated what the ED and what the searches against them have been about, which is essentially the fact that they've been accused of receiving foreign funding from China and been accused of indulging in anti-India activities, which is why, remember, UAPA, which is a terror charge, has been leveled against Newsclick. So that was the BJP reaction coming in to the Delhi police taking into custody the Newsclick founder and HR head. Meanwhile, like I said, Arvind Kejriwal has responded to the raids against Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. There have been searches at Sanjay Singh's residence since 6 a.m. this morning. Gopal Rai was seen there earlier accusing the central government of misusing central agencies. Arvind Kejriwal has now responded as well. Let's listen in to what he said.
पिछले 1 साल से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि तथाकथित शराब घोटाला इन्होंने शोर कर रखा है। अभी तक एक भी पैसा कहीं इनको मिला नहीं। इतनी बताते हैं 1000 से ज़्यादा रेड हो चुकी, इतने लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर चुके, कहीं कोई रिकवरी नहीं हुई है। संजय सिंह के यहाँ भी कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला। बाकी चुनाव आ रहे हैं और 2024 के चुनाव में इन लोगों को लगता है कि ये लोग हारने वाले हैं, तो एक हारते हुए आदमी के आखिरी डेस्परेट कोशिशें नज़र आ रही है। ये जो सब चल रहा है, कल पत्रकारों के ऊपर हुआ, आज संजय सिंह के ऊपर हुआ, अभी देखो चुनाव तक कईयों के ऊपर होंगे, हो सकता है आपके ऊपर भी हो जाए।
Well, speaking of ED crackdown against opposition parties, the Enforcement Directorate has once again issued summons to TMC MP and Party General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee on October the 9th. The Enforcement Directorate has issued summons to the TMC MP's wife, Rujira Banerjee, as well. So Abhishek Banerjee and Rujira Banerjee both been issued summons. Abhishek Banerjee has been issued a summon for the 9th of October, and his wife Rujira Banerjee has been issued summons for the 11th of October. So this is the latest information that we have coming in as far as ED summons against the TMC MP and his wife are concerned. We're going to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we will bring you our ground report from Nanded in Maharashtra, the despicable state of government hospitals. Stay tuned for that ground report.
Amity has been ranked India's #1.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
from breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business.
महाराष्ट्र के 10वें बड़े शहर नांदेड़ की तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखाते हैं। सुबह की डॉक्टर शंकरराव चौहान मेडिकल कॉलेज एंड हॉस्पिटल के अंदर हम हैं और जो सफाई पर यहाँ पर सवाल उठते रहे थे कल, आज हम तस्वीरों में भी आपको दिखाते हैं। आप देखें मरीज के परिजन यहाँ पर कोई बर्तन धो रहा है, कोई ब्रश कर रहा है, कोई नहा रहा है, लेकिन उसके बीच ही आप देखें यहाँ पर सुअर किस तरह से इकट्ठा है। तो सफाई की क्या हालत है, क्या तस्वीरें हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। कुछ महिलाएं हैं यहाँ पर, उनसे बात करते हैं। मैडम, क्या यही हाल हर रोज रहता है?
रोजच आहे मॅडम, रोजच आहे। आमच्या पेशंटला बघा ना,
काय करणार आता आम्ही पोळ्यापासून हाव तर दोनदा शिजर झालं, दोनदा टाक्या इथून अजून पाणी निघालं, पट्टी कराय काळजी घेणार.
क्या सफाई को लेके क्या काम हो रहा है यहाँ पर? सफाई को लेके क्या तकलीफ आप लोगों को हो रही है?
मॅडम सगळं बाहेरच आणावं लागते, काहीच नाही यांची सुविधा.
यहाँ पे आप लोग टॉयलेट इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे?
कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहे.
बाहर
यहाँ के
जाना
सब बाहर जाना, बाहर का लाना, क्या करना? गरीब लोग का कहाँ से लाना? देखो एक 500 का इंजेक्शन है, देखो तुम, मेरे पास आए, बताओ क्या तुम्हारे को?
बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए आपको दवा? बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए खरीद के?
हाँ बाहर से ला रहे सब. हम यहाँ इधर का कुछ भी मिल रहा नहीं, कुछ भी सौदा नहीं है. देखो तुम गार को बोल रहे हम, क्या करना बोलो, क्या करना बोलो? तुम सब गरीब आदमी करके खाने वाले क्या है? 8-8 दिन 15-15 दिन रह के जा रहे, बुखारा कम नहीं हो रहे, क्या करना?
क्या हुआ, क्या है बताएंगे? कौन है मरीज यहाँ पर भर्ती?
हाँ हार्ट का झटका आएगा, भर्ती है दवाखाने में.
आपके रिश्ते कौन है?
बच्चा है.
आपका
बच्चा है.
हार्ट अटैक आया है?
हाँ नहीं वो फीट का.
अच्छा.
फीट का झटका आया तो लाए हमने.
अच्छा.
हाँ पहले महीना भर रह के गए, फिर अभी आए. अब बीपी 3 दिन से 90 से ऊपर चढ़ रही नहीं. क्या करना बोलो तुम? हाँ तुम बोलो ना, अब क्या करना?
ठीक है. तो देखिए कल भी ऐसे कई लोगों से हमने बात की है और आज भी वही कहानी है. लोग यही अपनी पीड़ा बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से दवाइयों के लिए उन्हें खर्च करना पड़ रहा है और खर्च के साथ साथ उन्हें बाहर भटकना पड़ रहा है, ढूंढना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि अस्पताल में दवाइयाँ उपलब्ध नहीं हैं. कुछ और लोग हैं आसपास, आप देखें, उनसे बात करते हैं. सफाई को लेकर क्या दिक्कतें आ रही हैं? अंदर तो बहुत सारी महिलाएं कह रही हैं कि हम शौचालय अंदर का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पा रहे.
मॅडम सगळं बाहेरलं औषध आणावं लागले, पूर्ण बाहेरलंच आणावं लागते. सरकार हो आणि सरकार म्हणते औषध आहे, काहीच नाही इथं.
हिंदी में
हो
सरकार की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि दवाइयाँ हैं तो
कुछ ही नहीं यहाँ पे. पूरा बाहर का लाना पड़ा, पैसे नहीं तो बच्चा मर चला.
मैम आप सफाई कर्मचारी हैं यहाँ पे?
हम कैंटीन में काम करते मैडम.
कैंटीन में काम करते तो आप झाड़ू क्यों लगा रही हैं?
ये यहाँ पे हम करते हैं, कभी भी साफ करते हैं.
आपको बोला गया अभी देख करके कैमरा ऑन है?
हम हमेशा करते हैं यहाँ पे.
अभी बताइए ये हालत है, यहाँ पर सुअर घूम रहे हैं.
नहीं मैडम कुछ भी नहीं बोल सकते, खाली हमारा इतना एरिया हम इतना हर रोज साफ करते हैं. इतना हम कैंटीन में काम करते हैं, हम यहाँ पे इतना रोज हम साफ सफाई करते हैं यहाँ पे. हाँ
पर ये तो गंदगी की बहुत ज्यादा दुर्गति है
मैडम. दिन भर से लोग आते ना यहाँ पे, तो उन्हें तो करते ही. क्या करेंगे लोग सब आते हैं यहाँ पे. मॅडम मधात कशी ह्याची माणसाची हालत आहे, इथून धरून कायच नाही. डिलिव्हरीच्या वार्डात चला कशी हाल आहे, कशा बाया लढाल्या आता, आणि कसं कसं पेशंट अवघड आहे, कसे कसे लेकरायचे हाल आहे, कसे कसे काचा टाकलेले लेकर आहेत. ये तुम्हें इतन काय करना का?
ये जो महिलाएं हैं ये कह रही हैं अगर आप अंदर डिलीवरी वार्ड में आएंगी, उस वार्ड की हालत देखिए, आपको समझ में आएगा कि पेशेंट किस हाल से गुजर रहे हैं. यहाँ के सफाई कर्मचारी ही हैं. आप सफाई यहाँ पे कर्मचारी हैं? क्या सफाई होती है सर? आप देखें यहाँ पे हालत.
कर्मचारी कम है ना यहाँ पे.
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम विट्ठल भोसले.
कर्मचारी कम है, कितने किस संख्या में है यहाँ पे कर्मचारी?
अभी उतना तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, हम टेंडर पे काम करते ना.
अच्छा.
हाँ
तो आप ये देखिए ये कैंटीन में काम करती हैं, झाड़ू लेकर ये चला रही है, लेकिन शायद ये आपका काम होना चाहिए ना.
सुअर क्या?
हाँ.
रोज रहता है.
रोज रहता है तो नहीं रहना चाहिए ना. अस्पताल के अंदर क्यों है?
वो गंदगी फैलाने, गंदगी जो रहती ना वो खाते ना वो गंदगी बिंदगी, इसलिए नहीं ला के छोड़ेंगे. हाँ
तो आपको सफाई तो करनी चाहिए. कितनी संख्या में आप लोग सफाई कर्मचारी कितनी संख्या में हैं यहाँ?
जो कर्मचारी है यहाँ पे एक वार्ड नंबर 1 को 2-3 कर्मचारी ऐसा रहना चाहिए. एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा? एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड 3-3 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा?
तो आप लोग को कोई समस्या आती है पेमेंट की, कुछ की? क्या
हम तो टेंडर पे करते हैं, हम क्या परमानेंट नहीं है आके.
अच्छा.
हाँ टेंडर पे करते हैं हम.
टेंडर पे.
हाँ.
तो मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट्स इस बात की भी आपत्ति जताते रहे हैं कि सफाई का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऐसे बाहर नहीं देना चाहिए. आखिर ये कर्मचारी अस्पताल के ही क्यों नहीं है, क्योंकि वो ढंग से साफ सफाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. जैसा कि इन्होंने भी आपत्ति जताई कि एक वार्ड में 2 से 3 कर्मचारी होने चाहिए, लेकिन एक ही कर्मचारी पर करीब 2 वार्ड की जिम्मेदारी है. तो सफाई किस तरह से होगी? तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं, झलकियाँ देखें. हालांकि कैमरा ऑन होते ही यहाँ पर एक महिला कर्मचारी जो कैंटीन में काम करती हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ पर झाड़ू लगाकर ये पूरी साफ सफाई की है. अब यहाँ से सुअर आपके ही सामने कैमरे पर अब आपको गायब दिखेंगे. अगर हर रोज ये हो तो फिर शायद यहाँ पर कैमरा पहुँचने की और मीडिया पहुँचने की दरकार ही ना हो. 48 घंटे में 31 मौतें अभी भी सुर्खियाँ बनी हुई हैं. VVIPs यहाँ भी पहुँचने वाले हैं. आज कई नेताओं का दौरा होगा, उसको लेकर सिक्योरिटी अंदर अस्पताल के पास बढ़ाई गई है.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
Across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast.
The Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in the national capital against the AAP MP Sanjay Singh, whose residence is being searched this morning by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. Now, as you can see, several BJP workers, leaders have gathered there at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and they are in fact demanding the resignation of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. They have been protesting for a few hours now, and the searches searches by the Enforcement Directorate have been going on since 6 a.m. this morning at the residence of the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. So the BJP is demanding the CM's resignation, and the BJP has been saying that this Delhi government is corrupt because they face these allegations in the Delhi liquor policy case. My colleague Saurabh Shukla is joining us from Sanjay Singh's residence, where the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches. And Saurabh, we see that every time some action happens against any AAP leader, first it was Manish Sisodia. He was questioned several times, then he was arrested. That time there was a protest by both AAP and BJP. We are seeing that yet again. But tell us what's happening there at Sanjay Singh's residence. The searches started at 6 a.m., so it's been about 7 hours. They're still continuing.
Yeah, they're still continuing. They have not arrested. I don't think, according to my sources, they are going to arrest Sanjay Singh. Manish Sisodia's role was totally different than Sanjay Singh. As let me put it very clearly that Sanjay Singh, why his house is being raided. As far as our knowledge, which is in public domain as well, one of the accused in this whole liquor case, Dinesh Arora, has turned a prover in this case. So in his statement, Dinesh Arora has said that just before assembly elections in Delhi, Sanjay Singh introduced Dinesh Arora along with other restaurant owners and other liquor players of Delhi to Manish Sisodia, and Sanjay Singh along with Dinesh Arora organized a fundraising event for Aam Aadmi Party, and in that event Aam Aadmi Party raised 82 lakhs for their campaign. And after that, Dinesh Arora was continuously in touch with Manish Sisodia, and according to that statement of Dinesh Arora, since Sanjay Singh is responsible of accommodating a meeting or a get-together for Manish Sisodia with these liquor players. And after that, in his statement, he said that Manish Sisodia has assured them that once they come back to the power, they will form a liquor policy which will benefit them and others as well. And after that, according to the ED documents and charge sheet, Dinesh Arora, on the behalf of Delhi government, had negotiated several deals with the South India lobby. And we know that K. Kavita was also questioned in that case. Abhishek Banerjee is in jail. Samir Pillai is in jail. In fact, Bagunta Reddy, who is one of the accused, now he has also turned an approver. So this was the case. And in fact, when this whole charge sheet thing came out, Sanjay Singh got furious. He had sent a legal notice to ED Director, then ED Director Sanjay Mishra and Secretary Finance, saying that he had nothing to do with liquor scam. Just to malign his image, ED officers have intentionally to malign his image. ED officers they had mentioned his name in the charge sheet, and he is not the accused. So it is nullifying his image. And after that, ED replied his statement saying that there was some clerical error. They wanted to write Rahul Singh's name, but by mistake they had written Sanjay Singh, and the clerical mistake was corrected from the side of ED. But now what new happened, because what is the new evidence ED has against Sanjay Singh, we don't know. That survey, in fact, that raid is underway from last 7 hours. A PMLA case has been registered. So there is some scrutiny, but we will come to know in some time. And we, as you know, Priyanshi, Aam Aadmi Party is the statement from Aam Aadmi Party leaders are coming out saying that, in fact, previously also ED conducted several raids against several Aam Aadmi Party leaders. They have found nothing, and they will find nothing at Sanjay Singh's residence as well. And in the May of this year, 3 of close associates of Sanjay Singh, Ankit, Ajit Tyagi, Vivek, and Sarvesh Mishra, their residences were also raided by ED. Their phones and laptops were confiscated, and they were regularly questioned by ED. And when then that raid happened, then Sanjay Singh had placed a big hoarding here saying that I welcome ED at my residence, and that is happening after 5 hours for that matter. So we have to wait and watch what comes out of this raid, and what is the new evidence ED has against Sanjay Singh.
Right, and Saurabh, you also importantly have mentioned that we are not aware yet of what the evidence is against Sanjay Singh, why his residence is being searched this morning. But what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying, as you rightly pointed out, is that not just for Sanjay Singh, but the searches, the questioning, the arrests that have happened for several Aam Aadmi Party leaders and for several other leaders as well who have been accused in this case, they say that nothing has been found in any of these rounds of questioning or searches. Manish Sisodia had famously said, before he was arrested of course, that they didn't find a penny in the searches that they conducted at my residence, at my office, and he had said that there were just some thousands of rupees that the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate have found. So that's what the Aam Aadmi Party is maintaining. But tell us that if we even keep the Sanjay Singh case aside, for the questioning and the raids on other leaders, have the agencies found anything?
See, according to ED's charge sheet, definitely if ED has said that Manish Sisodia had changed several phones, he had destroyed phones, he had got a SIM on the name of his driver, there were some kickbacks they have taken, 5% kickback they have taken. The money they have got from the South India lobby, they had used that money in the campaign of Goa elections. So that money was used for campaign of Goa elections of Aam Aadmi Party. They had shown some bill settlement of Aam Aadmi Party and some money trail also for that matter. ED is clearly saying that they have clear money trails of money being transferred from South India liquor lobby to the vendors in Goa and in Punjab as well, according to the charge sheet of ED. But they have not said anything about what they have physically. Physically, they have found money from the residences of Manish Sisodia or from Satinder Jain, or they have raided several Aam Aadmi Party leaders like Sarvesh, Vivek and Ajit Tyagi. They have not mentioned that clearly, but they did mention that that money was used in the campaign of Goa. They have money trail, they have some bills, they have some receipts of cash, they know about some Hawala transaction which also happened from the South India lobby in Delhi and in Goa and in Punjab as well. But definitely ED, according to my sources, they will file a supplementary charge sheet because they also know that they have come to Sanjay Singh's residence, and Sanjay Singh is one of the vocal voice of the new opposition, the united opposition in India, and raiding his place is definitely, political parties will question Prime Minister or Home Minister directly in this case. So they know the importance of raiding or political significance of raiding Sanjay Singh's residence. So definitely they may be having something important, something credible, but we have to wait and watch what comes out of this whole raid.
Saurabh, thanks for highlighting the political importance, because as you've mentioned that Sanjay Singh is a vocal critic of the BJP government, and he keeps on talking about how allegedly central agencies are being misused. He's also a Rajya Sabha, a member of Parliament of the Aam Aadmi Party along with Raghav Chadha. So he is a tall leader of the Aam Aadmi Party. Saurabh, do stay on with us. But while you mentioned that political point, I just want to go across to Arvind Kejriwal's statement that came just a short while ago, and he spoke about exactly this. He said that all of this action is being taken by central agencies ahead of elections, ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections and the upcoming state elections, because the BJP is afraid that they might lose. So that's why they are trying to weaken the opposition parties by quote-unquote misusing central agencies. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying. But on the other side, the BJP is maintaining that the law and the investigation should follow its own course, and that's all that's happening in this case, while there are no political motivations. Those are the two sides. Listen.
एक साल से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि तथाकथित शराब घोटाला इन्होंने शोर कर रखा है। अभी तक एक भी पैसा कहीं इनको मिला नहीं। इतनी बताते हैं 1000 से ज़्यादा रेड हो चुकी, इतने लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर चुके, कहीं कोई रिकवरी नहीं हुई है। संजय सिंह के यहाँ भी कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला। बाकी चुनाव आ रहे हैं और 2024 के चुनाव में इन लोगों को लगता है कि ये लोग हारने वाले हैं, तो एक हारते हुए आदमी के आखिरी डेस्परेट कोशिशें नज़र आ रही है। ये जो सब चल रहा है, कल पत्रकारों के ऊपर हुआ, आज संजय सिंह के ऊपर हुआ, अभी देखो चुनाव तक कईयों के ऊपर होंगे, हो सकता है आपके ऊपर भी हो जाए।
हम पहले दिन से कहते आ रहे थे कि दिल्ली की जनता को इन्होंने लूटा है और इस शराब घोटाले की आड़ में करोड़ों रुपए कमाए हैं। इस चार्जशीट में पहले से संजय सिंह का नाम था, लेकिन कल जब इस शराब घोटाले के मुख्य अभियुक्त दिनेश अरोड़ा और वाईएसआर के नेता राघव मंगूटा रेड्डी ने सरकारी गवाह बनने की ठानी, तो उसके बाद से ये तय है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सभी साथी, उन सबके चेहरे भी बेनकाब होंगे और ये सभी अपराधी जल्द ही अपने सही ठिकाने पर होंगे।
Now, while the opposition has been alleging and has been accusing that central agencies are being used at the behest of the central government, in a completely different case, the Supreme Court has also made very important and rather very strong observations against the Enforcement Directorate in what comes as a major embarrassment for the central agency. The Supreme Court has said that the Enforcement Directorate is expected to be fair and not vindictive, and the Enforcement Directorate needs to be more transparent. The Supreme Court said this while ordering the immediate release of directors of M3M group of companies in a money laundering case. So the top court set aside the arrests and said that mere non-cooperation to summons or not answering questions is not enough for the Enforcement Directorate to arrest anyone. And this in fact has happened in several cases of several top politicians in which politicians were questioned and politicians were even arrested, and other leaders, not just politicians but even businessmen and other leaders, have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI by simply claiming that these leaders are not cooperating with the investigation. But in a strong comment, the Supreme Court has said that just the fact that an accused is not cooperating with the investigation, that is not good enough to merit for an arrest. And they also say that the ED action is expected to be above board and pristine, and the Enforcement Directorate is expected to be fair and not vindictive in its conduct, and ED must be seen acting with utmost probity. The case facts show that Enforcement Directorate failed to discharge its functions in this case of M3M, and failure of the accused to respond to questions is not sufficient for arrest. That's what the Supreme Court has said in scathing observations. Moving on to the other big story now, the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has granted bail to Lalu Yadav, for the former Bihar Chief Minister, and his family. The Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejas Yadav, Rabri Devi, the wife of Lalu Yadav, and Misa Bharti have also gotten bail this morning by the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court. Remember, all of them are involved in the Land for Jobs case, and the allegation is that Lalu Yadav, when he was the Union Railways Minister, jobs were given out by the Railway Ministry in exchange for land. And the other big story of the day, and this also pertains to the Enforcement Directorate, the heat from the Enforcement Directorate on another opposition leader. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned the TMC Member of Parliament Abhishek Banerjee on October 9th. The Enforcement Directorate has also summoned the TMC MP's wife, Ruchira Banerjee, also in a money laundering case that they are probing. Last time, Abhishek Banerjee did not serve his summons. He did not show up. But this time, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned him yet again. These are visuals that you're seeing of Abhishek Banerjee, who has been protesting here in National Capital along with several other members of the Trinamool Congress for the last couple of days. And they have been protesting for the release of Manrega funds or central government funds for West Bengal. And yesterday, they were dragged, and they said they were manhandled by the Delhi police, and Abhishek Banerjee has been leading this protest. Now he's been summoned again by the Enforcement Directorate. Now to a concerning story from northeast India state Sikkim. Sikkim is witnessing flash floods. The situation is that bad that Sikkim's capital Gangtok has been completely cut off by road. The Tista River has washed away parts of NH10 that links Sikkim to the rest of the country. So now Sikkim's capital Gangtok has been completely cut off from the rest of the country by road. In fact, 23 army personnel are also missing in Sikkim after this cloud cloudburst triggered flash floods in the Teesta River. So a massive search operation has been launched to locate the missing soldiers, while several people have been evacuated as well. So this cloudburst happened in Ladakh Lake, and from there the level of the Teesta River rose abnormally last night, and ever since the impact has been damaging several houses, several shops and bridges have completely gone underwater, while many people are missing and several people have been evacuated.
इधर प्रधान ब्रिज था 107 आरसी का, ये वाली लोकेशन से लेके इधर तक वो गया, दो ब्रिज में दोनों गए, लेकिन लोहे वाला मैनेजमेंट केटी शाह रोड भी गया, ये लोकेशन जड़ी है रोड दब गया पूरा।
So as you can see in those visuals really tell us the story of how bad the impact is. There are houses, there are shops that have gone underwater, and the NH10 that's connecting Sikkim to the rest of the country has been completely washed away. There you can see a major road that has been completely washed away by the overflowing Teesta River after a cloudburst yesterday. We'll take a short break now, but we'll keep a close watch on this very concerning story. Stay tuned.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के
Our focus remains on the flash floods in the northeastern state of Sikkim. The condition there is getting from bad to worse. And several houses, shops, bridges have gone underwater after a cloud burst at the lake, at the Lalu Lake last night. As you can see in those visuals, there's flooding in several parts of Sikkim. Several roads have been washed away. In fact, the capital has been completely cut off by road from the rest of the country. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is joining us for more on this. And Saurabh, we do know that it all started with a cloud burst. But tell us that which all areas are impacted. Are these the major parts of Sikkim where a lot of people live? And tell us that how bad is the impact till now? How many houses, how many people are affected by the floods right now?
Well, you know, the Teesta is one of the main rivers that flows through Sikkim. Now, what has happened is in the upper reaches, which is where the Lalu Lake, which is a glacial lake, is situated. There, of course, there was a cloud burst leading to heavy rainfall. Now, of course, that excess water suddenly, of course, flew down, had to flow downstream, and that was, of course, through the Teesta. Now, the Sikkim is such that the topography is such that the main highway connecting Sikkim is along the Teesta river. It travels exactly along the Teesta, on the banks of the Teesta, and a little higher. So whenever there is a Teesta swelling or the Teesta flooding, this road, the National Highway 10, which is from Sivok all the way up to Gangtok and further beyond, gets affected. So that is exactly what has happened this time as well. Now, when this water flew down, what you have is a place called Chumthang, which is again in northern Sikkim, about 90 kilometers from Gangtok. And from there, of course, there's a hydropower project that's been affected. The Teesta has several hydropower projects built on the river because it's a mountain river, so there's a lot of water flow, and that flow is, of course, tapped to produce hydroelectricity. Now, along the banks of the Teesta, you have places like Singtam, you have places like Bardang, you have places like Melli, you have places like Teesta Bazar, which have been affected. Singtang has been badly affected. In Bardang, 23 army personnel are missing. Bardang was where a lot of army vehicles were parked. So, and these are all places, if you look at the map of Sikkim, these are all places along the Teesta river. So the towns, the cities, the little settlements that are along the Teesta have been worst affected because most of this excessive flood water in this flash flood has moved through the banks of the Teesta. And that is why you see the devastation in these pictures that you see are coming in from those areas along the Tista, namely Singtam, namely Bardang, namely Chungtang, which is also in the upper reaches. Then you also have another, place down Meli, where all these destruction has taken place. So Gangtok has been cut off because the main NH10, like I said, which flows alongside the Tista, is of course damaged badly in several places. No connectivity. Otherwise, also several other roads in Sikkim have been affected. So roads have been affected really badly, thereby affecting connectivity, thereby affecting other things. The army is involved in trying to rescue its personnel, the NDRF also. But in all of this, it remains to be seen when and how, where these 23 people are. They are missing. A lot of their fears of being washed away because of these flood waters have been flowing so fast through the Tista. And that is, of course, the main concern as of now, is to save lives or rescue people who may have been, in this flash flood, caught in this flash flood.
Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with those details. We'll keep a close watch and we hope that all those missing people are found. And we also have an update from the NDRF. They have several teams deployed there, and the NDRF team has rescued 7 people till now. 1 team is deployed in Gangtok and 2 NDRF teams are deployed in adjoining areas of Sikkim and West Bengal, as the situation here is getting extremely concerning. But for now, moving on to the other big story, NDTV gets you ground reports from the hospital in Maharashtra's Nanded, where 31 people have died over just the last 48 hours. Now, while the authorities are saying that there was no negligence that's behind this, the families of these people have said that it's negligence and shortage of staff and medicines. These are the reasons behind the deaths of these 31 people over the last 48 hours. And NDTV's Pooja Bharadwaj is there, and she finds out the reality. The situation there is that bad that pigs and dogs are roaming inside this district hospital. Take a look at her ground report.
महाराष्ट्र के 10वें बड़े शहर नांदेड़ की तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखाते हैं सुबह की। डॉक्टर शंकरराव चौहान मेडिकल कॉलेज एंड हॉस्पिटल के अंदर हम हैं, और जो सफाई पर यहाँ पर सवाल उठते रहे थे कल, आज हम तस्वीरों में भी आपको दिखाते हैं। आप देखें, मरीज के परिजन यहाँ पर कोई बर्तन धो रहा है, कोई ब्रश कर रहा है, कोई नहा रहा है, लेकिन उसके बीच ही आप देखें यहाँ पर सुअर किस तरह से इकट्ठा है। तो सफाई की क्या हालत है, क्या तस्वीरें हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। कुछ महिलाएं हैं यहाँ पर, उनसे बात करते हैं। मैडम, क्या यही हाल हर रोज रहता है?
रोजच आहे मॅडम, रोजच आहे। आमच्या पेशंटला बघणार काय करणार, आम्ही पोळ्यापासून हा तर 2दा शिजर झालं, 2दा टाक्या इथून अजून पाणी निघालं, पट्टी कराय काळजी घेणार।
क्या सफाई को लेके क्या काम हो रहा है यहाँ पर? सगळं बाहेर, क्या तकलीफ आप लोगों को हो रही है?
मैडम, सगळं बाहेरच आणावं लागते, काहीच नाही सुविधा।
यहाँ पे आप लोग टॉयलेट इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे?
कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहे, यहाँ के सब बाहर जाना, बाहर का लाना, क्या करना, गरीब लोग का कहाँ से लाना। देखो, एक 500 का इंजेक्शन है, देखो तुम, मेरे पास आए, बताओ क्या तुम्हारे को।
बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए आपको? दवा बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए, खरीद के?
हाँ, बाहर से ला रहे सब। हम इधर का कुछ भी मिल रहा नहीं, कुछ भी सौदा नहीं है। देखो, तुम गाँव को बोल रहे, हम क्या करना, बोलो क्या करना, बोलो तुम। सब गरीब आदमी करके खाने वाले क्या है। 8-8 दिन 15-15 दिन रह के जा रहे, बुखारा कम नहीं हो रहे, क्या करना।
क्या हुआ, क्या है, बताएंगे? कौन है मरीज यहाँ पर भर्ती?
हाँ, हार्ट का झटका आएगा, भर्ती है दवाखाने में।
आपके रिश्ते कौन है?
बच्चा है,
आपका
बच्चा है,
हार्ट अटैक आया है?
हाँ, नहीं, वो फीट का झटका आया तो लाए हमने। हाँ, पहले महीना भर रह के गए, फिर अभी आए। अब बीपी 3 दिन से 90 से ऊपर चढ़ रही नहीं, क्या करना, बोलो तुम। हाँ, तुम बोलो ना, अब क्या करना।
ठीक है। तो देखिए, कल भी ऐसे कई लोगों से हमने बात की है और आज भी वही कहानी है। लोग यही अपनी पीड़ा बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से दवाइयों के लिए उन्हें खर्च करना पड़ रहा है, और खर्च के साथ साथ उन्हें बाहर भटकना पड़ रहा है, ढूंढना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि अस्पताल में दवाइयाँ उपलब्ध नहीं हैं। कुछ और लोग हैं आसपास, आप देखें, उनसे बात करते हैं। सफाई को लेकर क्या दिक्कतें आ रही हैं? अंदर तो बहुत सारी महिलाएं कह रही हैं कि हम शौचालय अंदर का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पा रहे।
मॅडम, सगळं बाहेरलं औषध आणावं लागले, पूर्ण बाहेरलंच आणावं लागते। सरकार हो, आणि सरकार म्हणते औषध आहे, काहीच नाही इथं।
हिंदी में हो, सरकार की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि दवाइयाँ हैं, तो
कुछ ही नहीं यहाँ पे, पूरा बाहर का लाना पड़ा, पैसे नहीं तो बच्चा मर चला।
मैम आप सफाई कर्मचारी हैं यहाँ पे?
हम कैंटीन में काम करते मैडम।
कैंटीन में काम करते तो आप झाड़ू क्यों लगा रही हैं?
ये यहाँ पे हम करते हैं, कभी भी साफ करते हैं।
आपको बोला गया अभी देख करके कैमरा ऑन है?
हम हमेशा करते हैं यहाँ पे।
अभी बताइए ये हालत है, यहाँ पर सुअर घूम रहे हैं।
नहीं मैडम कुछ भी नहीं बोल सकते, खाली हमारा इतना एरिया, हम इतना हर रोज साफ करते हैं। इतना हम कैंटीन में काम करते हैं, हम यहाँ पे इतना रोज हम साफ सफाई करते हैं यहाँ पे। हाँ
पर ये तो गंदगी की बहुत ज्यादा दुर्गति है
मैडम। दिन भर से लोग आते ना यहाँ पे, तो तो करते ही क्या करेंगे, लोग सब आते हैं यहाँ पे।
मॅडम मधात कशी ह्याची माणसाची हालत आहे, इथून धरून कायच नाही। तुम्ही डिलिव्हरीच्या वार्डात चला, कशी हाल आहे आणि कशा बाया लढाल्या आता, आणि कसं कसं पेशंट अवघड आहे, कसे कसे लेकरायचे हाल आहे, कसे कसे काचा टाकलेले लेकर आहेत, ते तुम्ही इथून काय करू नका।
ये जो महिलाएं हैं ये कह रही हैं अगर आप अंदर डिलीवरी वार्ड में आएंगी, उस वार्ड की हालत देखिए, आपको समझ में आएगा कि पेशेंट किस हाल से गुजर रहे हैं। यहाँ के सफाई कर्मचारी ही हैं। आप सफाई यहाँ पे कर्मचारी हैं? क्या सफाई होती है सर? आप देखें यहाँ पे हालत।
कर्मचारी कम है ना यहाँ पे।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम विट्ठल भोसले।
कर्मचारी कम है, कितने किस संख्या में है यहाँ पे कर्मचारी?
अभी उतना तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, हम टेंडर पे काम करते ना।
अच्छा
हाँ।
तो आप ये देखिए, ये कैंटीन में काम करती हैं, झाड़ू लेकर ये चला रही है, लेकिन शायद ये आपका काम होना चाहिए ना।
सुअर क्या?
हाँ।
रोज रहता है।
रोज रहता है तो नहीं रहना चाहिए ना।
उतना
अस्पताल के अंदर क्यों है?
वो गंदगी फैलाने, गंदगी जो रहती ना वो खाते ना, वो गंदगी बिंदगी, इसलिए नहीं ला के छोड़ेंगे। हाँ
तो आपको सफाई तो करनी चाहिए। कितनी संख्या में आप लोग सफाई कर्मचारी कितनी संख्या में हैं यहाँ?
जो कर्मचारी है यहाँ पे, एक वार्ड नंबर 1 को 2-3 कर्मचारी ऐसा रहना चाहिए। एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा? एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड 3-3 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा?
तो आप लोग को कोई समस्या आती है पेमेंट की, कुछ की? क्या
हम तो टेंडर पे करते हैं, हम क्या परमानेंट नहीं है यहाँ के।
अच्छा।
हाँ टेंडर पे करते हैं हम।
टेंडर पे।
हाँ।
तो मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट्स इस बात की भी आपत्ति जताते रहे हैं कि सफाई का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऐसे बाहर नहीं देना चाहिए। आखिर ये कर्मचारी अस्पताल के ही क्यों नहीं है, क्योंकि वो ढंग से साफ सफाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। जैसा कि इन्होंने भी आपत्ति जताई कि एक वार्ड में 2 से 3 कर्मचारी होने चाहिए, लेकिन एक ही कर्मचारी पर करीब 2 वार्ड की जिम्मेदारी है, तो सफाई किस तरह से होगी? तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं, झलकियाँ देखें। हालांकि कैमरा ऑन होते ही यहाँ पर एक महिला कर्मचारी जो कैंटीन में काम करती हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ पर झाड़ू लगाकर ये पूरी साफ सफाई की है। अब यहाँ से सुअर आपके ही सामने कैमरे पर अब आपको गायब दिखेंगे। अगर हर रोज ये हो तो फिर शायद यहाँ पर कैमरा पहुँचने की और मीडिया पहुँचने की दरकार ही ना हो। 48 घंटे में 31 मौतें, अभी भी सुर्खियाँ बनी हुई हैं। VVIPs यहाँ भी पहुँचने वाले हैं। आज कई नेताओं का दौरा होगा, उसको लेकर सिक्योरिटी अंदर अस्पताल के पास बढ़ाई गई है।
The government there in Maharashtra is facing several questions over this alleged negligence at this hospital. As we've just showed you, that it is clear that there was some amount of negligence, and the hygiene and the cleanliness of the hospital is not properly taken care of. So as the government has been facing questions, it's a coalition government, of course, of the BJP and several members of the NCP who joined the BJP earlier. So the Minister of Medical Education of Maharashtra, Mr. Hassan Mushrif, answers questions regarding these deaths. Listen in.
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र के चिकित्सा शिक्षा मंत्री हसन मुशर्रफ जी है। सर, कल आप नांदेड़ गए थे, जो घटना हुई, रिपोर्ट सरकार ने तलब किया, क्या वो रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गया और क्या कुछ बातें प्रमुखता से सामने आई हैं, किसकी वजह से घटना हुई है?
नहीं, रिपोर्ट आने के लिए अभी 2 दिन का वक्त है जी, लेकिन मैंने देखने के बाद वहाँ 2-3 बातें सामने आई कि वो 500 बेड का हॉस्पिटल है जी, और वहाँ 1000 पेशेंट आते हैं हर रोज़, तो बहुत वहाँ बड़ी तादाद में गरीब लोग आते हैं, और वहाँ से वो तेलंगाना से आते हैं, वासीम, हिंगोली, सब अपतरफ से सब लोग आते हैं जी। और उसका हुआ है क्या कि जो छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, जो 12 मृत्यु हो गई, हाँ, उसमें का 6 प्री मैच्योर थे जी, और 6 का थोड़ा बहुत ही उसका पोषण अच्छी तरह से नहीं हुआ था, ऐसे बच्चे थे। और जो 12 जो इतर जो गए, उसमें 70 साल के सब आगे थे। ओके, ठीक है, तो ये बुरी बात है, ये अच्छा नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन हमने जो समिति नियुक्त की है उसका 2-3 दिन में रिपोर्ट आ जाएगा। उसमें दवाई की कुछ कम नहीं थी, डॉक्टर्स भी की कुछ कम नहीं थी, लेकिन वहाँ क्लीनिंग का बहुत बड़ा मामला है। हाँ। वहाँ अच्छी तरह से हाउसकीपिंग नहीं होता है। हाँ। वहाँ अच्छी तरह से लोगों का जो ट्रीटमेंट होना चाहिए उसी तरफ ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता है। हाँ। तो मैंने वो जो समिति नियुक्त की है उसका रिपोर्ट आ जाएगा, उसके बाद हम तहकीकात करेंगे और जो जिम्मेदार है, हाँ, उसे हमें बख्शेंगे नहीं।
We'll take a short break now. More news coming up. Do stay tuned.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
from breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
Welcome back. The big international story now. Amid escalating tensions between India and Canada, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has given out a new statement in which he says that Canada is not looking to escalate matters with India. This comes amid buzz over India asking Canada to scale down diplomatic presence in India. Remember, there's been a massive diplomatic row between both the countries ever since the Canadian Prime Minister had alleged that an Indian government hand could be behind the killing of the Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar on Canadian soil, charges that India has vehemently denied. Listen in to the latest statement by Justin Trudeau.
His Excellency, Mr. Justin. We're not looking to escalate. As I've said, we are going to be doing the work that matters in continuing to have constructive relations with India through this extremely difficult time.
Well, yes, and also if you look at the statement of their Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, she has also said that when the situation is tense, the situation is not okay between the two countries, which it is, and at that time diplomats are needed on the ground. Now, what India has been saying is that there has to be a parity after this spat broke out about the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the Khalistani. India has maintained that there ought to be parity between the numbers of diplomats. Now, India has around 20 diplomats in Canada, in 12 in Ottawa, and the rest in the consulates in Toronto and Vancouver, while for Canada the numbers are much more. But it is also because of the fact that there are much higher number of Indian students and others who go to Canada for studies and different family reasons. But now the situation seems to be getting more difficult for these people, and we have to remember that the migrants who have gone there, the people who are settled there, are of Indian origin, and they're also the voters and constituents of Justin Trudeau's party and the parties he is taking support from. So this is a difficult situation for them as well, because if the situation remains tense, will there be a vote bank at all after this? Will it turn on him? Even that is a question. But India is sticking to its guns, and India and the sources are saying that the parity is needed because the diplomats who are here, the Canadian diplomats, India is accusing them of interfering in India's internal matters.
We'll take a short break now, but on the other side, great news. India has created a new record at the Asian Games, the highest medal tally for India at 74. My colleague Rika Roy will speak to Anurani, who has won the golden javelin. Stay tuned for that.
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
And there's too much talking but very little. It has been a golden run for the Indian contingent at the 19th Asian Games. Right now at this hour we are joined by one of the gold medalists from the Games in javelin throw, Anurani, who shot 62.92 meters in her fourth attempt and she won a gold from javelin yesterday. We'll be joined by her.
बिल्कुल, भारत ने पदकों की झड़ी लगा दी है एशियन हांगझो में और 70 से ज़्यादा मेडल जीते हैं, रिकॉर्ड मेडल जीते हैं और इसमें एक गोल्ड मेडल, 16 गोल्ड अब तक हुए हैं और 71 मेडल। इसमें जो एक बेहद खास है, हिस्टोरिक गोल्ड मेडल है, वो अनुरानी का है। अनुरानी सीधे हांगझो से हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं। अनु, एनडीटीवी से जुड़ने का बेहद शुक्रिया। और कल रात देर आपका डोपिंग टेस्ट और ये सब चलता रहा। अनु, हिस्ट्री क्रिएट करना और ओलंपिक चैंपियन को बीट करना, चाइनीज जो ओलंपिक चैंपियन है, कितनी बड़ी बात है आपके लिए? क्योंकि आपके पास हमेशा सिल्वर ब्रॉन्ज आ रहा था, ये बहुत बड़ा जो पहला है जो बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे गोल्ड है।
जी सर, थैंक यू सो मच। और सर काफी टाइम से मतलब मैं स्ट्रगल कर रही थी। इस साल तो मेरा मतलब मैं कंटिन्यू मेहनत कर रही थी, लेकिन कभी कभी टाइम ऐसे होता है, कुछ फेस ऐसे आते हैं लाइफ में कि बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल होता है। तो हाँ, मेरे को बस मन में यही था कि मुझे मतलब हार नहीं माननी है और लास्ट तक लगे रहना है। तो जैसे कि इसमें ओलंपिक चैंपियन भी थी, तो काफी मतलब प्राउड फील होता है, उनके साथ कॉम्पिटिशन करते हैं और मैं रेस्पेक्ट भी करती हूँ कि ओलंपिक चैंपियन है। हाँ, तो सबने अपना 100% दिया और मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है कि मेरा ये अभी तक का मतलब फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल गोल्ड मेडल है, जो मुझे अभी आगे जो ओलंपिक्स है उसमें मतलब मुझे बहुत मोटिवेट करेगा ये मेडल।
Anu, bronze in Incheon in 2014 to a gold medal at this games in 2023. आपके जर्नी के बारे में हमें थोड़ा सा बताइए कि उस दौरान आपको ब्रॉन्ज मेडल मिला था, उसको अभी गोल्ड में इतने साल बाद कन्वर्ट करना, 9 साल बाद, कितनी बड़ी बात है?
जी मैम, काफी अच्छा लगता है। और क्योंकि अगर आप एक साधारण फैमिली से आते हो और बेसिकली से आप गांव से निकल के आते हो, तो गांव से निकल के आना एक लड़की के लिए बहुत ही मतलब स्ट्रगल से भरा होता है, क्योंकि गांव में काफी मतलब जो सोच है लोगों की, वहाँ का जो माहौल है वो लड़कियों को बाहर नहीं निकलने देते। कपड़ा, कुछ लोअर टी शर्ट भी पहनते हैं तो उस पे उंगली उठाई जाती है कि ऐसे कपड़े पहन रहे हैं। तो मतलब काफी स्ट्रगल भरा रहा है। हम 5 भाई बहन है, पापा किसान है। तो जब मैं स्टार्टिंग में गेम करती थी, मेरे पास शूज भी नहीं होते थे, किट कपड़े भी नहीं होते थे, तो पड़ोस में जाके मतलब किसी फ्रेंड की टी शर्ट लेके आती थी, शूज लेके आती थी, कॉम्पिटिशन खेलने के लिए जाती थी, फिर बाद में कॉम्पिटिशन खेलने के बाद आके उसका वो वापस करती थी। तो बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल से भरा है मेरा जीवन। और जो मतलब मैंने अभी यहाँ पे गोल्ड लिया तो मुझे मतलब काफी प्राउड फील हो रहा है। और मैं मेरे जो देश में है, जो बेसिकली जो गाँव से लड़कियां है, तो मैं उनको बस वही बोलना चाहती हूँ कि मैं भी यहाँ तक मतलब बहुत स्ट्रगल करके आई हूँ, तो आप लोग भी मतलब कोशिश करते रहिए, तो आप लोग भी एक दिन अच्छा मतलब मेडल ले सकते हैं।
अनु, मैं आपको कई बार जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में भी देखा है, आप जेवलिन लेके जा रही हैं, दूसरे बच्चे अच्छा कर रहे हैं, आपके मन में ये हमेशा मलाल तो जरूर रहता होगा कि गोल्ड कब मिलेगा? जैसे कॉमनवेल्थ बर्मिंघम में भी मैंने आपसे बात की थी, और आपकी जो अपनी जर्नी, जैसे रिका आपको बता रही थी कि पारुल जैसी है, मतलब गन्ने के खेत में आपने जावलिन फेंकना शुरू किया भाई के थ्रू, और वहां से बहादुरगढ़ से, और वहां से यहाँ तक का सफर, जो आप स्ट्रगल की बात कर रही हैं, इसमें फैमिली, खासकर आपके भाई का बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा, जो क्रिकेट भी शायद खेलते हैं।
जी, भाई का रोल रहा है सर। तो वही है कि गांव में तो मतलब फैमिली को इतना मतलब पता नहीं होता, क्योंकि साधारण सीधे साधे लोग होते हैं। तो भाई जब गेम करते थे तो हमारे घर में इतनी सुविधाएं भी नहीं थी, उसकी डाइट का भी पूरा नहीं हो पाता था। तो मेरा जो भाई का सपना था वो कहीं पे मतलब अधूरा रह गया। तो भाई ने सोचा था कि मतलब मेरा सपना तो पूरा नहीं हुआ, मैं मेरी मतलब बहन को मैं कराऊंगा। तो यही है कि मेरे भाई का सपना भी मतलब यही है कि पूरा कर रही हूँ मैं।
अनु, 31 ईयर्स में, 31 साल में मेडल मिलना, और वो भी गोल्ड मेडल मिलना, कोई छोटी बात नहीं है। इट टॉक्स अबाउट आपके एंड्योरेंस, आपके स्टैमिना एंड
मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली लॉन्जेविटी, वो जो इतने टाइम तक आप डटे रहे, उससे क्या मैसेज निकल कर आता है? बिकॉज आमतौर पे देखा जाता है जो लड़कियां हैं वो 20 से लेके 25-27 तक स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं फिर छोड़ देते हैं, बट टू परसिवियर फॉर सच अ लॉन्ग टाइम, टेल अस अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट दैट।
जी मैम, बिल्कुल। क्योंकि मतलब हमारी थोड़ी सी सोसाइटी की सोच ये होती है कि मतलब 20-25 साल तक की लड़की अच्छा करेगी या इसका ये पीक परफॉर्मेंस होता है, बट ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है, क्योंकि वो सिर्फ एक सोच है, क्योंकि लोगों को नॉलेज नहीं है कि गेम की मतलब कितनी एज तक कर सकते हैं। अपने यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी सोच ऐसे बना रखी है कि हाँ लड़की 25-26 साल तक ही अच्छा गेम कर सकती है, फिर उसका शादी का एज हो जाता है, लेकिन ये सब ऐसे कुछ नहीं है। बट यही है कि अपना अच्छे से मेहनत करते रहिए, तो एज कोई मैटर नहीं करती कि आपका एज क्या है, बस आप लगन से, डिसिप्लिन से अच्छा हार्ड वर्क करते रहिए तो सब कुछ पॉसिबल होता है।
अनु, आपने कॉमनवेल्थ में भी जीता और इंटरनेशनल मेडल जीतती रही हैं, गांव जाती रही हैं, बदलाव आया है वहां पे और आपको लगता है इस मेडल से तो जरूर बदलाव आएगा और भी ज्यादा?
हाँ जी सर, बदलाव तो आता है पहले से, और अभी काफी मतलब बदलाव है, क्योंकि अभी हम एक इतने बड़े लेवल पे जाके देश के लिए कुछ करते हैं, तो अभी अब जो हमारा जो मीडिया है वो इतना सपोर्ट करता है हम लोगों को, मतलब दिखाता है कि हाँ हमने मेडल लिए, तो वो काफी इंस्पायर होता है, हम लोगों के लिए भी होता है, सभी बच्चों के लिए होता है कि देखते हैं कि हाँ गांव में तो मोस्टली ऐसे होता है कि हाँ न्यूज में भी फोटो आती है, फिर हम कहीं कहीं टीवी पे आते हैं तो बहुत मोटिवेशन होते हैं बच्चे, तो वो उनका भी मतलब एक सपना बन जाता है कि हाँ हमें भी एक दिन मतलब ऐसे अच्छा करके दिखाना है, परिवार को, देश का, सबका नाम रोशन करना है।
अनु, नीरज चोपड़ा के इवेंट है 4:30 बजे आज, क्या आप जाएंगे वो इवेंट देखने के लिए? कितना उत्सुक है अपने जैवलिन और एथलेटिक्स टीम उस इवेंट के लिए, और नीरज से खासकर आपको कुछ टिप्स मिला है?
हाँ जी, ऐसे ट्रेनिंग में तो ट्रेनिंग पहले काफी साथ में करते रहे हैं, तो टिप्स तो हाँ ट्रेनिंग के बारे में तो बात होती रहती है कि टेक्निक कैसे चल रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, तो हाँ मेरा भी, मैं फ्री हो चुकी हूँ, मेरा गेम हो चुका है, हाँ तो जाएंगे, सपोर्ट करेंगे, देखेंगे, एंजॉय करेंगे गेम को।
अनु, पहले जैसे हम लोग बातचीत कर रहे थे कि इंडिया में जैसे जो जैवलिन फेंकते हैं या जो बॉलिंग करते हैं, क्रिकेट में बॉलिंग करते हैं, एक नेचुरल एक्शन है, लोग बोलते हैं नेचुरल टैलेंट है, और इसीलिए जैवलिन को पावर हाउस, जैवलिन का पावर हाउस कहते हैं। इंडिया बनेगा जैसे फिनलैंड है या जैसे यूरोपियन कुछ कंट्रीज है। आपके जैसे भाई आपको क्रिकेट ग्राउंड पे आपको देखा था ये करते हुए, आप कभी क्रिकेट को भी फॉलो करती हैं या कभी मैच देख लिया, कोई स्पेशल प्लेयर?
हाँ जी सर, जब मैं छोटी थी तो मतलब मैं थोड़ा बॉय कट रखती थी, और लड़कों के साथ मुझे खेलना बहुत पसंद होता था, तो एक बार मैं लड़कों के साथ खेलती थी और मैं बहुत छोटी थी उस टाइम पे, तो मैंने मतलब इतना अच्छा क्योंकि पहले गांव में क्या होता था कि लड़के लड़के ही खेलते थे, अगर कोई लड़की खेलने के लिए आ जाती थी बोलते नहीं नहीं लड़की है भाई, हमारे साथ नहीं खेलेगी, तू जा घर जा अपना काम कर। तो बट उस दिन क्या हुआ था कि मैंने जीत के आया था और मैं उनकी टीम में खेली थी लड़कों की, और मैंने उस टीम को मतलब जिताया था क्रिकेट में, तो वो एक मेरे लिए बहुत मेमोरी का मोमेंट है। और क्रिकेट तो हाँ सर, मैं इतना तो नहीं देखती पर हाँ थोड़ा बहुत देखती हूँ, तो धोनी जी है, जो धोनी सर है, मतलब काफी इंस्पायर करते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा काम रहते हैं वो, और बहुत पॉजिटिव रहते हैं। उनका मैं एक वीडियो हमेशा देखती हूँ जिसमें वो बोलते हैं कि मतलब रिजल्ट के पीछे मत भागो, जो आपकी प्रोसेस है, जो मेहनत है उसको फॉलो। हाँ जी, वो मैं देखती हूँ, काफी वर्ष को मैं देखती रहती हूँ।
अनु, ये जो एशियन गेम्स रहा इंडियन कंटिंजेंट के लिए सबसे बेहतरीन गेम्स है, क्योंकि जो इंचॉन में जितने मेडल्स हमने जीता था उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेडल्स यहाँ पे जीते हैं, तो क्या मूड है कैंप में? और पर्सनली अपार्ट फ्रॉम योर ओन मेडल इवेंट, कौन सा ऐसा इवेंट रहा है जो आपको बहुत एक्साइटिंग लगा है एंड यू रियली एंजॉयड बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ इट?
काफी सारे इवेंट है, बट मैं खुद का जो मेरा मेडल है, क्योंकि इस साल मैंने काफी स्ट्रगल भरा रहा है, क्योंकि मेरा पूरा ये जो सीजन था अभी हमारा खत्म ही होने वाला है, तो मैंने बहुत मेहनत किया था, मैं मतलब बहुत डिप्रेस भी हो गई थी, डिप्रेशन में चली गई थी, और मेरा मतलब मन आया था कि मैं गेम को छोड़ देती हूँ, बट जो मैंने मेरा मेडल लिया और जो मैंने करके दिखाया, मेरा ड्रीम था कि मैं चाइना में जाके खेलूं, अच्छा करूँ, गोल्ड लेके आऊँ। और जो चाइनीज थी एक लास्ट की ओलंपिक चैंपियन थी, जो दूसरी लड़की है वो भी एशिया रिकॉर्ड है, वो भी एशिया गेम्स की 2 टाइम्स की चैंपियन रही है, तो उनके साथ खेल के मुझे बहुत अच्छा फील हुआ, और मैंने मतलब गोल्ड मेडल जीता, तो मुझे काफी प्राउड फील हो रहा है।
अनु, नेक्स्ट टारगेट ऑफ कोर्स जो भी एशियन गेम जीतता है उसके लिए पेरिस होता है, लेकिन आपका जो पर्सनल बेस्ट है और पेरिस का जो ब्रॉन्ज है उसमें थोड़ा फासला है अभी। आपको लगता है 1-1.5 साल में वो फासला कवर हो जाएगा?
हाँ सर बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ग्राउंड में तो काफी अच्छा हो रहा था, क्योंकि कोई प्लेयर चाहे वो ओलंपिक चैंपियन है कितना भी स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, लेकिन जब वो मतलब हर कॉम्पिटिशन में, मतलब हमारा मतलब जैसे कि हम कॉम्पिटिशन खेलते अच्छा नहीं होता, फिर खेलते अच्छा नहीं होता, तो मेरा पूरा साल वो इसी तरह से रहा है। तो कितना भी माइंड सेट हो, कितना भी स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक डाउट आ जाता है, कहीं ना कहीं डीमोटिवेट से हो जाते हैं। तो मेरा वो स्ट्रगल भरा रहा था और उसी के चक्कर में जाके मैं मेरा अपना जो पर्सनल बेस्ट नहीं दे पाई। बट हाँ, मैंने ग्राउंड पे किया हुआ है, तो मैं उसके मतलब बहुत क्लोज हूँ। तो हाँ, अभी होने वाले जो कंपटीशन होंगे नेक्स्ट ईयर, तो उसमें ऑफ कोर्स अच्छा एक थ्रो लगाएंगे और ओलंपिक में अच्छा करेंगे जाके।
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। थैंक यू सो मच।
वेरी मच। आप पेरिस के और तेजी से बढ़े और वहां से मेडल लेके आए इंडिया के लिए। विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट अनु।
दमकते रहिए। ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू।
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास। Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
from breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
And you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Eight hours on, the Enforcement Directorate searches at AAP MP Sanjay Singh's residence, continuing the searches linked to the Delhi liquor policy case. Arvind Kejriwal slams the BJP, says there have been thousands of searches but no recoveries. The BJP protests against AAP, demands the Chief Minister's resignation. The Supreme Court's scathing observations against the Enforcement Directorate in the M3M case. The Supreme Court says that mere non-cooperation is not enough to arrest somebody. The Supreme Court says that the Enforcement Directorate has failed to discharge its duties and the ED is expected to be fair, not vindictive. Flash floods in the northeastern state of Sikkim. 23 army personnel missing, several people evacuated. Sikkim's capital, Gangtok, cut off by road from the rest of the country. Homes, shops, bridges go underwater in Sikkim after a cloudburst over Ladakh Lake in North Sikkim. After 31 people died in a Nanded district hospital in Maharashtra over just the last 48 hours, families allege a shortage of staff and medications. An NDTV ground report shows you the reality. Pigs and dogs roaming freely inside this hospital. At the Asian Games, boxer Lovlina Borgohain wins a silver medal. She wins her first Asian Games medal, while India reaches a new record at the Asian Games with over 70 medals. Hello and welcome to NDTV 24x7. I'm Priyanshi Sharma and our lead story. Since 6 a.m. this morning, a search is going on at the Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh's residence in a money laundering case linked to the Delhi liquor policy case. Now, the Enforcement Directorate officials had reached the Rajya Sabha MP's Delhi residence early this morning at 6 a.m. So it's been about 8 hours, but the searches are still currently underway. Now, Singh is the latest Aam Aadmi Party leader to be under the Enforcement Directorate scanner in this case after the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Manish Sisodia was arrested in this very case by the CBI early this year in the month of February. Now, the excise policy case, remember, was filed in connection with the Delhi government's liquor policy of 2021 that was later scrapped. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was also questioned for nearly 9 hours in this same case in the month of April. While the Aam Aadmi Party has defended Sanjay Singh and attacked the centre for misusing central agencies against the opposition, the BJP meanwhile is holding protests outside the Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters in the national capital, and they have been demanding the resignation of the Delhi Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal. Those are protests by Delhi BJP workers and leaders. They are outside the Delhi AAP headquarters and they are demanding the Chief Minister's resignation. My colleague Tanima Biswas is joining us from the NDTV newsroom. And Tanima, while Sanjay Singh's residence is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate, the BJP is protesting. They are demanding the Chief Minister's resignation. Let's just stick to what we know till now. We know that Sanjay Singh is not an accused in this case. Then tell us, why is his residence being searched?
That's right. In fact, the ED teams have been at Sanjay Singh's residence since around a little about after 7 a.m. this morning. We know that the first pictures started coming in around 7:30 today. So which means it's been several hours now that the ED team is at the AAP MP's residence. They are, of course, trying to find some sort of a money trail to connect the AAP MP to this entire case. Remember, it's a money laundering case which the ED is looking at, and the CBI is, of course, looking at the corruption aspect linked to the Delhi liquor policy. Now, as far as Sanjay Singh is concerned, why is he suddenly under the lens? What we do know is that there was an accused, Dinesh Arora, who later on turned an approver for the ED in this case, and he actually gave a statement saying that it was Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party MP, who introduced him to then Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia. It was after that meeting that there were a lot of businessmen who actually managed to meet Manish Sisodia because of Sanjay Singh's mediation. There's also an allegation in his statement that it was Sanjay Singh, the MP, was actually being used as a conduit for the funds which were being collected, illegal funds which were being collected from these businessmen. So these are the two main charges which have been leveled by Dinesh Arora, the accused turned approver, against Sanjay Singh. It's very, very important to mention at this point in time that Sanjay Singh is not an accused in this case. This is just a statement which the ED has listed in their charge sheet. And following which, this is the first time now that they have gone to Sanjay Singh's residence. They have not summoned him prior to this. They have not questioned him earlier. So this is the first action, so to speak, against the Aam Aadmi Party MP that we can see. Though when his name had turned, it was in fact reported that Dinesh Arora had mentioned him in his statement. Even then, Sanjay Singh had given his defense and written to the Union Finance Secretary denying all these charges and saying that there was an agenda to tarnish his image, for which these statements were being listed in the ED charge sheet.
All right.
But today what we can see is that ED has accelerated their pace into this investigation and gone for searches to his house.
Right. Tanima Biswas, thanks very much for joining us on the broadcast. And as Tanima mentioned, the Enforcement Directorate has clearly escalated its action in the Delhi liquor policy case. Sanjay Singh, his residence is being searched for the first time. Till now, he was not questioned and his residence was not searched. But the Aam Aadmi Party is obviously making it political. Of course, this has major political ramifications. Sanjay Singh is a Rajya Sabha member of Parliament of the Aam Aadmi Party. He is also one of the most vocal leaders of the India opposition bloc. And amid this, the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that while the Enforcement Directorate and CBI have conducted several searches and questioned several leaders, they've not found a thing. On the other side, the BJP says that the law should follow and the investigating agencies should follow their procedure. Listen in to what the two sides say.
पिछले एक साल से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि तथाकथित शराब घोटाला इन्होंने शोर कर रखा है। अभी तक एक भी पैसा कहीं इनको मिला नहीं। इतनी बताते हैं 1000 से ज़्यादा रेड हो चुकी, इतने लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर चुके, कहीं कोई रिकवरी नहीं हुई। आ रहे हैं और 2024 के चुनाव में इन लोगों को लगता है कि ये लोग हारने वाले हैं, तो एक हारते हुए आदमी के आखिरी डेस्परेट कोशिशें नज़र आ रही है। ये जो सब चल रहा है, कल पत्रकारों के ऊपर हुआ, आज संजय सिंह के ऊपर हुआ, अभी देखो चुनाव तक कईयों के ऊपर होंगे, हो सकता है आपके ऊपर भी हो जाए।
हम पहले दिन से कहते आ रहे थे कि दिल्ली की जनता को इन्होंने लूटा है और इस शराब घोटाले की आड़ में करोड़ों रुपए कमाए हैं। इस चार्जशीट में पहले से संजय सिंह का नाम था, लेकिन कल जब इस शराब घोटाले के मुख्य अभियुक्त दिनेश अरोड़ा और वाईएसआर के नेता राघव मंगूटा रेड्डी ने सरकारी गवाह बनने की ठानी, तो उसके बाद से ये तय है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सभी साथी, उन सबके चेहरे भी बेनकाब होंगे और ये सभी अपराधी जल्द ही अपने सही ठिकाने पर होंगे।
And while the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at Sanjay Singh's residence, meanwhile, in a completely different case, the Supreme Court has made certain very scathing observations against the Enforcement Directorate. The Supreme Court, while hearing a case on M3M in what comes as a major embarrassment for the Enforcement Directorate, the Supreme Court has ordered the immediate release of directors of M3M group of companies in a money laundering case. But along with that, the Supreme Court has importantly said that mere non-cooperation to summons or not answering questions is not enough for the Enforcement Directorate to arrest anybody. My colleague Arvind Kejriwal joining us for more on this. And Arvind, take us through the major comments made by the Supreme Court.
Priyanshi, Supreme Court in a scathing order on the conduct of Enforcement Directorate has made it very clear that the Enforcement Directorate cannot go on to arrest accused by merely stating that the accused are not cooperating with the investigation. Because all this while we have been saying the Enforcement Directorate has made several arrests, and every time after arresting, whenever the accused are produced before the competent court, the Enforcement Directorate has been flagging this particular ground that the accused did not cooperate during the course of the investigation, and that's why the agency has exercised its powers to arrest the accused. But this time Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Enforcement Directorate, saying that the Enforcement Directorate merely cannot flag that the accused is not cooperating with the investigation and then go ahead to arrest the accused. In fact, Supreme Court also said that because the Enforcement Directorate, which has this powers, which has its powers from the PMLA, which is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which is a very stringent act, and that's why Supreme Court has said that because ECIR is also not being provided to the accused as per the Vijay Madan Lal Chowdhury judgment, and that's why Supreme Court has said that it is the duty of the Enforcement Directorate to provide the grounds of the arrest in return to the accused so that the accused can take legal recourse. In this particular case, Pankaj Bansal and Basant Bansal, both of them are the promoters of M3M group of companies, and both of them were arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a case relating to allegedly influencing the judiciary in a case relating to IREO group, and that's why Supreme Court has said that in this particular case, both of them were summoned in a different case, but after they appeared before the court, after they appeared before the agency, they were issued summons in a completely different case, and both of them were arrested without even providing the grounds of the arrest in return, and that's why Supreme Court has said that henceforth, if at all if the Enforcement Directorate wants to arrest someone, they have to give the grounds of the arrest in return, and that has to be served to the accused. Only after that the Enforcement Directorate can proceed ahead with the arrest. And also very importantly, Supreme Court has also noted that the Enforcement Directorate, with stringent powers like PMLA, Enforcement Directorate should conduct itself in a transparent way and also in a fair way, and there cannot be any vindictive nature from the part of Enforcement Directorate.
And Arvind, I also want to focus on one specific comment that you've mentioned. The Supreme Court said that mere non-cooperation or not answering questions is not enough to arrest somebody. Tell us about some instances when this has been done in high-profile cases. The opposition has raised this, I mean, if we talk about the politics of it, the opposition has raised this previously as well. And these have been arguments made by the CBI and the ED, both in courts, while they ask for custodies.
Has been the ground the agencies have been flagging time and again. In fact, on all the cases, we can see blindly, if you read any of the remand orders or remand applications of the Enforcement Directorate, there would be first ground that would be saying that the accused did not cooperate with the investigation, because PMLA is a very stringent act under Section 50 of PMLA that gives powers for the Enforcement Directorate to issue someone and to record their statement, because a statement that is recorded under Section 50 of PMLA is also an admissible evidence in the court of law. That's where ED has more powers to any other agency in this country, because a statement that is given to an ED officer is a statement that can be proved and that can be made as an evidence in the court of law. A statement that is given to a CBI officer does not have the same value, but a statement given to ED officer is like a statement given to a judge, and that's why ED has more powers to compared to any other agency in this country. And that's why every time when ED summons someone, and ED, if they want to arrest someone, after arresting, the first ground that they would be invoking in the court of law is that during the course of the investigation, the accused refused to answer our questions and the accused did not cooperate with the investigation. And that's where ED has been taking this ground from P. Chidambaram to Manish Sisodia to Satyendra Jain. You take any case, the first ground that the Enforcement Directorate would be invoking in the case of arrest will be non-cooperation. And that's why Supreme Court has come down heavily on ED, saying that merely saying that the accused is cooperating is not enough. You have to prove that the accused involved in money laundering, because here the proof of burden is on the accused to secure bail, and that's why the ED has to give it in writing to the accused, saying that these are the grounds on which we are arresting an accused, so that the accused can avail appropriate legal recourse.
Arvind, thanks very much for joining us with those details. The other big story coming in from the Supreme Court now, while hearing the plea in relation to the Satluj Yamuna Link XIII canal dispute, the Supreme Court came down heavily on Punjab for not taking steps for construction of the canal. The Supreme Court said that the canal has to be constructed and its execution has to take place. This comes a week after the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann expressed his concerns to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah during the Northern Zonal Council meeting that construction of the XIII canal will lead to a law and order problem in the state. To help us understand this, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali is joining us on the phone line. And Ghazali, tell us why the Punjab government is not constructing this canal. That's why the Supreme Court has come down heavily, and tell us the importance of this.
See, the XIII canal is a river water dispute between the two states, Punjab and Haryana. It's a decade-old dispute since 1966, when Haryana was carved out of Punjab, and there were certain arrangements over the river water dispute which were not revised over the period of time, because the water level of the Satluj river here in Punjab has been diminishing over the years, and Punjab claims that we can't build a canal which will connect Satluj in Punjab and the Yamuna river in Haryana. The argument being given, the primary argument being given by Punjab over the years has been this, that the water level has been going down in Punjab and we don't have enough share of water to spare it for Haryana. Now, what is the political background of this situation is that in 1980s, when the construction of canal was going on in Punjab, there were separatist movement was on in Punjab. It was at its peak. And then the construction engineers as well as some laborers who were constructing the canal on Punjab side were killed. And since then, the issue was shelved in back burner. Now, later in 2006, Haryana started again claiming the issue of the construction of this canal. The matter reached the Supreme Court. And after repeated hearings and several hearings, the Supreme Court has ordered Punjab to construct the canal. But side by side, the court has also been asking the center to mediate between the two states. Now, recently, just a couple of days ago, like last week when the Northern Zonal Council meeting was going on, because this meeting was held to have a better strategy and cooperation between the states, both the Punjab and Haryana chief ministers put forward their claim in front of Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, while Punjab claimed the same thing, that it will be a law and order problem, reminding him of what happened in the 80s when the construction was going on. Now, today in the court asked the Punjab government or the representative of the Punjab government to go for execution of the order, that is, construct the canal anyhow.
Right. Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with those details, really contextualizing this entire case. So, important comment there from the Supreme Court. We'll take a short break now. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some
to a very concerning story from the northeastern state of Sikkim. Sikkim is witnessing flash floods. Several parts, several houses, shops and bridges have gone completely underwater, while several roads have been completely washed off as the Teesta River started overflowing last night abnormally after there was a lake burst. Now, Sikkim's capital, as a result of this, Gangtok, has been completely cut off by road from the rest of the country. Teesta River has washed away parts of NH10 that links Sikkim to the rest of the country. Meanwhile, 23 army personnel are also missing in Sikkim after this cloud burst that triggered flash floods in the Teesta River. A massive search operation has been launched to locate the missing soldiers. Saurabh Gupta now joining us for more details. And Saurabh, you've been reporting since the morning that this situation got really bad overnight after this cloud burst. So we are seeing these visuals of the impact, but tell us what the situation there right now is, because we also know that there was a heavy rainfall alert. So is that happening? Is that making the condition worse?
Yes, the weather remains inclement in the hills, and of course that is something that is an added worry, but the upper reaches of Sikkim, which is the South Lonak Lake. Now, as a result of that, that goes downstream. What it does then is Chungtang, which is downstream, but upstream from Gangtok, that is a worry because that adds more water, and this is also a very important hydroelectric project. Now, apart from that, that water flows down and causes further havoc downstream in areas like Singtam, in areas like Meli, in areas like, Balutar, in areas like also Bardang, where, of course, we know that 23 army personnel are missing. So this is, of course, the floodwaters, the excessive floodwaters flowing downstream along the Teesta. And the reason why road connectivity is snapped, and this is happens almost every monsoon, but the scale and extent, of course, differ. And this time around, the scale and extent is quite high. But the fact is that the NH10, which is National Highway 10, moves parallelly along the Teesta River. So if the Teesta floods its banks and eats into its sides, the NH10 is quite obviously affected, and that is exactly what has happened this time in several places, including in Sikkim, including in Meli, including in Teesta Bazar, including and the Sikkim police have put out a detailed information on which roads are blocked, and therefore road connectivity to Sikkim has snapped. There is, of course, also other ways to get to Sikkim. But this is important in the sense that, there is, of course, now the worry of A, you have a dam breach, B, you have damage in several areas. There are casualties feared, and there are 23 army personnel missing who are yet to be located, and that's
right. And Saurabh, while you've mentioned that connectivity, of course, has been impacted, several parts have been completely cut off from the rest of the country. Also help us understand the human impact. How many people are affected by these floods? Around how many houses or shops have been washed away? Is there any estimate of that till now?
Well, in several places, including in Singtam and other places, sludge and water have entered people's homes. In Singtam, the Singtam Senior Secondary School has been turned into a relief camp. Obviously, it is quite early to make estimates, but there are casualties feared, and of course, the fact that 23 army personnel are missing is an indicator of how serious the situation is, how grim it actually is. But at this point, we have no numbers from the government yet. But yes, casualties are feared, and there are several missing, and that's a worry as well in terms of the rescue and relief, because there is, of course, rain alert. The rain, if the weather doesn't clear up, it makes rescue and relief that much more difficult. And we've covered a similar situation in 2011. I was there when the same areas, Chungtang and all of these areas, there was a landslide, also massive landslide at the time. And so obviously there is a lot of challenging
aspects to even relief and rescue in these areas.
All right. That's one challenge for the rescue operations as well. The NDRF is also deployed there. They've rescued some people while many are still missing. Saurav, thanks very much for joining us. We hope that all those who are missing are found very soon. But let's also listen in to some eyewitnesses who tell you how bad the situation there is.
इधर बदाक ब्रिज था 107 आरसी का ये वाली लोकेशन से लेके इधर तक वो गया 2 ब्रिज थे दोनों गए लेकिन लोहे वाला ब्रिज नहीं था बेटी साहब रोड भी गया ये लोकेशन जड़ी रोड दब गया पूरा.
It's time for a very short break now. We'll be back with more news on the other side. Please stay tuned.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments
Across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Business news can sound incomprehensible, unnerving, unrelatable. But how does it impact you? We deconstruct complex business news and ideas by talking directly to the leaders who shape the economy. We are serious about business.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
23
Welcome back. Now to a shocking ground report from the Nanded hospital in Maharashtra, in which 31 people died just over the last 48 hours. Now, a ground report by my colleague Pooja Bharadwaj shows that pigs and dogs roam freely in this hospital, and this amid allegations by the families of the people who have died. They say that what led to their death was a shortage of medications and staff. While the authorities deny these allegations, NDTV's ground report finds out the reality. Take a look.
महाराष्ट्र के 10वें बड़े शहर नांदेड़ की तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखाते हैं। सुबह की डॉक्टर शंकरराव चौहान मेडिकल कॉलेज एंड हॉस्पिटल के अंदर हम हैं, और जो सफाई पर यहाँ पर सवाल उठते रहे थे कल, आज हम तस्वीरों में भी आपको दिखाते हैं। आप देखें, मरीज के परिजन यहाँ पर कोई बर्तन धो रहा है, कोई ब्रश कर रहा है, कोई नहा रहा है, लेकिन उसके बीच ही आप देखें यहाँ पर सुअर किस तरह से इकट्ठा है। तो सफाई की क्या हालत है, क्या तस्वीरें हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। कुछ महिलाएं हैं यहाँ पर, उनसे बात करते हैं। मैडम, क्या यही हाल हर रोज रहता है?
रोजच आहे मॅडम, रोजच आहे. आमच्या पेशंटला बघणार, काय करणार. आम्ही पोळ्यापासून हा तर दोनदा शिजर झालं, दोनदा टाक्या इथून अजून पाणी निघालं, पट्टी कराय काळजी घेणार.
क्या सफाई को लेके क्या काम हो रहा है यहाँ पर?
सगळं बाहेर
क्या तकलीफ आप लोगों को हो रही है?
मॅडम सगळं बाहेरच आणावं लागते, काहीच नाही यांची सुविधा.
यहाँ पे आप लोग टॉयलेट इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे?
कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहे. यहाँ के सब बाहर जाना, बाहर का लाना, क्या करना? गरीब लोग का कहाँ से लाना? देखो एक 500 का इंजेक्शन है. देखो तुम, मेरे पास आए, बताओ क्या तुम्हारे को?
बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए आपको दवा? बाहर से बोला है लाने के लिए खरीद के?
हाँ, बाहर से ला रहे सब. हम इधर का कुछ भी मिल रहा नहीं, कुछ भी सौदा नहीं है. देखो तुम गाँव को बोल रहे, हम क्या करना बोलो, क्या करना बोलो? तुम सब गरीब आदमी करके खाने वाले क्या है? 8-8 दिन 15-15 दिन रह के जा रहे, बुखारा कम नहीं हो रहे, क्या करना?
क्या हुआ, क्या है बताएंगे? कौन है मरीज यहाँ पर भर्ती?
हाँ, हार्ट का झटका आएगा, भर्ती है दवाखाने में.
आपके रिश्ते कौन है?
बच्चा है.
आपका
बच्चा है.
हार्ट अटैक आया है?
हाँ, नहीं, वो फीट का.
अच्छा.
फीट का झटका आया तो लाए हमने.
अच्छा.
हाँ, पहले महीना भर रह के गए, फिर अभी आए. अब बीपी 3 दिन से 90 है, ऊपर चढ़ रही नहीं. क्या करना बोलो तुम? हाँ, तुम बोलो ना, अब क्या करना?
ठीक है। तो देखिए, कल भी ऐसे कई लोगों से हमने बात की है और आज भी वही कहानी है। लोग यही अपनी पीड़ा बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से दवाइयों के लिए उन्हें खर्च करना पड़ रहा है, और खर्च के साथ साथ उन्हें बाहर भटकना पड़ रहा है, ढूंढना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि अस्पताल में दवाइयाँ उपलब्ध नहीं हैं। कुछ और लोग हैं आसपास, आप देखें, उनसे बात करते हैं। सफाई को लेकर क्या दिक्कतें आ रही हैं? अंदर तो बहुत सारी महिलाएं कह रही हैं कि हम शौचालय अंदर का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पा रहे.
मॅडम, सगळं बाहेरलं औषध आणावं लागले, पूर्ण बाहेरलंच आणावं लागते. सरकार हो, आणि सरकार म्हणते औषध आहे, काहीच नाही इथं.
हिंदी में
हो,
सरकार की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि दवाइयाँ हैं, तो
कुछ ही नहीं यहाँ पे. पूरा बाहर का लाना पड़ा, पैसे नहीं तो बच्चा मर चला.
मैम, आप सफाई कर्मचारी हैं यहाँ पे?
हम कैंटीन में काम करते मैडम.
कैंटीन में काम करते, तो आप झाड़ू क्यों लगा रही हैं?
ये यहाँ पे हम करते हैं, कभी भी साफ करते हैं.
आपको बोला गया अभी देखकर कि कैमरा ऑन है?
हम हमेशा करते हैं यहाँ पे.
अभी बताइए, ये हालत है, यहाँ पर सुअर घूम रहे हैं.
नहीं मैडम, कुछ भी नहीं बोल सकते. खाली हमारा इतना एरिया, हम इतना हर रोज साफ करते हैं. इतना हम कैंटीन में काम करते हैं, हम यहाँ पे इतना रोज हम साफ सफाई करते हैं यहाँ पे. हाँ,
पर ये तो गंदगी की बहुत ज्यादा दुर्गति है
मैडम. दिन भर से लोग आते ना यहाँ पे, तो करते ही. क्या करेंगे, लोग सब आते हैं यहाँ पे.
मॅडम, मधात कशी ह्याची माणसाची हालत आहे, इथून धरून कायच नाही. तुम्ही डिलिव्हरीच्या वार्डात चला, कशी हाल आहे, कशा बाया लढाल्या आता, आणि कसं पेशंट अवघड आहे, कसे लेकरायचे हाल आहे, कसे काचा टाकलेले लेकरं आहेत. ये तुम्हें ये तुम काय करना का।
ये जो महिलाएं हैं ये कह रही हैं अगर आप अंदर डिलीवरी वार्ड में आएंगी उस वार्ड की हालत देखिए आपको समझ में आएगा कि पेशेंट किस हाल से गुजर रहे हैं। यहाँ के सफाई कर्मचारी ही हैं। आप सफाई यहाँ पे कर्मचारी हैं, क्या सफाई होती है सर? आप देखें यहाँ पे हालत।
कर्मचारी कम है ना यहाँ पे।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम विट्ठल भोसले।
कर्मचारी कम है, कितने किस संख्या में है यहाँ पे कर्मचारी?
अब उतना तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, हम टेंडर पे काम करते ना।
अच्छा
हाँ।
तो आप ये देखिए ये कैंटीन में काम करती हैं, झाड़ू लेकर ये चला रही है, लेकिन शायद ये आपका काम होना चाहिए ना।
सुअर क्या?
हाँ।
रोज रहता है।
रोज रहता है तो नहीं रहना चाहिए ना।
उतना
अस्पताल के अंदर क्यों है?
वो गंदगी फैलाने, गंदगी जो रहती ना वो खाते ना वो गंदगी बिंदगी, इसलिए नहीं ला के छोड़ेंगे। हाँ
तो आपको सफाई तो करनी चाहिए। कितनी संख्या में आप लोग सफाई कर्मचारी कितनी संख्या में हैं यहाँ?
जो कर्मचारी है यहाँ पे एक वार्ड नंबर 1 को 2-3 कर्मचारी ऐसा रहना चाहिए। एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा? एक कर्मचारी 2-2 वार्ड 3-3 वार्ड कहाँ से संभालेगा?
तो आप लोग को कोई समस्या आती है पेमेंट की कुछ की? क्या
हम तो टेंडर पे करते हैं, हम क्या परमानेंट नहीं है आके।
अच्छा।
हाँ टेंडर पे करते हैं हम।
टेंडर पे।
हाँ।
तो मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट्स इस बात की भी आपत्ति जताते रहे हैं कि सफाई का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऐसे बाहर नहीं देना चाहिए। आखिर ये कर्मचारी अस्पताल के ही क्यों नहीं है, क्योंकि वो ढंग से साफ सफाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। जैसा कि इन्होंने भी आपत्ति जताई कि एक वार्ड में 2 से 3 कर्मचारी होने चाहिए, लेकिन एक ही कर्मचारी पर करीब 2 वार्ड की जिम्मेदारी है, तो सफाई किस तरह से होगी? तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं, झलकियाँ देखें। हालांकि कैमरा ऑन होते ही यहाँ पर एक महिला कर्मचारी जो कैंटीन में काम करती हैं उन्होंने यहाँ पर झाड़ू लगाकर ये पूरी साफ सफाई की है। अब यहाँ से सुअर आपके ही सामने कैमरे पर अब आपको गायब दिखेंगे। अगर हर रोज ये हो तो फिर शायद यहाँ पर कैमरा पहुँचने की और मीडिया पहुँचने की दरकार ही ना हो। 48 घंटे में 31 मौतें, अभी भी सुर्खियाँ बनी हुई हैं। VVIPs यहाँ भी पहुँचने वाले हैं। आज कई नेताओं का दौरा होगा, उसको लेकर सिक्योरिटी अंदर अस्पताल के पास बढ़ाई गई है।
Now, this shocking case has really raised questions for Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's government, which is with the BJP. The Deputy Chief Minister is the BJP leader, Devendra Fadnavis, and it's the government formed by the BJP and several leaders who moved from the NCP to join the BJP government. And one minister in the current government is the Minister of Medical Education of Maharashtra, Mr. Hassan Mushrif. My colleague Ronak spoke to him about this tragedy. Let's listen in.
हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र के चिकित्सा शिक्षा मंत्री हसन मुशर्रफ जी है। सर, कल आप नांदेड़ गए थे, जो घटना हुई, रिपोर्ट सरकार ने तलब किया, क्या वो रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो गया और क्या कुछ बातें प्रमुखता से सामने आई है, किसकी वजह से घटना हुई है?
नहीं, रिपोर्ट आने के लिए अभी 2 दिन का वक्त है जी, लेकिन मैंने देखने के बाद वहाँ 2-3 बातें सामने आई कि वो 500 बेड का हॉस्पिटल है जी, और वहाँ 1000 पेशेंट आते हैं हर रोज़, तो बहुत वहाँ बड़ी तादाद में गरीब लोग आते हैं, और वहाँ से वो तेलंगाना से आते हैं, वासीम, हिंगोली, सब अप्राप से सब लोग आते हैं जी। और उसका हुआ है क्या कि जो छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, जो 12 मृत्यु हो गई, हाँ, उसमें का 6 प्री मैच्योर थे जी, और 6 का थोड़ा बहुत ही उसका पोषण अच्छी तरह से नहीं हुआ था, ऐसे बच्चे थे। और जो 12 जो इतर जो गए उसमें 70 साल के सब आगे थे। ओके, तो ठीक है, तो ये बुरी बात है, ये अच्छा नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन हमने जो समिति नियुक्त की है उसका 2-3 दिन में रिपोर्ट आ जाएगा। उसमें दवाई की कुछ कम नहीं थी, डॉक्टर्स भी की कुछ कम नहीं थी, लेकिन वहाँ क्लीनिंग का बहुत बड़ा मामला है। हाँ। वहाँ अच्छी तरह से हाउसकीपिंग नहीं होता है। हाँ। वहाँ अच्छी तरह से लोगों का जो ट्रीटमेंट होना चाहिए उसी तरफ ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता है। हाँ। तो मैंने वो जो समिति नियुक्त की है उसका रिपोर्ट आ जाएगा, उसके बाद हम तहकीकात करेंगे और जो जिम्मेदार है उसे हमें बख्शेंगे नहीं।